Okay, mic is hot. And are we streaming? Yes. It's happening? Right on, okay. Hi everyone, welcome to day 2 of OPTIC. Yesterday was tons of fun. I hope you really enjoyed yourself. We had some amazing speakers yesterday. Chester Higgins really blew me away. There was a lot of meaningful, I think it reflected the deep mood that we're all in as a collective. So today, hopefully, will be a little bit more lighthearted. I've got an amazing crew of speakers that are going to be on the main stage today. You also, for those viewing virtually, you can click over and check out what's going on the second stage. And then we even have a third stage for you, the hybrid trade show. I believe that starts around 11 o'clock today. And that's where, it's like imagine you were in a trade show and you walked up to a counter and you said, "Hey, camera guy, what's new?" And they just share with you all the new stuff. Meanwhile, on the stages, you're learning technique and inspiration. Okay, so we have a very light crew here for the morning. It's kind of odd to be speaking in front of, normally this is going to heat up. We're going to get a lot more people in here. And I know that live stream numbers are growing. If you're on YouTube, you can also go into the comments section and please post your comments. We like dialoguing with you. And so I have an amazing speaker that I'm about to introduce to you guys. I met him years ago when I was running the B&H event space, and I found out that this guy was he was very passionate about photography, and he also delivered a really good, clean, photographic message, and he was interested in helping people, and he had a lot of passion. And then he wrote a book called Steve Simon, The Passionate Photographer. And so passion is important. That's what fuels the creativity. And passion is what makes us get up early in the morning and catch those sunrises and stay up late on top of the edge in New York City till 10 o'clock catching the night sky over the city. It's passion to do things like that. Steve is also a published author. He teaches workshops internationally. And he's also a big Nikon guy. He was involved with the Nikon Historical Society, which is close to my heart. And he's tested out a lot of equipment. And I'm very happy to bring Steve Simon, the passionate photographer, to present the joy of photography. Steve, come on up.
Thank you very much, David. It's just so great to be back out of the house with a room full of passionate photographers. And I think in figuring out what I was going to speak to today, it kind of brought me back to my roots and remembering kind of the joy of photography that I felt. This isn't working. I'll just go to here. There was a book called The Joy of Photography when I was young, and it really did kind of capture the feeling that I had when I was out there with my camera. And those of us that know, I mean, we're here, we're passionate photographers, understand what that feels like. It's such a blessing to find photography and to have photography in our lives. And since it's been a rough couple of years, I wanted to kind of speak to the idea that we're back and we're out there and it's safer to be out there and we're pursuing our passions. So I thought I would concentrate, and I have kind of a heavy lift in the sense that I wanted to talk really about channeling our passion into more meaningful and satisfying pictures. So just a little bit of a background. I mean, I've been doing this a very long time. I was a little older than in this picture. The first camera that I got was, as you can see there, was the Yashica TL Electro X, which I saved my newspaper money to buy. And then I quickly upgraded to a Nikon FM, or Nikon FM, as it's properly pronounced. I've been a Nikon guy ever since. It's funny, we know that the camera is our tool to enable, what we're trying to capture and say about the world, but the relationship with that tool is a little stronger, and there's a real kind of strange kind of loyalty to it. I think it's because of what this camera, what this tool has brought to my life, and I'm sure yours as well. Oh, sorry, there we go. Okay, I guess I can't use this. So these two pictures have had kind of a big impact early on with me. The first picture of the girl diving was taken really at a kind of noonday, bright sunny day. And when I developed the film, the Tri-X film, I realized that, wow, this picture was way better and much different than the actual experience. And it dawned on me that in photography, this incredible literal medium that when you point your camera, you get this amazing resolution of whatever you point it at, you can also use it to sort of channel how you're feeling about the world or what you want to say about the world. And sometimes the reality is much different than what you're able to capture, even if it's just real life. And that was an important thing. And the other picture, taken on a bus, although it looks like a quiet moment, it really represents to me more of a bungee jump, because when you're out doing travel and street photography, things are kind of out of your control. People aren't expecting pictures to be taken. So when you raise that camera up and you click, it literally, anything can happen. And I can tell you from all these years, all the stuff that's happened has been positive. I used to go to the roof of my apartment building almost every day with my camera, and I'd photograph sunsets, I'd photograph planes coming into Pierre Elliott Trudeau International Airport, which is the local Montreal airport where I grew up. GAF 500 ASA ISO film, for those that remember, was the fastest film of the day. Of course, today, all bets are off. It's the golden age. There's nothing we can't do with our tools. But I used to photograph these planes and wonder like who these people are. And years later, I kind of made the connection that I think I myself was curious about them because I wanted to go see the world. And it was photography that has been my ticket. I'm essentially a shy person. I'm an introvert. I think a lot of photographers, kind of at the very base of things, are shy. When you're shy, you're an observer, and it's good kind of training for what's to come as a photographer. But I've followed my camera into all kinds of incredible experiences, as I'm sure you have. And it's really kind of brought me out of my shell into all these incredible engagements and encounters with the world. One point I wanted to make is, apparently I'm aging. I don't really see it, I feel it. I don't really see it so much. But I wanted to give you the hypothesis that in the visual arts of all the arts, the best is yet to come. And I have this discussion with my cousin who manages a band. You know, you can look at the arc of an artist in music, for example, and Paul McCartney is about to turn 80. And he's done incredible work throughout his life. But if you've seen the Get Back documentary, which is incredible, you'll see them at the height of their powers. And I think in areas of creative pursuit like music, there's kind of an energy of youth combined with talents and 10,000 hours that produces the kind of work that is harder to replicate as you get older and learn more. But I think in the visual arts, photography, of course, included, when I look at some of the heroes that I look up to, like Elliot Erwitt, who's 93, and you see work that he's done in his late 80s and go, wow, this is amazing. Or Joseph Kudelka, whose work I've always admired, just his sense of composition and order. And he told a class once that, and he's 84 now, I photograph because I can, and when I get old and I can't move around so much, well then I'm gonna go to the computer and start pulling out stuff. And I see the work that he's done with panoramics, and I think it's like some of the strongest work I've seen. A mentor, Eugene Richards, an incredible photographer that all photojournalists and documentary photographers at the time would look to and go like, how does he do this? How does he get so close? How does he get, not so much the physically close, but emotionally close enough to be able to take a picture like that? And he's 78 now, I can't believe it, but when I look at the recent work he's doing, it's as strong as anything I've seen. Because I've done a lot of work in Japan and doing workshops there, I've learned about Daido Moriyama, perhaps the most prolific street photographer out there. Each of those little icons represents a book. He's probably had more published books on photography than any other photographer. And you can look at some of the more recent work he's doing, amazing. As good or better than anything he's done young. And Jay Mizell, who I know a lot of New Yorkers know very well, now in his 90s, you can see a more recent work of his. All this to say that I don't really see age. I don't know if anyone out there is over 30, but wherever you are, the best can be yet to come. Whatever your photographic goals and dreams might be, you can achieve them. It's just a question of going out there and doing it. And I have some ideas as to how we can make that happen. When David Bowie passed, I remember seeing this quote, and I knew when I saw it that I wanted to share it. If you feel safe in the area you're working, you're not working in the right area. Always go a little further into the water than you feel you're capable of. Go a little bit out of your depth. When you don't feel your feet are quite touching the bottom, you're just about in the right place to make something exciting. And from an innovative artist like David Bowie, that's something to pay attention to. And as photographers, I try and keep this foremost in my mind when I'm out there, not taking safety risks, but just creative risks and trying new things. We know about the power of photography, and I just wanted to remind you that what we're doing is rather unique, and maybe the time for still photography is now. I mean, the one thing that still photography does that no other medium does is with a fast shutter speed, you can freeze time. And we can't see it. We can't see those frozen moments. We can't watch it in a film, but in a still, we can see it. Harold Edgerton, the guy who developed our electronic flashes. And that's one thing that photography does that nothing else does. So if you have sort of that frozen moment, it's immediately going to grab some attention because as humans, we don't see this. And the other thing, too, is we've heard of that cliche of the idea that a picture's worth 1,000 words. And it's true. I mean, 1,000 words can have a huge impact on you. It could make you laugh. It could make you cry. It could change your mind. A video, a movie, perhaps has had an impact on your life. But all those things take time. But a still photo, in an instant, communicates so much. I mean, there's 1,000 words or more sometimes in the strongest images. You don't understand everything, but nothing communicates as fast as a still image. And in a time now where everything is in competition for our attention and our attention spans are so small, still photography is kind of the way to get attention. So the idea of finding meaning in our work, this is a shot of my son Sawyer, and I think you don't have to be a passionate photographer to understand the power and importance of photography. If God forbid the house is burning, you save the living stuff and then you go for the shoebox of pictures and negatives and the hard drives, because those things are absolutely irreplaceable. So Cartier-Bresson, who I think is one of the most influential photographers, particularly for street and travel people, has been very articulate, and I quote him a few times in this short presentation. And he said, photography is a way of shouting how you feel. And I think this is key to kind of understanding how to make things stronger in terms of your own photography is, how do you feel about the world that you go out and try and photograph? What is it you want to say? If you're a landscape person, maybe you want to share the beauty of the landscape that you see and feel, and maybe, have others feel that same way when they look at your pictures. So these are questions that I think are important for us to really kind of think about and really sort of plan as to what we're going to do. Because the good news is that the more personal you make your work, the more universal it becomes. Photography is a universal language. And this is a liberating thing. It was Diane Arbus, pictured here in this Gary Winogrand shot, that said something to the effect of this. And it's liberating. It means that you can be selfish. You can go out and say, hey, you know what? This is important to me. I'm going to spend some time documenting it. You are an artist. If that makes you uncomfortable, if you think it's pretentious, that's fine. But all that really signifies is that you want to share something personal about how you feel through photography. And the photography is going to do all the talking. I mean, we know that photography is a time machine. When I look at this picture of my grandparents, I didn't know them at this time, but of course I knew them later in life. And, I look at this picture and I can write a whole screenplay. It's amazing to me. And this, too, is the power of photography. If you want to see time, those of you that have kids, my son Sawyer was 2.5 pounds when he was born. He was a preemie. But you can see how quickly things progress and how time changes and how he changes with time. Meaningful and important. And there's a long history in photography of well-known photographers sharing their family album, because those pictures can be affecting to those outside of the family. Again, the more personal you make it, the more universal it becomes. You don't have to be related to understand how something feels when you look at a photograph, and the best photographs do make you feel something. Even kind of the snapshot aesthetic, and I don't mean that in a negative sense, when you look at Nicholas Nixon's work where he photographed his wife and 3 sisters over the course of almost 50 years, it's amazing to look at. Why? Because you get to sort of see what time does. And photography is the magic thing that freezes time. We're all aging, except David Brommer. And when we see these pictures, we can compare and understand, kind of what happens with the aging process. I love this quote, "Don't be so humble, you're not that great," Golda Meir. And I put it in there to remind you that, you have to, no matter how happy you are with where you're at photographically, I think you have to, again, the best is yet to come. There's a lot to learn, even if we've been doing this a very long time. I think the idea of shooting different can be powerful, and I put this George Costanza picture in there because those Seinfeld fans might remember the episode where George did the opposite of his instinct, and everything turned out really good. And as photographers, the idea of shooting different, because wherever you're at photographically, you go out, you come back, oh, this is good, this is, but it's familiar to you. And unless you try something different, your work is gonna kind of look the same. And you could add to your repertoire by trying something different, even if it's something that you don't really think is all that interesting. If you never shoot slow shutter speeds, go out and shoot slow shutter speeds and see what you get, see how it works, see how it fits in with the work that you're doing. If you tend to shoot, at the corner, f8, depth of field, go out one day and just shoot kind of wide open. Use selective focus and see how that works with your vision and what you're trying to do. I remember when I was in Japan, this frenetic city, and I'm photographing, and I was just not happy, so I decided I'm going to experiment with multiple exposures. And when I did, I thought, yeah, this is kind of how I felt when I was in Tokyo. This expressed my feelings, even though it's something that I don't normally do, but it's worthwhile. So all these different ideas, like shooting from behind, if you're not a landscape person, going out into the landscape, shooting at night, it's a whole other sort of magical situation when you take your camera out at night. And then, again, this quote I think is really important to me. It was by Gary Winogrand. He says, "I photograph to see what things look like photographed." And those of you that may have taught workshops and are photo educators understand that we all go to the same place, we come back, we review the work, and it's like, whoa, I was there, I saw that, I didn't really think to take a picture of, but somehow when you translate that three-dimensional situation into a two-dimensional photograph, it works. So in the digital age, I would encourage you to kind of take some pictures of things that don't think too much, just do, and see how it comes back. There may be something there. Okay, the technical side of photography. I will tell you that the technical side of photography is the area that tends to bog people down the most. But I maintain it's really the easiest thing to fix. There's 1,000 other things in terms of what we do that are more important than the technical, but there's that minimum bar that you need to be at, that you need to achieve so that your vision can come through. So, the thing is, you gotta act, you gotta quick, and if you miss it, even if you're on a tripod in the landscape and you look away and the sun, changes something, you've gotta have the reflexes of a sports photographer. So I really feel that, photography is like a battle between your left brain and your right brain. The left brain is sort of the scientist in you. It's dealing with the histograms and the f-stops and the shutter speeds. The right brain is where the fun and the action is. That's the creative side. But it's often hampered by, the left brain stuff. So you have to kind of find that happy medium so that you can quickly react to the situation. And I think it's simplifying the process that is really the remedy that I have found in terms of kind of fixing some technical issues. So when the tornado was coming at me, I was able to pick it up and I wasn't fumbling I was able to just get it and then get out. I think too that in photography, it's so many things, and I think that's probably why we have this passion for it. I mean, it's physical. We're out in the world. We're experiencing things. We're thinking about things. We're thinking of the scientist, the left brain, and then there's the whole creative side. The odds are against us to get that strong picture, but we persevere because when we do, That's all the fuel we need to sort of continue on. I think, too, that there's maybe too much attention paid to the actual specs of the camera, whereas at B&H, you can actually go and hold every camera and see how it feels. And that's important because in the end, that camera is going to kind of disappear as much as possible so you're able to react quickly. I think it's important not to get lost in your camera. This camera is an easy camera to get lost in. It's the Z9. There's so much capability, but maybe we only use 10% of our brain. I'm not sure what that's all about. But we don't need to use all the stuff that's in there. We need to harness the most important parts of this tool so that it can disappear and we can capture what it is that we want. So, just from a technical perspective, my big 5: back button autofocus, aperture priority, auto ISO, keeping it on continuous release so I can squeeze one at a time, but when the action heats up, I can do a burst. And I turn that image review off so it doesn't distract or seduce me into kind of leaving my concentration and admiring my work. I can always check in whenever I want. We don't have time to get into the technical. I'm happy to talk to you later about it. Back button autofocus really changes everything. And it's a simple tweak. And even if you're not a sports and action photographer where back button autofocus really shines, there's no downside to using back button autofocus regardless. I choose aperture priority because I can quickly go to selective focus, add a little depth of field. And then auto ISO is powerful in the sense that I can set it to a minimum shutter speed that will cancel out any of my coffee drinking movement and give me sharp pictures, as well as capture a lot of what's moving out there. Arguably, the blur sometimes can help the picture. Maybe in this particular situation it can. Uh-oh. I'll freeze. Can you guys hear me? Oh, okay, sorry. So, I can use this one. I don't mind using that. Okay. So yeah, oftentimes, blur can be beautiful, and don't get me wrong. But in my experience as kind of a straddle treat photographer, sharpness is more important. So I could be an aperture priority, set a minimum shutter speed of 500th of a second, and essentially be in both aperture priority and shutter priority at the same time. And even if the ISO ramps up, these aren't our grandparents' ISO. 2000 is the new 400. So the other thing that I would talk about is, especially when you're out in the world and things are out of our control, is shooting more of a volume of work. I'm citing these images. This is a famous picture by Deanne Arbus. And when you look at the contact sheet, you can see that the money shot was the last one on the roll. And if Ms. Arbus would have stopped at frame 11, she wouldn't have got this shot. So the idea of shooting more, the more you shoot, the luckier you get. Extending those shoots, spending more time is a powerful one. I liken it to the idea of going up a roller coaster. You're going up, you're coming back, you're editing, you're learning, you're looking, and then you go out again and you've learned a little and you make things a little bit better. And these experiences of shooting more and shooting a volume of work, again, get into your muscle memory, a little bit different from the technical muscle memory, but it fast tracks you to the better places to stand and be and understand in terms of what you're doing. And as you put in that 10,000 hours as you're going up this roller coaster, there is a tipping point that happens, and then suddenly you're in that same vehicle, but your experience is a lot different. And this is a bit of a magical kind of transition that I'm sure has happened to you guys already wherever you're at, but it continues. The best is yet to come. It never has to end. And the idea of the volume helps you in terms of getting that sort of decisive moment. The difference between not much to a keeper is really that split second. And shooting the volume will teach you to just unconsciously be able to get that. And it's not a question of a fast frame rate. It's a question of you triggering at the right time. Oftentimes I've learned that the off moment is the moment. So my instinct says now, but really it was before the now. So I learned to kind of trigger before, depending on what you're shooting. The volume will help to reveal whatever that mystery style is. And don't worry about that because you can't even see it. What you do with your camera oftentimes is just so organic to you that you can't really see the connection in the images that you make that maybe defines your style. But the more you shoot, the more it's revealed. And it's much easier for me to see the style that you have than it is for you yourself, which is why we all need help when it comes to eventually evaluating our images. And help is on the way up in the portfolio review room. I'll be there later. Come see me. I'm happy to look at your work. And there's all these incredible speakers that are there to help articulate what they're seeing in your work. Hugely powerful in terms of self-awareness, in terms of what you're doing. So you should really take advantage of it. So just working is the way to do it. And the idea of working it, and that is shoot a volume of work, but when possible, whatever attracts you to the situation, that first picture is the starting point. From there, you move on and you give yourself options. And the more you work, but it doesn't feel like work because we love what we're doing here, the more options we have. And you want it to be difficult when you're going through. I mean, that's the one price you have to pay, editing. Which one? And I'll talk about that in a little bit. So this idea of volume, it may be just a little bit of a change because any kind of movement, everything within the frame starts to change. And at first you may not see everything, and you'll never see everything in the frame. But with this volume, eventually you'll just kind of be able to, it's a bit magical, but you're going to start to react faster and compose better as you continue to do this. You learn that if you bend down, putting someone above the horizon line, oftentimes it's a better way to go. And it also helps to boldly find your position. And look, I mentioned at the start, I'm kind of a shy person, but I know that sometimes I need to be bold and go up and get in close if that's what it takes to make a stronger image. I don't want to, startle anyone, I don't want to scare anyone, but you do what you got to do to get those pictures, and that's the power of our passion if we let it. So, this is what's going to happen. It's going to get you in close so that you're able to do this. And then there's the idea of, going to where there's visual potential. And, David at the outset mentioned this whole idea of the zone. And I think you should see that. It's recorded. But I feel the same way. There is that photographic zone. When you go out for a photo walk with people, that's a kind of a different experience. You're talking the same language with other photographers. You're learning from each other. But to do your best work, you really have to be the lone wolf. It's a lonely pursuit. Meet up later and talk about it and show. But in order to do your best work, you have to kind of be on your own so that you can try and find your way into that zone where everything disappears and you're in total concentration, shooting, working, moving, and it's going to pay dividends. I'm not patient at all, but in photography, I know that patience pays off. So I learned to be patient when I'm out there. I've learned that spending more time in fewer places equals better pictures. I think Einstein came up with that equation initially, but it really does work. So I go to places or situations that I think have potential, and I wait, and I spend time. And the longer you spend, the more you tend to realize. Sometimes you're there, and you get sort of a worker bee image, but if you wait and you're patient, something happens. It's real, it's authentic, and it's better, and it adds a couple of stars to the picture. It doesn't happen often enough, but that's just the numbers game. You got to keep doing it. So the idea of being patient is really important, and persevering. And look, we're persevering. The pandemic hopefully is behind us to a large extent, and we're going to be out there again, and we're going to have more freedom. Persevering, just keep going. So when I was on 57th and 5th, I'd rather stay in one place, and I would stay there. I sort of preset my camera, and then I just shoot and see what happens. You never know what's going to happen. And then this happened. I didn't even see it until I edited it, but as a street photographer, I thought, oh, this is a great picture. I used it on my business card for a while. This guy has no idea that by doing this, he made himself famous, or mini-famous. So the idea of staying in one place. And while I'm here, I just wanted to mention to you briefly that it's easy to sort of talk yourself out of things. And the idea of getting out of your comfort zone, I will tell you that taking pictures is absolutely legal. And it's generally legal around the world, even in places like Germany that have very, very strict privacy laws. You can go out, you can take a picture of someone without their permission, you can make a print, you can put it on your art book, you can put it in a photo gallery, you can put it on your website, you can sell that print for $1,000, and the person whose image that is can sue you, and they have lost repeatedly because when they are. So legally, in the United States, in New York in particular, there have been a few lawsuits. So don't worry about that. And you're not out to do anything bad. I mean, you can shoot children. I mean, these are ethical things. But from a legal standpoint, there's really nothing we can't do. So just shoot it, although maybe I can get sued for this. But the idea of just shooting it, I think, is really, really important. Just get out there and shoot it and persevere. And then to sort of transition here, the idea of a set of pictures. I think that whoever you are, the idea of creating a set of pictures. So if you're a landscape photographer, when you go out and you kind of spread out the pictures that you've been taking, sometimes you realize, I'm kind of taking the same picture over and over again. And the idea of creating a set of pictures with some sort of beginning, middle, and end, and that's not the traditional beginning, middle, and end, but to tell kind of a story, can be a whole new learning curve, and it will force you to sort of try new stuff. Don't worry about the idea that it's been done. It's all been done. And again, Cartier-Bresson said there are no new ideas. There's just kind of re-examining. And you're going to do it differently. And your project on Coney Island is going to be different from Harvey Stein, whose project is a book, and he'll be talking a little bit later. So it's okay. You know, why do photographers go to Coney Island? Because it's very visual. There's a lot of visual potential there. For 100 years, they've been going making amazing pictures, and there's 100 more years of great pictures to be had. The idea of the sum is greater than the parts. You just have to look to the work of Chuck Close, who, since the 70s, was painting. You can see those little individual paintings or pixels. When you stand back, the sum is greater than the parts. And this is what happens when you put together a set of pictures. The challenge becomes each picture has to be strong, but then you sequence it in a way that kind of makes sense. You have to find something that makes sense for you in terms, something that's personal to you, that's meaningful to you. Find that theme, or whatever it is that maybe it's the portfolio. Just choosing your best 20 pictures is not easy, and you're going to need help to do that. But the idea of putting together a set of pictures, in my experience, you know, forces you to dig deeper. You peel the onion. It takes you to places that you've never been photographically. It allows you to make a stronger connection, tell a deeper story. And it separates you from the 95 million pictures that are being uploaded to Instagram every day. Most of those pictures will be forgotten, but as passionate photographers, we have the advantage. We can harness the power of photography that we all know exists and make something personal and amazing. And maybe not everyone's going to love it, but a lot of people respond to it because it is, you know, that universal language, and just a reminder, you know, of what it is you're going to do. That style and visual voice that you have that you may not even see yourself, but others can, will be magnified because you're concentrating your efforts. And, you know, it's nice to go out serendipitously and not know what you're going to have, but when you know what you're looking for, it's easier to find. And when you're working on a project, you know what you have and you know what you need to try and add to it. So, you know, Chuck Close said that inspiration is for amateurs. The rest of us just show up and get to work. And, you know, Picasso, who, you know, in his later years did some amazing work. Again, the best is yet to come. It's the working thing. There's no substitute for it. And I will tell you that in my experience, all the projects that I've done, and I've always got a project on the go, have not only been satisfying, but, you know, I've met some of the most amazing people that are still in my life because of it. And again, that's the joy of photography, being able to go out and experience things. You know, the camera is my ticket. The camera takes me to these places that I have no business being, but it gives me the bravado to go out there and explore, you know, what it is that I would never explore kind of without a camera. Again, Cartier-Bresson says, everything's interesting if you scratch it, if you go below the surface a little bit, which is harder to do, but if you have an idea, you can do it. And when you go out and you come back, you see what you got, you can go out and you can make it a little bit better. And you'll see that pictures you thought were great get replaced by even better pictures. In art, we understand the power of personal passion. We know it when we see it, and the viewer will feel it, and that's what it's all about. So the last part, which I think is really important that I wanted to mention, is the editing. And by editing, I mean sort of the choosing of your work. And here's the thing. You need help. We all need help. It doesn't matter if you're Ansel Adams or David Brommer. We need help because we're so close to the work that it's hard for us to really, we know it so well that we can't even see it anymore. There's a guy who I've looked to, he was first on the internet, Mike Johnston, the online photographer, and he described a situation where one of his clients sent him 850 shots, and he brought it back, he looked at it, and he thought, okay, there's some gems here. So he went through the 850, and maybe narrowed it down to like 20, real gems. And as an exercise, he asked that photographer to cull it down. Give me like 40 of the best from the 850. When he received the 40, none of the pictures that Mike Johnston thought were the best of this guy's work were there. And this is the red flag, and this is what I wanted to warn you about. This is why we don't want to delete pictures, because 2 years from now, with more sophisticated eyes, you go back and you see things that maybe you overlooked. This is dangerous, which is why we want to have someone, be it the camera club person, the friend, the mentor, someone who can articulate photography, or in the portfolio room up above. The good news is you're the best editor of your work because nobody cares more, but you're also the worst editor in many ways because the emotional metadata that sticks to the image when you see it can change the way you're thinking and make it a little difficult for you to be truly objective. That's why leaving it, giving it time, coming back in 6 months and looking at it. And digital, we got it right away, so we see right away, and it's dangerous. So just be warned. Don't delete anything. And ultimately, in order to sort of, narrow down our family and get rid of some of our babies, we need help. Tony Bennett said, he's well over 90 now, but Fred Astaire taught him it's not what you put in, it's what you leave out of a performance. When the show is perfect, every song works, no matter how perfect it is, go in and pull out 15 minutes of it. Don't stay on stage too much. Enough is enough, less is more. It's the right thing to do. Hard to do that. I'm guilty of it myself. On my website, I have way too many pictures on various projects, but it's important to sort of get that help and distill it down because that gives you the bar at which you're aiming at. Your best stuff is here, so you go out shooting, you look, oh, this is pretty good, but is it as good as this? I got to keep going out because you want to, and the more you shoot, the better you get, the more satisfying the pictures are to you, and the better they are. One last thing, the criteria solution is something that I've used because I don't always have the help around me. And, the best pictures just edit themselves. They jump out of the computer and, they're 5-star. But oftentimes, this is kind of where you're at. You've got a bunch of images that are very close. And how do you choose between those? Well, there's different criteria that you can use, to pull out the very best of an image. And one of them is sort of the main and secondary. When I look at this image, the main subject, of course, is this woman who takes care of all these orphans in Lesotho. And I was looking for the picture that best expressed her. There were other images where the secondary part of the kids was not quite as good, like here, some of them, their eyes are closed. But it was the main subject that pushed them over the edge. The main subject is the dancer, and the secondary subject is the bouquet and the out-of-focus dancers. So I may like the bouquet on the bottom left of the out-of-focus. It's a little less awkward, but it's the main one that I'm concerned with. And that will help you to kind of decide. And there's different criteria that you can use. There's a lot that can be gleaned. I'm just going through my time is almost up. I think that you want to, especially when you're doing a set of picture, the flow of living within the discipline of the aspect ratio is good, so it's not like square, rectangle, so on and so forth. For those one-offs, I think it's good. Cropping is our second chance. I just want to get it in focus, keep it a little loose, and then I'll come in, I'll keep the same aspect ratio, and I'll try and make the picture as strong as I can. I think that more megapixels equals more possibilities because you can take a small part of the frame and blow it up. You can't have too many megapixels as far as I'm concerned, or too much money. And then there's the idea of black and white. Sometimes black and white is a better way to express, and sometimes we ignore it because we're always sort of shooting color. In the old days of film, you had to commit to black and white film, but now we don't have that committal. So again, the joy of photography, we all understand it. We got to take some chances. We got to break through our comfort zone. I think you want to shoot, make it personal, shoot what you know. You want to be patient. You have to persevere and not give up. And you will find the joy in more meaningful images, even if those images are not necessarily joyous in terms of what it is that you're photographing, but you want to take the leap. I think the journey is the destination, and the destination we want to get to at some points is that 5-star image. So I think that's it. I got all I wanted to say here. Photoeducate.com is my website where I'm doing all these workshops. I have a couple coming up, one in London and one in Rome in July and August, so come join me, and a lot of other ones there. And if you have questions, you can email me, and we're going to be up there in the portfolio review room. Take advantage of that opportunity, even if you don't have everything all together. Get up there and see as many people as you can. That's it. Thank you.
Wow, that was, I agree with everything you said. I have to say, that's the...
Each other's sentences.
That's it. That's when I grow up, I want to be Steve Simon photographer. I mean, he packs up the work with the technique and whatnot. It's amazing. That's really, you nailed it. And we love that. Thank you, Steve. I always knew you had it in you. Not to mention, he also used my name and Ansel Adams in the same sentence.
That
which
is true.
Pretty,
that is
that's
true.
like, that's, you get a bonus for that. Okay. You want to, do we have our Q&A staff around? Where's our, would you guys want to take some questions to Steve? I'm just updating a quick presentation for Jess. So we have, Yana, if you raise your hand if you have a question for Steve, Yana will grab a,
Oh, I see.
have a microphone for you. No questions for Steve?
No questions.
That's impossible.
Oh, there's one, maybe. Maybe not.
All right, we don't like dead air. Steve, do you know how to dance?
Like Elaine in Seinfeld.
Oh my God, it's the worst. It's the worst.
Oh, there's a question over there. Go ahead.
Yeah, you jumped over the David Bowie quote. What was it?
Ah, okay. Well, I mean, I could get it to you. We can't get it to you right now. But essentially, he says, you use the analogy of going into the water. Go into the water a little further than when your feet aren't quite touching the ground and you're not sure and the current's moving. That's the time when you're going to, something great is going to happen creatively, photographically. So it's really being in a place that, oh, you've never been, it's new. And, you know, the familiar is great. And, you know, you have a certain ability that you've accumulated. But getting sort of over your head creatively is kind of where the learning curve comes in. And you want to seek that out as much as possible, I think, you know, as hard as it is.
When do you feel that you have to get out of the box? When do you feel you have to get out of that box that you're normally shooting too much of one thing and need to change to go to something else?
Yeah. Well, again, as mentioned, oh, thank you. The idea of, you know, trying new things, I think, is always a good idea because when you do, not always will it work out, not always will you feel that this is the direction you want to go. But, you know, if you're doing something in a way that is very satisfying and you're working on your work and you're really happy with it, that's all good. But maybe the next step is to, you know, put a little gallery show together, even if it's in your own living room. But then when you get out of your comfort zone, you may decide, hey, there's that local coffee shop that, you know, shows pictures. Maybe I'm going to approach them, and maybe I can put them out there. You're not going to get rich with photography. The best way to make $1 million in photography is to start with $2 million. But, you know, that's not what it's about. You know, it's about the passion. It's about the passion. So, yeah.
Point something out. We do have a laser. The laser doesn't work on this TV. And then don't ever.
Oh, yeah. I think that, you know, I would say the 35 millimeter focal length, asked what the favorite lens for street shooting is. I think the 35 millimeter focal length is a nice cross between wide and very little distortion. And when you're able to get up close, the physical proximity to your subject matter makes for more intimate photography. It's more difficult to do. Everything's out of our control. So the wider you shoot, the harder it is to get those images. But when you do, there's an impact with that 35 millimeter when you're physically close and you're close in enough that the viewer will feel in a different way than what a telephoto lens will provide. So I think that would be it. But I have a 24-to-105 now. That's cheating. But I will keep it on 35, and then I'll zoom with my feet a little bit. I think that's a better way to go when it comes to zoom lenses.
Yeah, it's kind of.
So, yeah.
I think every picture I take is absolutely brilliant. My friends feel that way about
Of course.
that I take. So
Yes.
how do I find a reminder?
Yeah, that's a very good point. You know, you're a genius. Every picture you take is a masterpiece, and all your friends and your wife and your mom, you know, loves what you do. But I think, you know, the first way to do that is to kind of, you know, see within the photographic community if there's someone there that can articulate something useful for you. It's not always easy, but you can find this online. I wouldn't use Instagram as a judge because art is not a democracy. It is true that the best pictures tend to rise to the top, but you could be sort of misled into, this picture had a lot of likes, this picture of the cats, even though I'm doing this, you know, it's not about that. What you really want is to go to the portfolio room and hear people talk about your pictures and say, you know, if it's a masterpiece, why it's a masterpiece, and if it isn't, and you think it is, they'll explain why, and that's something you can use and maybe make you see things in your own work that you hadn't seen before, and that's extremely valuable. How you find them, you can call me. I know you, so you can call me. But yeah, it's really important to find within camera clubs, within community. The B&H community is amazing for that. So, okay. All right.
Thank you so much, Steve. Yeah, I highly recommend his workshops, by the way. There's 10, 12 people in a workshop, and wow.
Well, they're less. I brought it down.
It's intensive. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so I like the way this day is going because we just learned a lot about the soul of photography and spontaneity and editing and things like that. Now we're going to go in deep, and we're going to have the graphic designer from Arizona, Jess Santos. Was graphic designers in Arizona, it's a big deal, right?
I guess. More landscape photographer, but background in graphic design.
But you bring your color theory and
Yes.
your color training to
Yes.
night photography in deserts.
Yes.
Pretty
Mostly
amazing.
the desert.
So I'm going to turn this right over to you, Jess. We're running a little bit behind, so feel free to go for it. Thank you very much, and let's welcome Jess.
Good morning, guys. I am here to talk to you about color theory, and more specifically, a practical application of color theory for landscape photography. So you can start seeing color harmony in landscapes when you're out in the fields. Color harmonies indicate what colors are aesthetically pleasing together, but we want to go beyond just learning about the color harmonies and what they are and memorizing them. We want to actually learn how we can see these while we're out photographing and how we can craft them in the field. Paying close attention to how light actually affects the scene is really important, and you can learn the optimal timing of when to actually photograph when you're out in the field. And then also how white balance actually affects color, so you can get it at the right white balance for your scene in the field. Notice that I'm saying in the field over and over and over again, because when I see presentations about color theory, it's often about what we can do in the digital darkroom, but we rarely talk about how we can capture in the field. Because we as landscape photographers think, oh, nature gives us our colors. The grass is green and the sky is blue, right? But light has a really, really important effect on color, and the scene changes dramatically from sunrise to sunset and into the night. So we want to focus on getting it right in the field so we can set ourselves up for success in post-processing. So let's start with the basics. I know I said I don't want you to memorize all the color harmonies. I'm just going to give you a couple here that you can take a look at while you're out photographing. In color theory, a color harmony refers to aesthetically pleasing and harmonious colors based on geometric relationships in the color wheel. That's the definition. So what does that actually mean? Let's start with analogous color. So this is a group of colors that lie directly adjacent to each other on the color wheel. So you can see the image here on the right. I have this sand dune out in Death Valley. This was taken as a night scene with the Milky Way, and it's mostly blue tones, a rich royal blue and some bluish purple tones. So they're all right next to each other on the color wheel. So when can we create these in nature? Twilight scenes are my favorite place to create these. And even though this image on the right is in a twilight scene, what I mean when I say twilight scenes, on, off, there we go. What I mean when I say twilight scenes is that scenes that are night scenes, but they don't include the Milky Way in them, because the Milky Way has its own colors. It has magentas and golds and greens and that sort of thing. So we want to take the colors away from the Milky Way and just include stars. So this image on the right, it includes the Milky Way, but the core has dipped below the sand dune, so you aren't seeing those extra colors of the Milky Way. Golden hour and blue hour are really, really great times also to photograph analogous color harmonies, because the light from the sun or the faded sun in the sky actually washes the land in your foreground with either blue light, cool blue tones, or warm golden tones, giving you an analogous color scheme overall. Areas that are predominantly one color family, such as a green in a forest or a waterfall scene, these are really great to practice analogous color harmonies. And then areas that are reflective of light. And what I mean here with reflective of light is this image on the left, my right. It was taken out at the New Mexico Badlands, and this geology in this area is kind of a shale material, so whatever light, whatever color the light is around it, that's what color the foreground becomes. So I shot this at golden hour, and you can see that there's a lot of golden yellow warm tones in this scene. But if I were to shoot this at blue hour, you would see a lot of blue, cool tones in this scene. So areas like this are really great to practice analogous color harmonies. And then within analogous color harmony, you can have a grouping of only 2 colors, or you can have half the color wheel because they're still adjacent. But we want to think through our image and really simplify things. Even though I have 6 colors in this waterfall image here, they're still working together. And if I were to introduce blue, which is next after green, next to the green on the color wheel, it would be distracting. So think about simplifying your scene. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Complementary. This is my favorite thing to work with, color harmony to work with, and it's 2 or more color harmonies that lie directly across from each other on the color wheel. So in this image, I'm using pink and green. Because I have a predominantly green foreground, I waited until the clouds turned pink to photograph this scene, creating a complementary color harmony. If I would have shot this scene with the clouds being yellow or golden yellow, it would have been more of an analogous color harmony. Do you see how light plays an important role there? So when can we shoot these in nature? Sunrise or sunset with a very colorful foreground, as you see here. Green is a very colorful foreground. Take out the pink flowers for a moment and just think if I had a green grass in front of me. Well, the opposite of green is pink, so I want to wait for some pink in the sky. If I was shooting a field full of wildflowers, what's the opposite of yellow on the color wheel? Blue. So I could shoot maybe a twilight sky and bring in those blue tones, or I could photograph it during a bluebird sky where it's no clouds, just blue, and I would still be getting those complementary color harmonies. When we're shooting flora or water with a colorful sky, this is another great example of a complementary color harmony. So imagine you're photographing the teal waters of Aruba or the Bahamas. Never been, but I imagine it's really teal. I've seen it in pictures. Well, the opposite of teal on the color wheel is orange. So maybe waiting until the sky turns a colorful orange color would be great to photograph that. And you would have that teal orange that's really popular today on Instagram and stuff. And then playing with these blue skies and warm desert landscapes, and it doesn't have to be with blue skies or warm deserts, but this cool, warm push and pull in landscape photography creates really good complementary color schemes. This one on your right is the sand dunes, and this was taken after sunrise. So the sun is pretty high in the sky, but there was some cloud cover blocking it. So I got this nice, warm, golden light. And the yellow of the sunrise had disappeared from the clouds, so I ended up with these white, fluffy clouds and this blue sky. that warm, cool push-pull going on. I want you to consider the most prominent colors in your scene. There might be more than what you're looking at in terms of color harmony, but we want to maximize those prominent colors compositionally. So in this photo with the flowers, I have yellow flowers in the foreground and purple in the shadows of the clouds and one purple flower down there. So I'm creating a complementary color harmony with purples and yellows, these yellow oranges. But there's this pink hue to the mud cracks. So if I were to stand back and photograph and include more mud cracks in this scene, I would have lost that complementary color harmony. But by using a wide-angle lens and getting really, really up close and personal with these flowers, they were literally about this big. I was like an inch away from them. I maximized that yellow color in the foreground to create this yellow, orangey, purple color harmony, complementary. Monochromatic. A single hue on the color wheel that includes various tones of that color. So from light to dark. This is talking in terms of brightness with a single hue. Now in nature, keep in mind these are generally not true monochromatic color harmonies, but rather a simplified version of an analogous harmony because there are other colors present. So unless you're shooting in black and white, you're never going to get a true monochromatic, but we can get as close as possible. In terms of color and finding these in nature, these are really good to find when you're shooting more intimate scenes. And by intimate, I mean try simplifying your scene to the bare minimum. Like using a telephoto lens. I used a 400 millimeter in this blue image down here to really isolate what I call the castle, that little rock formation there. But by isolating my subject, I can also isolate the colors. If I would have used a wider angle on this, I might have introduced a different shade of blue in the sky, or I might have introduced some brown of the foreground in the dirt. So I'm really isolating and simplifying the scene, clearing the clutter, and focusing on that single hue and that single subject. Think of sand dunes. You can use this with sand dunes, or you can use this with the rolling hills of Tuscany, where you're really, really just looking at those textures and layers and more abstract concepts as you get in there. You don't always have to use a wide or a telephoto lens for this. The pinkish toned image up there, the orange, that was actually shot with a drone, just facing straight down. So I'm still isolating my subject, but I'm obviously much farther away from my subject because I'm however many hundred feet in the air, I don't even know. And these two pictures were actually shot in the same location, so you can see how the light from sunset, this orangey color, to blue hour changes the whole scene. So it bathes the scene in this warm light at sunset, which I shot that top one in, and in blue cool light at night. So you can actually sit there and choose which colors you want. A dyad. This is one that I often find my photographs are without even trying, but this is a group of two colors that are separated by two hues on the color wheel. And the reason I wanted to include this one is because this requires thinking through to your editing, shooting for the edit, and tint plays a really important role here. We're familiar with temperature, and I'll talk about that in white balance. That's the blue to yellow slider in Lightroom or Photoshop, or the Kelvin you set on your camera. But a lot of times we forget about the tint slider, which is green to magenta, and that plays a huge role in these kind of photographs. So in the field, you want to look at your yellows and your blues and think about how you're going to change those in post-processing, either through the tint slider or through the HSL sliders, specifically the hue. HSL is hue, saturation, luminance. It's called Color Mixer in Adobe Camera Raw. But we're shooting for the edit here. This color harmony can be tricky, so think through how are you going to shift the hues, and that will direct your eye compositionally. So in this sand dune photo, I'm getting a lot of these purple blues in my shadows and these warm oranges, but you can see it's not a true complementary, and it's not a true analogous or anything like that. It's kind of a dyad, but we have that push of warm and cool. And then I also shifted the blue and the shadows more towards purple in my edit. If I would have shifted that more towards green in my edit or aqua, I would have ended up with a complementary color theme where it's orange and teal. So you really want to think through this in the field and how you're going to do it. And I directed this compositionally because, again, I could have included more sky, but that would have given me a different blue tone. I could have included this bush off to the right, but that would have introduced green to my scene. So think about how you're going to edit it, and that will set you up in the field for how you're going to photograph it. At first glance, this photo on the top might look like an analogous color scheme, but it's not, because I shifted the tint of blue towards magenta, so it ends up being these purple blues and these lush greens. Again, if I would have shifted that blue more towards aqua or more towards green, I would have ended up with an analogous color harmony because they would have been next to each other on the color wheel. I'm going to do a quiz with you guys. Are you ready? We have two images here. Let's start with the pink and green one on the left, and that is taken in the Philippines. I had this predominantly lush green jungle landscape with these cool roots, and so I waited until the sunset clouds turned pink. So what do you guys think? I'll give you a hint and show you the color wheel. What do we think? Complementary. Good job. I'm proud. This is a pink-green color scheme, and it's complementary because I waited for those clouds to turn pink. If I would have shot these clouds when they were golden or yellow, does anyone know what it would be? Analogous, because I would have these green and yellow tones, and they would fall together on the color wheel. I really, really love pink and green together. It's one of my favorite color combinations to shoot. Obviously, I don't get that much in the desert because there's not a lot of green, but really fun to shoot. Okay, I'm giving you a hint on this right one. We were walking along the ridge in Utah, and all of a sudden someone shouts rainbow, and I was like, whoa. Frantically taking out my camera from my bag, trying to shoot this handheld, and if anyone knows me, I do not ever shoot handheld. I have too much caffeine in my blood, my hands shake. But I managed to capture this, and by the time I got my polarizer on and my tripod set up, the double rainbow was gone. So anyways, we're working with mostly orange and these purpley blue scenes, and I showed you the color wheel to give you a hint. Does anyone know? Dyad, yeah. Good job. So we're working with orange and blue, but specifically a like purple blue, and tint is everything here. This could have easily been a complementary color scheme had I shifted the blue more towards green or aqua instead of more towards purple. Let's talk about timing for a second. I have a time lapse here. This was taken at the same day, even I think the same day that I took that rainbow photograph. But this is a time lapse of sunset. And I feel like it's a really, really good illustration for you to see how light changes the color in a landscape. And I'm going to kind of walk you through it. But first and foremost, there were some clouds blocking the sun. So when we get to golden hour, you'll see a flash of golden light. This would have lasted longer had these clouds not been blocking it. There that is. Then once that fades, the sun has gone down and the clouds turn from yellow to orange to pink and eventually purple. And watch what's happening in the landscape. It's getting more and more this vibrant blue tones as we get into blue hour. It gets more saturated. So it goes from a subtle blue all the way to a vibrant blue. And during sunset, during the golden hour, it goes from a vibrant gold color all the way to a subtle gold color. So have you guys ever sat and watched a sunset, watched how it happens? Watch how the color changes. This is one of my favorite things to do when I do landscape photography. We want to spend time looking at the landscape we're photographing. Light plays a very, very important role in the color of nature, and we want to ask ourselves, how does light affect our foreground? How is it going to affect our sky? what is the timeline of this sunset or sunrise, and when do I want to take my picture? So I'm going to go over that again, just to drill it home. We start with golden hour, and sunset begins, and you can see that on the #1 photo here. Is this highly saturated, warm golden light on the foreground, but it's kind of soft. It's not as harsh as if we were to shoot during daytime because the sun is closer to the horizon. Then after the sun dips below the horizon, the clouds turn yellow, and you have a soft, warm, yellow foreground. Then the clouds turn orange, and that reflected light is reflected in the foreground, so it gets more of a warm orange tone. And then pink clouds appear, and that's what you can see in this #2, and you can see the reflected pink light on those rocks that that pelican's sitting on. And then those pink clouds fade, and most of the color fades from the sky, and you're left with these purples and blues, and you get this navy color, and you have a less saturated blue foreground. I kind of did that in the bottom, but this was when I was in my purple phase, so it's a little oversaturated, please ignore. But it's a good example of the purple clouds. Then you have blue hour, where the blue foreground gets a lot more saturated, and that's when I like to shoot for my blue hour blends with Milky Way and stuff like that. But it's also a really great time to shoot twilight as well. So why is this important? By knowing how the colors affect the scene, we can choose the best timing for our overall vision. So we want to think through, what does this scene, what kind of color harmony can I get from this scene? Okay, I'm going for complementary. Well, what time do I need to shoot that? What time do I need to take the picture? Press the shutter. Let's talk about white balance and getting it right in the field. And I often get pushback on this, because the myth is that white balance doesn't matter as long as you're shooting in RAW, right? That's what we're all taught for the most part. But in fact, that's not true. The right white balance equals more accurate color during post-processing, but there's also this thing called color separation. And this is why it's important to set your white balance in the field. I'm going to show you these 2 Milky Way images. They're the same Milky Way image, different white balance. When we're photographing the Milky Way, for example, we want an overall cool tone, but we don't want to lose color separation. And what I mean by color separation is, in the one on the left, you can actually see some yellows in the clouds. You can see some faint magentas and faint yellows even in the Milky Way core itself. So I set this white balance. I use a special one because I use Sony. It's a little preset that I like. But in terms of Kelvin, it's probably around 37 to 3900 Kelvin, and I'll talk about Kelvin in the next slide. On the right, we're going for an overall cool tone, but we shot at a much lower Kelvin, say 2500. So we've completely lost all that yellow there and all that magenta that was in the core, so it's purely blue. We can get that back, right? We can't get that back. If we go to edit, no matter what sliders we adjust, the only slider that will change this is the blue. And if you change the white balance slider from blue to yellow, you'll get an overall brown. We call it baby poop brown in landscape or in astrophotography, but it's not a good color, right? So it's really important to set your white balance in the field, because if you're not capturing that color separation in the field, you can't edit it. You can't bring it back. So let's go back here. When we're photographing during the day, we're looking at sunrise and sunset, and there's an overall really warm color tones going on. So to achieve the golden tones of sunset or sunrise, we want to shoot at a higher Kelvin, say 6500, and again, I'll go over that in a second. But we want to shoot at a higher Kelvin to capture that warm golden light. But we still want to pay attention to separation of color. So in this image here in Joshua Tree, you can see that overall it has a really warm feeling to it. But there's pinks, there's purples, there's blues, there's greens, there's all these other colors besides just yellow. That's because of the white balance that I shot at originally. I could capture all that color separation. Now at night, as I showed you with the Milky Way photograph, cooler tones dominate. So we want to have an overall cool white balance. That means a lower number in terms of Kelvin. but we still want that color separation. So we have pinks and purples and greens and oranges that are still present. So when you have a really what we call in landscape photography, burner sunset, really vibrant sunset, in blue hour you have these leftover residual magentas and oranges, and I really wanted to capture that here. In fact, that daytime shot and this nighttime shot were taken the same day, the same tree, I just flipped one. So that goes from sunset to blue hour, and I want you to notice how different those colors are. Same subject matter, just shot at a different time. So let's understand Kelvin a little bit so we can get, if you're on auto white balance, we can get you off auto white balance. But that, in simple terms, the higher the number equals more yellow, which equals a warmer image. And the lower the number equals more blue, which equals cooler image. But white balance is kind of all about neutralizing white, and I have this chart on the left here, and these numbers are not the numbers that you necessarily should use to photograph these scenes. That's not the white balance you should set, but I want you to understand white balance a little bit. It's about neutralizing white. So first you have to decide, do I want to neutralize the white, or do I want to amplify the color of whatever given light is there? So we look at the sunset, sunrise on the very bottom. That has mostly yellow tones in nature. So in order to neutralize the white, you would have to take out the yellow, which would be adding blue. So if we want to add blue or make a cooler image, we want a lower Kelvin. So you're at the lowest, like 2,500 Kelvin. But as landscape photographers, we want to amplify that golden light. We don't want to neutralize it. So for sunset or sunrise, we're looking more at like a 6,500 Kelvin. So once you know where the neutral is, you can determine, okay, I want my image to be warmer, or I want my image to be cooler from neutral. So you can see on the photos on the right, the top one is cooler. So this is lower than the neutral value, the neutral Kelvin. I often use this when I'm doing what I call fake blue hours, when I'm too lazy to wait for actual blue hour and I want to add a Milky Way in. I'll just switch my white balance to way cooler, still leaving room for that color separation, and photograph it, as long as there's no direct light. This little trick for lazy photographers out there. And then neutral is that middle one, so you can see that the whites in the clouds and the grays in the clouds are neutral. They're neutralized, they're pure white. But my foreground still looks pretty blue, and it actually has a green color cast, which is interesting. That's where your tint slider would come into play. So if you want to neutralize the whites in a sunset or sunrise, you're kind of looking at that middle one. And then the bottom one is amplifying the golden colors at sunrise. This was sunrise. So I shot that at shade, because that's my favorite one. But around 6,500 to 7,500, somewhere in there, just pay attention to color separation in the field. Now, if we're shooting twilight, blue hour, moonlight, night scenes, we want to neutralize the Kelvin, or neutralize the whites. So during these times, we have a lot more blue tones in and around us in nature. So we want to aim for about 3,700 to 4,700 Kelvin. This will balance the white, giving an overall cool appearance, but still seeing those different colors there. So when I teach workshops, I usually teach for blue hour, we're anywhere between 4,700 and 4,900 Kelvin. And for Milky Way, we're at 3,700 to 39 Kelvin. And the reason being is because you saw in that time lapse, the blues at blue hour are very, very saturated. So you need to add a little bit more yellow or a tiny bit higher Kelvin number. Where at night, we still have blue tones, but they're a little desaturated, so we don't have to warm it up so much. We can take it a little bit cooler. So let's recap a little bit, because I like to throw a lot of information at you. So we want to look for the most prominent colors in the scene and prioritize them compositionally, like I did in that flower scene with the yellow flowers. Because I have other colors in the scene, I'm trying to really bring the colors that I want you to see to the forefront. And then be patient and wait for the right timing. Just because the sunset's neon pink doesn't mean it's the right color harmony for your scene. I know it's really hard not to photograph a neon pink sunset, so what I like to do is take sky pictures and composite them into another scene. But take note of the colors in your foreground and how can you enhance them in the field to set yourself up for success in post-processing. How can we choose the right white balance in the field so that we can create our overall vision when we get to the digital darkroom? The key takeaway here is I want you to start in the field and think through to the edit. So you're getting it right or as right as you can in the field so you can better set yourself up in post-processing. This will create more continuity through your work. You can make more stylistic choices when you get to post-processing, and it'll also give you faster editing time. I know not everyone wants to spend hours and hours in the digital darkroom. So, I also, before I go, I want to touch on Adobe Color. It's color.adobe.com. This is a way to easily see the most prominent colors in your images. You can use, there's an extract theme button. I have a laser pointer. Aha. Extract theme. So you can actually upload your image to that, and then it'll pick out the most prominent colors in the scene, and then you can jump over to the color wheel. So you can see on the left here, you can see what that image looks like in a color wheel. So I can see that this is a dyad because we have that olive green and these peachy orange tones throughout this image. So if you take your images and you start looking at this, you can start seeing color in the images you already have, and hopefully that will set you up so you can recognize it in the field and learn these tricks to manage it while you're in the field. So, thank you guys. I appreciate you coming out.
Okay, I think we have some Q&A. Yep. Got our microphone. Where's our microphone, people? Oh, there we are. We got a couple. By the way, the color photography, it's complicated.
Yeah.
That's why I stick with black and white.
Oh, black and white, though.
Actually, yeah. That's true.
Tones, tonal value.
Sound system. Okay.
Monochromatic is a color harmony.
I have a very specific question.
Okay.
A lot of the sunsets in New York City are like what we had yesterday at the edge, hazy, blue but really gray. What white balance would you use there? Because I'm in auto and I think that you have the solution for me.
I think a good one there would be try with daylight or cloudy. So you want a little bit warmer, but not too warm. So like, let's say anywhere between 4,700 and 5,000, 5,500, somewhere in there. But like, you can have the daylight or the cloudy. They're like little presets. So you're off auto white balance, but you're still choosing stylistically what you want it to look like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, one more, the gentleman in the back.
Are you capable of, and do you bracket white balance, or do you just, it's trial and error?
In terms of white,
You're in the field, and you're manually playing with the white balance to get, the right white balance. Do you ever just, if particularly it's a situation where the time is going, there's time sensitivity. So do you do something like bracketing white balance?
so you could do that in the field, and I technically like to refer to this more so as like time blending. So that image, I can't go back, but that image on where the dinosaur in the New Mexico, where the sky was yellow, but there was also light on the foreground. It's like at the very beginning. I'll do it. This one on the right. This was actually kind of doing what you're talking about. The light, there's direct light on the foreground, so that was shot during golden hour while the sun was still up. But as we learned from my time lapse, you don't get yellow clouds while the sun's still up. So then I waited for the sun to disappear, and I shot the clouds. And so I can change the white balance in there if I wanted to. and then blend it together. But my tripod remained in the same place, and I waited until those clouds and then used Photoshop to blend them together. So you could essentially do what you're talking about if you found the need to stylistically in the field by changing the white balance in between those.
Okay, we're running a little bit behind. So Jess, we have a speakers table right in the foyer.
Perfect.
If you have some Q&A you want to ask Jess personally. Also, I think you're hitting the review room again?
Yes,
Okay.
I think later this afternoon.
So bring some complicated color photos up to the portfolio review. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for
Thank you.
Jess. Thank you, Jess Santos. Okay. All right, I have a very special presenter that's up next. And I say very special because he's a special guy. And when I mean special, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a really good way. This is Harvey Stein. I met Harvey Stein many years ago, and I consider Harvey a bit of a mentor of mine. He is a street photographer extraordinaire. We had him at the Event Space Project many times at B&H Photo over the years. And I just want to tell a quick story about Harvey, because some of these people that you see doing the presentations for you, these photographers, they can say one thing and it sticks with you. And one time, Harvey said that no great photograph was ever taken with a telephoto lens. So I kept him from OPTIC for a while, because I know that with wildlife photography, we like our 200 to 500s or 600 f4s. Bird photography, you need those long lenses. And he's making a face now like, I can't believe David brought that up. But I did post it on my social media, and it made quite the ongoing thing. However, I'm going to agree, unfortunately, with Harvey on this one, and that the wide-angle lens is the way to go to capture everything. Of course, if it's an eagle that's 1,000 feet away from you, I don't think that 28 millimeter is going to help too much, but okay, let me get this queued up, and we're going to start this. Harvey also, he's doing some portfolio reviews for us, and he leads workshops and is an instructor himself. I'm going to let him take over, but first, so you know, Harvey, that's to advance down, and you're all good. Ladies and gentlemen, Harvey Stein. Let's hear it for Harvey. Come on.
Thank you so much. So great to be here. Here's my Leica, here's my M4, here's my 21 millimeter lens. We could talk about that a little bit. I'm gonna put it here. My wife said don't say ohms. So full disclosure, I am not a travel photographer. I'm not a wildlife photographer. I'm a photographer who travels. And in the last 4 years, you can see the list of some of the countries I've been to. Mostly in the last several years, I've been photographing in Asia. Prior to that, a lot in South America. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, a great city, but I've lived in New York for over 40 years, and mostly I photograph in New York, but I travel within New York to the outer boroughs a lot. I've done 10 books. My 10th book is coming out next month, and on Tuesday next week, I'm doing a talk at Rizzoli, the beautiful bookstore. Maybe you could come by at 6 o'clock. And I have a new book out, my third book on Coney Island, and it's called Coney Island, 50 Years. Okay, so my not-so-secret secrets. Again, I'm a street photographer. I'm also a portrait photographer. The more personal your work, I think, the better. So try to shoot what interests you. The more meaningful the work, the better. So it's easy to photograph a lot of things, but I guess I think try to find in your life what you really care about and what you want to learn more about. I photograph to learn more about the world, and I photograph to learn more about myself. That combination seems to work for me. And I had a career in business. It was not satisfying. Photography satisfies me and teaches me and makes me happy, and that's why I do it. There's no way do I do it for the money. I don't look for assignments. I want to investigate and understand the world as much as I can, and I do that through the camera. I'm not going to go over each one of these. I would say the point, keep returning to the same place. If I did a book on Mexico. It came out in 2018, and I have some copies here, maybe to sign later. And I went to Mexico 14 times in 18 years, and I did this book. But I did it on my own, and I didn't have a book contract. I just was curious and interested in the country of Mexico, and I kept going there. And going back to the same places, and always expanding my trip to include 1 or 2 new places, but making sure I go back. Making sure that I think I lost the, did I lose the, yeah, help. Making sure that I go back to the places that I went to prior, and then always in another 1 or 2 cities. And I'm doing cities. I'm not doing the countryside usually. I'm doing small villages. I'm doing towns, but I'm doing the big cities also, because that's what I know. So photograph what you know. And I've gone back to Coney Island, and I've done 3 books on Coney Island. Probably I've been there 600 times, and I'm very bored by it, but I'm always excited by going there. So find an interest, find a passion, as Simon said previously this morning, and keep going back. It doesn't mean that you can't go to other places also, but I think that's one of the things that's really helped me. Being curious about the world, your fellow man, your neighborhood, your neighbors. I'm always curious, and the camera allows me to go into spaces that I've never gone before, or that I don't belong. I've never been attacked on the street. I've been refused. You don't want to take that seriously, or personally. You take it seriously, but not personally. And you just continue. And just keep photographing, keep trying. Don't get disappointed with yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. And just keep doing it. I think, okay. The other thing I would suggest is try to find long-term projects. Try to find projects that engage you, projects that you're in, that you can spend 5 years, 10 years, 3 months, 1 year doing, and keep at it. It's easy enough to photograph individual images and make individual images and be successful at that. But I'm looking to put work together on a theme. So look for themes. Look for subject matter that engages you, that you care about, and that you want to learn more about and investigate. So my career has really been finding these themes and spending multiple years with them. So again, my upcoming book is 50 years, really 52 years of shooting at Coney Island from 1970 to 2020, really 2021, which is 52 years. The Mexico book was 18 years. I did a book on Harlem, 23 years. So kept going back to Harlem and shooting and never being satisfied until you get a book contract and then you have to give over the materials. When I was working on this last book, I wanted to extend it even longer than what I said I would, the 50 years. And in the book, there's one photograph that was made in 2021 beyond my 50-year limit. I'm never satisfied. I always want to do more. So I'm going to show you 4 bodies of work. Oops, did I? Yeah, this should, okay. Uh-oh.
Hit the button you were never supposed to hit. It's a forward button. Luckily, you didn't hit the trapdoor button.
Okay, sorry. I wasn't looking. Okay, so, okay, great. Given that this is about travel, I thought I would start with 10 images about flight. I'm always flying. I'm always with a camera, and I'm trying to sit by the window. I'm always sitting by a window seat in a vehicle, whether it's a car, train, bus, airplane, and I'm shooting out the windows. And I'm shooting at airports. I guess it's a little harder to do now. And this is with a Holga camera. Do we know Holga? It was an $8 camera. This is shot in late 80s, 1980s. Holga camera film. It's a 2 1/4 kind of plastic lens, plastic body. It's an f8, and it's an f8, and there's no focus, really. There's a mountain focus, and there's an individual focus. It's a lot of fun. And I would use it as a release from my street photography and my other kind of travels. So I did about 20 images. It leaks light. It severely vignettes, but I enjoyed working with it. Here I went through the tunnel onto the entrance, into the entrance of the plane, and took a quick shot. Sometimes I shot when I probably wasn't supposed to. So I shot from the ground, and went to some airports around the airport grounds, not on the tarmac, and photographed low-flying planes. So just about 8 or 10 of these. This is, I taught at RIT and Rochester Institute of Technology, and flew up to Rochester from LaGuardia. And this must be the Finger Lakes that we passed by. And this is a really old plane with the wings above the fuselage. Here's some light leaks. And the camera can be really sharp also at the same time. So this is pretty sharp. And then this is the image that I like the most. I like images on a diagonal. Compositionally, if we can photograph diagonally, not necessarily that the camera's diagonal, but that the subject is diagonal, it energizes the frame. So I go to New Mexico every year. I'm teaching a workshop there in August, and I've taught there every August for the last 15 or 20 years in Taos, New Mexico, which is a very beautiful, small town, almost a village. And before I started the workshop one year, and this is October, 1st of October, you fly into Albuquerque, and I stayed there for a day or two, photographing the International Hot Air Balloon Festival. This year it'll be the 50th year that they're doing it. So I wanted to show you I probably did 2,000 shots, and I did a little story on it. For myself, it's never been published. I never show it, really, but I thought it would be apropos for today. And so this is a vendor. It starts at 4 in the morning. This is, it's pitch dark, and this is a flash with a slow shutter. So I'm getting some blur at the background. I guess there was some ambient light, and I'm freezing the vendor. And then a few images there. I don't know what they do, but they gas up or inflate, that would be the good word. They inflate the balloons. And this is sort of or sunrise, but maybe a little before. I think it's available light. Another shot of them working on their balloons. And I wanted to get the balloon with the people watching and the people working. And here's an instance where they're working and they're just getting the balloon off. And then this final image is they're taking off. By, I'd say, 6 in the morning, the balloons are in the air. And this lasts for 7 days. I didn't stay that long, but I would have liked to, certainly. And I would really recommend it. It's a terrific shoot. And they have balloons of all shapes and I mean, you know, and animal balloons, and it's just amazing. And everyone likes being photographed and likes showing off their balloons. What I do in the street a lot is to go to events before the event occurs, a parade, a block party, a demonstration, and photograph maybe an hour to 2 hours before the event. People are waiting for the event to occur. They're kind of have to be there. They're in costume, perhaps. They're in uniform, and they're accessible. And I go to the beginning of the event. I go where they're forming, and I find that very useful. This slide is from a town called Chimayo. It's a sacred church. It's a church where people around Easter crawl to from 40, 50, maybe 100 miles away. And this is the front of it, and this is shot with a flash to illuminate the flowers. I don't think they're real flowers, by the way. And then inside the church, and why it's sacred, there's a little room with a hole, and you can see, of dirt. It's a dirt floor, and there's a hole, and this woman is bagging some of the dirt, and lo and behold, the dirt level never goes down. The dirt level always maintains itself. Now, I don't know about that. I don't necessarily believe that, but they do. You're not supposed to shoot here. I took this image probably not looking through the lens, and it worked out. Notice the cross on the ledge by the window. So this is my one-legged van driver for my workshop. This is Roberto. He is from Spain. He's lived in New Mexico for almost all his life. New Mexico is really an interesting state. It's not like the rest of America. It has an Anglo culture. It has a Spanish culture from Spain. It has a Mexican culture, and it has a Native American culture. And there's a lot of Native American people to talk with and to meet. I go to some of the pueblos to photograph, take my workshops to the Taos Pueblo. I don't think it's open right now because of COVID. It's an amazing state, and I know it really well and have traveled all over it. And maybe I'll do a book on it someday if I have time. So I'm going to show you 3 or 4 images from New Mexico. This is in a small town called Las Vegas, New Mexico, not Mexico, not Nevada, sorry. And it's a historical town. People very friendly, and there's a lot of teenagers roaming the streets, and I'm photographing them, and almost anyone who I can find. And I go up to people. I like to interact with them, and I try not to do street photography in a candid way, but rather going up to individuals and noting something about them, going up with a compliment to disarm them. Oh, I like your tattoos, or I like your hat, or where did you get that sweater, or and just find something about them or their environment to as a lead-in. I might spend 2 minutes with them. I might spend 10 minutes, not much more, I don't think, because I want to move on. And I asked him to show me his tattoos. Somehow he told me he had tattoos, and I'm always interested in that. This next image is on the same street another year, and why I like this more than I would normally are the dogs. The dogs are like, I was in the shop, I photographed in the shop, I photographed the owner and the dogs, and then came out and saw these guys. And this was last year. One has a mask, one doesn't. And usually I'm straightforward with people. I'm not doing them from the side. I'm face to face, straight on, with a 21 millimeter lens or more. So my 21 millimeter is on my Leica. I shoot with a Canon 5D Mark II. It's an old camera. I like old cameras. And this is probably with a 16 millimeter lens. So you might ask, why is there not distortion? The less you tilt the camera down or up, the less the distortion. People standing are horizontal or vertical or up and down. I try to keep the camera up rather than tilted and parallel to the subject. I get flares sometimes on the edges. I'm not worried about that because I like distortion at times. If I want distortion, I can get it by pointing the camera up or down. And with today's lenses, the distortion is a lot less than the older lenses. This is in a Pueblo, and I'm always interested in photographing silhouettes against a bright background. And so you'll see another image in India that I've done. And this is one of those. And if I can get them to be profile, so much the better. So I talked to this man. I think I mentioned his hat. Oh, it's a cowboy hat, or is it a cowboy hat? Oh, are you a cowboy? All that kind of stuff. I'll find silly things to say. And usually it works. Usually it works. Some people say no to being photographed, or they don't get offended. Most people will say, I'm not interested, or please don't photograph me. Where I get into trouble is when I'm candid, taking a photograph of a person, and then they see me. That's when they can cause a fuss. So I prefer, and I feel better going up to people. I feel a little sneaky photographing people candidly, unless it's a scene, you know. And so we have to find our way, and like Cartier-Bresson certainly is a master of the candid photograph. I can't be Cartier-Bresson, I can be me. And so let's find the way that we work best and practice that. This is the hacienda that we stay at, and I bring my class to. And this is October 5th, say, 6th, 7th, and it's snowing already, and it was beautiful. So I took some landscape photographs. We're a little off the beaten path in Taos. And this is this is the highest room at the hacienda. It's really a beautiful place. And this is an adobe church. This is supposedly the most photographed church in the world. It's in Rancho de Taos, about 2 miles south of Taos. And it's redone every year. It's resurfaced with adobe in April. I've never been there in April. And George O'Keeffe painted it so much. Ansel Adams, Paul Strand photographed it. It's a very famous church. I've only been in it a couple times because it's always closed. The reason I select this photograph is more the cloud than the church. I love the cloud, and it seems like to me someone from above is looking over the church, or maybe even drilling down into the church. I see the cloud formation as almost like a drill, and it wants to go into the cathedral of the church. This is a self-portrait on a hike in Ghost Ranch, near where George O'Keeffe lived and worked. and it's called the Chimney Rock Trail, and you can see that rock. It's a huge rock, vertical rock that we climb up to. It's about a 2-hour moderate hike. It's not that hard. So we hike and we photograph. I'm not sure how I photograph this. I'm saying that I did this photograph. Where's my hand? Where's my camera? I'm not sure. I think maybe I have to be hiding the camera with my body. So I like it. I like it a lot. And then, okay, yeah. And this is in a small Hispanic town, very, very small. The main feature is the church. It's Las Trupas in the high road from between Taos and Santa Fe. And I got behind the cross, and luckily a child came by. Okay. So we're in India, and I've heard it be told that there are 2 types of people in the world, those who have been to India and those who have not. India is fascinating. It's an amazing country. It's endless. And I've been there maybe 5 or 6 times on my own with a friend, and also with workshops. They do a lot of workshops in India, 2-week workshops, and it's incredible. I'm shooting there more color than black and white. Usually in New York, I'm shooting black and white film 85% of the time, 90% of the time. When I'm traveling in New Mexico, when I'm traveling in India, I'm photographing digitally in color because the color is spectacular. Even though I don't know that much about color. I had a good lesson with the previous speaker here. So this is the Taj Mahal from across the river, a view that you'll never see unless you know about it, and we go there 5:30 in the morning. There's a park that you can walk in. The frost is on the ground. It's cold. We're there in February. I was there in 2020, in January, early February, before COVID. And I did this image. And then we go into the grounds. And I like this photograph because she's alone. She's within herself, it seems to me. She's posing for someone, and I'm right next to the photographer taking her picture. And this is an obvious place where people do photograph and pose with the background of the Taj Mahal. I just liked her serenity in a way, and her calmness. And it's a chaotic place. This is in the province or the state of Kerala. It's a very southern state, very warm, and very educated state. 100% of the people in Kerala are educated, and it's a communist state. It's the only state in India that's run by the state government is a communist government. India is so diverse. It's like multiple countries, and it's fascinating. She's a vendor, and she just stood there, and I nodded. We don't speak the same language. 40% of the people speak English. This is more a street scene. His arms were up when I saw him. I got closer and then filled the frame with him and his surroundings. And this is an example of me getting close with a wide-angle lens. I like to get close and have a rapport. We talked, maybe different language. I spent several minutes with him. I did 20 photographs with him and his neighbor. This is a side of the road. We stopped maybe for food or gas. And I want to be close and yet get a context, get an environment. And that's why I use the wide-angle lens. And I really do, my long lens is a 35 millimeter lens. That's my telephoto lens, seriously. My normal lens is a 21. If you're if you're further than 6 feet with a 21 millimeter lens, you're not going to get a good photograph. You're going to fail. I want that interaction. It makes me feel alive. It makes me feel I'm learning about the country I'm in. Or Bushwick, it could be Brooklyn. It could be my neighborhood, which I shot. For the last 2 years, I've shot in my neighborhood, and I have a book project on my neighborhood, the Upper West Side. I never shot there. With COVID, I wasn't traveling. I wasn't going downtown. I wasn't going to Brooklyn. I wasn't going to India. So I shot in my neighborhood, and I have 150 photographs that I really like. Will anything happen? Probably not, but we'll see. This is in Agra, and again, an example of a person in shadow and in front of a colorful background. I'm not interested in this kind of a photograph of seeing his face. Usually I want the face, but this was so compelling, and I saw it, and I knew to take it. And usually I'll underexpose a little bit to intensify the colors, and the colors are, India is all about color. This is in another city, Hyderabad. The school was, the door was open to the schoolroom and the school classroom, and I went in and we photographed. We caused some disruption, but that's okay. I like this slide because it's not a great photograph, I don't think, but it tells a story. It tells about the culture, how cows are revered and sacred, and how these young boys are interacting with this cow or bull. They roam the streets. They push you aside, these animals. In the big cities, in Delhi, in Mumbai, there's no more cows because the traffic is so horrendous. But in moderate cities, this is probably Agra or maybe Jaipur, the cows have sway, and they're fascinating, but you want to get out of the way. So I walked up to him, saw him sitting there. He didn't move, he didn't smile, and I started photographing. And maybe I did 5 or 6 frames, and I chose this. Why did I choose this? Well, because of the shadow or the silhouetted person down that alley. There was an alley behind him, and that made the photograph. This is in a very small village, 400, 500 people that we stay in. It has a hotel, and it's a good hotel, and I know the proprietor. This is called Chandalal. It's near Jaipur in Rajasthan, the state of Rajasthan. And this is what they do there. They make $1 a day, and so this is early in the morning, and we're up at 6 photographing, and they like having us there. The success rate, the success rate in India in photographing is like 99%. You rarely get refused. As a matter of fact, they're photographing you a lot too, because they're very curious people and they're curious about us, no question. This is at night, obviously, in a market, not a food market, more jewelry market and goods market, and up close, available light, f2, and I know I'm throwing the background out of focus. I usually don't want my backgrounds out of focus because I want the background to speak about the individual and give us clues to who he or she is. But at night, without a flash. I had a flash, but I didn't use it on this image. And you can see the warm tones of the tungsten light. This is another example of that. I do think I used a flash here. I saw a light bulb. There's a lot of bare light bulbs in India, and I stooped down and photographed him shooting up so that light would rim his hair and his head. This is at a Hindu ceremony outdoors on the Ganges River in the most sacred city of India, Varanasi. Yeah, I was stumbling on Varanasi, and I've been there 4 or 5 times. It is amazing. If you go to India, you have to go to Varanasi, probably any time. And I forget what they call these ceremonies. It starts at 7 to 8 o'clock. It's monks, Hindu young monks with flames and fire and music, and it lasts for an hour, and you can get right up next to the stage and photograph them. I turned around, and he's one of the musicians supplying the music, and then behind him, obviously, is the audience, and they're rapt, and they're very attentive. Okay, I better keep going. This is in that small village, Chandalao. Again, at 6, 7 in the morning. There's a cow, and this kid probably is going to work, and I'm using natural light. I'll often shoot with flash during the day with my digital camera, with the Canon. And I have a Canon speed light. But here I chose not to fill in on his face because I just liked the darkness on his face and the contrast of the early morning light. And then this is a young family. I think he's a brother. I can't imagine that he's a father and they're all brothers and sisters in a market, I think in Hyderabad. And the final image in India I'm going to show you is this. This is in Fort Cochin, again, south in Kerala. And he works in a laundry. And it's an open air laundry. He's doing shirts and laundry by hand in a wash tub behind him. And he had a moment where he was standing, and I asked if he would pose for me by gesturing. So gesturing goes a long way, right? Okay. This is available light, and it worked out well. Okay, I'm going to show you the last project and the only book that I'm showing you in this body of work is Mexico, and I did this book. I shot Mexico 1993 to 2010, and the book came out in 2018. It's called Mexico Between Life and Death, and I knew what I was aiming for in Mexico, and that's not always usual. It usually takes me a couple years to go to a country to understand it well enough to start really making good photographs, but immediately I knew what I wanted to do, and that was instances of life and instances of death and how they treat death and the old people and how they revere their family and their ancestors. So look at this photograph. On his shirt is a skeleton. So I'm looking for that. This man was walking toward me on the street. It's full of flowers. It's a flower market, and he is burdened by these amazing, well, not amazing, they're probably not real heavy bundles, but they're heavy. And I saw him stooped over, and I saw him as a metaphor for living a difficult life. And he stopped for me and let me photograph him. This is at a dance, outdoor dance in Mexico City, and I wanted the center to be open, to be clear. We're so concentric. I wanted the center to be open and put the women on the sides and showing them and not the men. This is about their light. Wow. This is in a town called Guanajuato. And I just waited and waited. I love the reflections of light off the metal in the shadow area that looks like eyes. So for me, that's what to me was the best part of it. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I thought I had some other slides, but okay. So here's my email. I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook. These are a list of my published books. My next book is coming out next month or so. And I teach a lot of classes at ICP and at the Los Angeles Center of Photography. So I guess that's the wrap up. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Harvey. That was great, as always.
How about some questions?
That was good. So we're going to do Q&A over in the table. If you want to go join Harvey. Do you have any books to sign?
I
too?
do. I have, I'll pick this. Let's see. So I brought a few of these books. This is the Mexico book, if anyone's interested in looking at it or asking me any questions, because we're running late, I guess. I'll be at the table.
Also, Harvey's doing portfolio reviews.
Yeah.
And if you get the book from him and he signs it, you can sell it on eBay for about double the value. So you finance your next
I don't
camera.
think. Oh, and my camera's here.
I was going to keep that.
I know.
Everybody, Harvey
Thank
Stein,
you.
pretty amazing, right?
Thank you.
Okay, so we're backed up into lunch, but that's okay because we had some bagels this morning. We've got Chris McGinnis is up next. Chris is a OM ambassador, and if you don't know what an OM ambassador is, I want you to think about Olympus, and there we go. And he's a nature outdoor wildlife photographer, and we were just having a chat before. Chris really gets it. He understands photography quite well and why we do it. And a little bit of a reoccurring theme that's been happening, I opened up yesterday morning talking about the zone, and I think that Chris is really going to be able to talk to you about the zone. Because as we faced our challenges with COVID, we started photographing in our backyards and local parks and whatnot. So this is the last part of the Backyard Macro by Chris McGinnis. Chris, welcome, come on up. All right. Thank you. Are your microphones on?
I think it is, yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's do that one more time, a little bit louder, come on. There we go.
All right. Thank you, David. Thank you, all of you, for coming out today. Thank you, B&H. I'm really excited to be here. It's quite an honor to share the stage with so many accomplished photographers here at OPTIC. And I know that a lot of the photographers that you've seen yesterday and today, and we'll see later today, are all about traveling to these incredible destinations and photographing these amazing places, a lot of times places that you'll never get the opportunity to go to. And while their photos are great, maybe you don't really have the chance to go out and make photos like that yourself. So today, when I knew I was coming here to OPTIC, I wanted to focus on backyard macro. And everything you'll see in this presentation today of mine was shot in my own yard at my own house in Pennsylvania. And everything that I explain, there's gonna be a lot of technical stuff, but really small bite-sized chunks. So if you're not the most technical person, it should still be really easy to understand. So there's the topics today. A lot to fit into a short time. I know we're already behind, but I think I can get through it pretty quickly. We have about 30 minutes together today. And again, I really wanted everything to be high impact, lots of takeaways. So if you've got your camera with you on your lap, if you've got your cell phone in your pocket, I think that taking photos of some of the slides, especially toward the end, that's where I'm gonna give my top 10 tips for macro. A lot of good things that you can put into use right away. And actually, there's a macro set up outside with some fake bugs and flowers and things, and you could actually apply some of these techniques right away. So 10 seconds about me. Grew up in New Jersey, not far from here. I live in Pennsylvania now. I started shooting film about 25 years ago, developing black and white. And then for about the last 6 or 7 years, I've been focused mostly on insects and spiders. So why macro? When first people learn that I like to photograph insects and spiders, they see my work, they say, why the heck would you photograph insects and spiders? You know, they're gross, they're weird, they're scary. And I didn't set out initially to photograph arthropods. I bought a macro lens, I liked the detail, I liked the abstract macros I saw, and the more I got into it, the more I started to appreciate the detail and the discovery and the interaction with these subjects. And that whole concept of I can just go out in my backyard and crawl around on the ground or look in the flowers and find something that I had no idea was there, that's pretty incredible. So why might you want to shoot macro? So there's lots of reasons. I could go on and on and give a whole presentation about why I think everyone should shoot macro and that it's the best genre. But really, these 2 points, mastering the photography basics and developing your patience. So even if you like to photograph landscapes or portraits or weddings or larger wildlife or anything else, you really need a lot of patience. And the patience required for macro is transferable to all of those other genres. Also, just mastering the basics, there is no room for error with macro, right? Things are magnified, you see every mistake. If you're not making mistakes with macro, you will not make mistakes with the big stuff. All right, I know everyone wants to see gear. They always want to know what I use, what camera, oh, that's a great photo. What gear do you use, right? That's the biggest complimentary insult we can get. So here it is. So I'm going to pick it up here. I've got my rig. When I go out in the field, this is it. This is all I bring with me. I have some other things. You go on my website and look into other gear that I use from time to time, but 90% of the time, it's right here. So what is this in my hand? I have the OM System OM1. So that's, if you're familiar with Olympus, Olympus had a name change recently. The first flagship camera is the OM1. Super compact, weather sealed, lots of computational features, amazing image stabilization. And I just love that I can hold the whole rig in one hand and I can kind of navigate my scene with the other. And again, with being weather sealed, I never have to worry. Speaking of weather sealed, there's my lens, the Mzuiko 60mm f2.8 macro. Very, very small, very, very light. It's about 3 inches long. It yields a 1-to-1 magnification. I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. If you don't understand what that means, I will hopefully demystify it for you. But it's a macro lens, and it's a really, really great quality macro lens. And as a 60mm f2.8 prime, it also does a pretty good job with portraits. So, if you can go from the field into the studio, it works pretty well. And then I'm almost always shooting with flash. And you may be familiar with different macro flashes. There's some outside here. There's ring lights, and there's adjustable flashes that you can connect to the end of the lens barrel, all kinds of different things. I use a traditional speed light. This is the Olympus FL700WR. I use it mounted on the hot shoe. Some people say, oh, no, you need off-camera flash for macro. And that's fine. I can do that with this flash. But I prefer to just diffuse the flash on the hot shoe and shoot like that. It keeps my left hand free. A lot of times I'm crawling around on the ground. I'm moving branches away. So that's what's best for me. And then once in a while, this is not a macro lens. This is a telephoto lens. This is the 40-150 Pro. But it is weather sealed. It is very compact for what it is. And it has really good close working distance. So I can focus from about 3 feet away with this lens. I'm not going to get that full magnification like I would with a macro lens, but I do get about a 0.25x magnification. It's really good for larger insects that are a little bit more skittish, butterflies, dragonflies, that sort of thing. All right. So now when I held up my camera, you may have noticed this hood over the camera. That's my diffuser. It's really, really important, especially since insects and spiders are often very reflective, to diffuse your light. I'm going to show an example in a minute, but by diffusing the light, we eliminate the dark shadows, the bright hot spots, give nice even lighting. Think of this as a very tiny, up really close portrait like you would shoot in the studio. And that's the Cygnus Tech diffuser. That's handmade by a guy in Australia. He sells them directly. If you want to make your own, I have made several of my own, and there's an example there. And then this is completely no cost. This is pulled out of some shipment that came to my house. It's packing foam, and it actually does a great job. Not quite as great as the Cygnus Tech diffuser, not quite as great as some other options out there, but really inexpensive way, and you just use an elastic band to fix that to the end of your lens, shoot your light through that, and you're going to soften everything up. And then 2 more pieces of equipment that I like to use. I'll get into this a little bit in a few minutes. The Raynox DCR250, that's a super macro lens converter. It's essentially a fancy magnifying glass that clips over your lens, and you can use that on any lens. I use it on my macro lens to get a little bit more magnification for those really cooperative subjects or the super, super tiny ones. There are some drawbacks, but I'll explain that further in a little bit. And then extension tubes, this is something else you may be pretty familiar with, very common way to get more macro out of a lens. By going behind the lens, extension tubes move the lens element further from the sensor and therefore magnify the image on the sensor. And you can use extension tubes with pretty much any lens from any system, but with macro lens, they're just going to make it more magnified. All right, on the subject of magnification, if you don't know what one-to-one is, hopefully this helps you understand. So if you look at the bottom, we have the one-to-one uncropped result on a full-frame system camera. That's about a 36 millimeter sensor, an APS-C sensor, and then micro four thirds, a 4/3 sensor, which is what my OM system camera has. So you can see that maybe you're familiar with crop factor, like on telephoto, right? Like, oh, the full-frame equivalent is this for my APS-C or micro four thirds. Well, with macro, it works similarly, where on full frame, I'm getting one-to-one with the pennies, or they look a little more zoomed out, effectively, right? But on 4/3, micro 4/3, you're getting a closer look. So effectively, I'm getting a 2x magnification out of my one-to-one lens, which is actually an advantage, and one of the reasons why I prefer to shoot with the micro 4/3 system for macro is macro is all about magnification, right? So I'm getting 100% additional magnification out of the one-to-one lens. And there's just a comparison on micro 4/3, what you would see 1:4, 1:2, 1:1.3, and 1:1. And when we talk about those numbers, the first number is the size of the subject in real life, and the second number is the size on the sensor. So a penny is about 19 millimeters across. My sensor is about 17.5 millimeters across. And as you can see, when I'm at 1:1, I get almost the entire penny in view because it is the same size in real life as it is on my sensor. And then those two options, the Raynox DCR250 and extension tubes, if you do want more magnification, this is the impact that they'll have, right? So we have our base on the left. That's my 60 macro. That's what I can get. That's as close as it will produce in focus. Then the center image, that's with the 60 macro plus the Raynox DCR250. And then on the right is the 60 macro plus extension tubes. And as you can see, they're really similar results, almost the exact same field of view with one versus the other. But I prefer the Raynox because when I'm in the field, I can pop it on and off. With extension tubes, I have to take off my lens, I have to put them on, I have to put the lens back on, shoot, oh, I didn't get what I want, I have to take it apart. With the Raynox, I can just pop it on and off. If you know that you want that extra magnification for all of the shots in the session that you're working with, then extension tubes are just fine. So a little bit of a preference, but that's my rationale. So now, speaking of depth of field and magnification, we're going to move into aperture. I think that we have a pretty, educated room here, accomplished photographers. We know what aperture is. We know that it's the size of the hole that the light's coming through into our sensor. And we know that it affects depth of field. We all know that these fast primes, 1.8, 1.2 primes, they're going to give us that beautiful soft background, right? But with macro, you very rarely find a macro image shot at 2.8 or 1.8. And that's because of working distance. And when we get super close, all the images I'm about to show are shot within 4 inches of my subject. So when I move close, the depth of field reduces dramatically, okay? And so I have a couple of illustrations of that here. So here's a water droplet on the end of a blade of grass. This is shot at f2.8. It's barely in focus at all. Almost nothing is in focus about it. You've got great bokeh in the background, really soft, beautiful, creamy color, but the water drop really isn't even in focus. But then we go to f8, the subject is in focus. The background is still pleasing as far as the softness of it. And then we go up to f16. Now the background does get a little bit distracting, but you're guaranteeing that everything is in focus, okay? So I just show this so everyone understands that subject to lens distance or subject to sensor distance really impacts how much is in focus, way more than you might think if you're coming from a different genre of photography. And then the same example here with a mushroom, just that front edge in focus. Now just about the entire cap. and then everything. But again, as you get up, small aperture f/16, you do introduce a little bit more distraction into the background. So you have to keep that in mind if you want to shoot at those small apertures. Now we're going to talk a little bit about lighting. Lighting is essential to any photograph. We all know that. With macro, because you're so close to the subject, and a lot of times you're in the woods or you're under something, there's very little available light in the field. Now sometimes you're out in midday, you're out in a field in tall grass, and there may be good sunlight, but it might not be the light that you want. So I really rely on that speed light flash to light my subjects. And here I've got 3 examples. This is a dead fly, so not the most beautiful subject, but you can see how on the left we've got no flash, 1/100th of a second, f/2.8. And again, at f/2.8, hardly anything's in focus. Also, really contrasty, right? The available light was giving me a lot of contrast, and my ISO had to be up at 800. So that's gonna start to introduce noise the higher the ISO goes. In the center, I use a flash. So it's better, it's a little bit more in focus, but really contrasty because that flash is hitting the shiny parts of the subject. And then I bring in a diffuser. And the shadows come back, the highlights come back, everything starts to flatten out, and you get a more appealing visual. And on the 2 with the flash, you notice that my ISO is now down to ISO 200. Now I want to talk about black backgrounds. I added this just for you guys today because I was thinking, what questions do people always ask me about my photos? And one is when I have a photo with a black background, people tend to think that it was shot at night or that it's shot on something black, right? Like I have a black backdrop card that I bring around with me. And that's not the case. You can make black backgrounds during the day. If you're familiar with the inverse square law, or maybe more simply the concept of flash fall off, that's how I'm getting a black background. My light source is super close to my subject. The light is hitting the subject and then quickly falling off behind the subject. So if there's no background, no elements in the background near my subject, this was shot at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a sunny day, but there's nothing behind that fern. So my light from my flash is hitting nothing and falling off, and therefore giving me a black background. Now you may like this, you may like the dramatic effect of it, and that's how you accomplish it. But also, what if it's happening and you don't want it? Well, you can bring something behind your subject. This was shot 10 seconds later by holding a yellow piece of paper about 18 inches behind my subject. Same exact settings, but now my flash is hitting something of color. And in a real world situation, I would pick up a leaf off of the ground or something of color, anything nearby. It's totally defocused, but you get some color in. Or maybe there's flowers and you kind of bend one into the scene to get that extra background. And there's with more of a purple color behind. And then that's the natural background. So I slow my shutter speed a bit. This is at 1/60th of a second. I'm still using a flash to fill. Opened up the aperture a tiny bit, and I'm getting some of that distant color, just a little bit of green in the background, just to give a little bit of natural context. All right, now the other thing everybody wants to know is what camera you used and what are your settings, right? So they can just buy that camera and put in those settings and they'll get photos just like you. I mean, we all know that that's exactly how it works. So there's the mic. So here's my settings. Nothing complicated. I consider these baseline settings. This is where I start. I have custom modes on my camera. You may have custom modes on your camera. Every manufacturer, they're a little bit different. On my mode dial, it's C1. And these are my preset baseline settings for C1. I have my shooting mode set to behave as manual, 1/100th of a second shutter speed, f2.8, ISO 200, single point AF, and I'll talk about autofocus and manual focus in a second. Focus type manual. Drive mode is at 5 frames per second. Now, my camera is capable of 120 frames per second, stills at full resolution. But A, I don't need that for this type of shooting, B, I'm shooting with a flash. My flash cannot keep up at 120 frames a second, right? So I slow it down, 5 frames a second. My flash can recycle, keep up with that, and still gives me good sequences. Live view mode, this is simulated optical viewfinder. The key here is whatever camera you have, don't use a what you see, what you get live view. Use something that's going to brighten the screen. So it might be called live view boost, it might be called night vision. Whatever it's called for your camera, you want to brighten the exposure that is in the preview, but let your exposure happen based on your settings and your flash. We don't need face and eye detection. We're shooting in RAW. White balance I have set to auto. Picture mode is natural. Image stabilization's on auto. And Olympus cameras have something called keep warm color. By default is on. I like the look of it off. And then I also map some buttons. So if you're into customizing your gear, this can be a great way to get the features that you really like at your fingertips for when you need them. So we're gonna get into focus bracketing and focus stacking next. I have both of them mapped to buttons, right? So if I'm shooting a subject and it's cooperative, I think, okay, I can go for something a little bit more here. Maybe I want to focus stack, click of a button, now I'm focus stacking. Focus peaking is helpful for securing focus. Same thing with focus assistance magnification on the back. That pushes my view in, so I get a closer view of what I'm focusing on, so I really know that things are in focus. And I think that's everything that I have mapped to a button, right? Oh, and then the viewfinder, if I want that what you see is what you get, I can just toggle that on and off. Speaking of focus stacking and bracketing, if you've never heard these terms before, I'm just going to give you a definition, introduction to them, because I feel like it's important when you're talking about macro to explain these topics. If you have heard them, maybe you're not sure what they are, or use them interchangeably, just think of it as you can bracket without stacking. You cannot stack without bracketing, okay? So bracketing is just like with exposure or aperture. Bracketing means taking a series of images with varied settings in sequence, right? So I'm taking a series of images where the focus varies from shot to shot, typically from front to back. So I'm focusing on the front plane, then moving back, further and further through my bracketed series. And then focus stacking is taking the bracketed series and blending the in-focus areas together, either in post with software like Helican Focus or Photoshop or Zareen Stacker, or with some cameras, like the camera that I use, you can actually do it in camera, which is awesome. So you press the button once, it takes a bracketed series, there's a little loading bar that comes across the screen, and it spits out a focus stack JPEG. You do keep all the RAWs though, just in case you want them for later. So why would you do that? Really, because, as I mentioned earlier, depth of field is so minimal with macro, you might need multiple shots to get enough depth of field to have your subject in focus the way you want it. So that's really the main reason. It also lets you keep the beautiful soft background that you get from the wide apertures, but still have enough depth of field. So you're getting like the best of both worlds. Now I know the question that people are asking is, well, why wouldn't I just use a small aperture? I can go f/16 or f/22. You could. You get more in focus. We probably all know that. This is an example shot at f/16. But you also get distractions. You get things that are in focus that maybe you don't want in focus. You also run the risk of introducing diffraction, where your image is actually starting to soften at those small apertures. But if you focus stack, we've got 12 images shot at f4. Now just the crocus, the flower, is really in focus. Some blades of grass directly under, but everything else is soft, okay? So you really just keep the areas in focus that you want. Everything else is soft. And one more example. This is more of a real world example of what I like to shoot. So this is a polished lady beetle. 12 images. Probably hard to see the difference in focus, but top left, we're focused on the front of the face. Bottom right, focused inside that little curled leaf. and then there's the result. Okay, so nice and sharp for the entire subject, but everything else soft, no distractions. And into sample photos. So all we have left are sample photos and then those 10 tips, and hopefully you'll get your real takeaways there. So first up, jumping spider. Every macro photographer shoots live subjects, loves jumping spiders. I mean, they're adorable, they have big eyes, they're fun to work with, they have tons of personality. So definitely one of my favorites. So that's a single frame shot, no stacking there. This is a 6-frame focus stack shot, so I used the automatic bracketing feature in camera, and then I stacked with helix and focus in post. But as you can see here, from the very front of the fly all the way back to where the wings attach to the body, everything's in focus, nothing else is. Here we've got a honeybee coming in for a landing. Incredibly difficult to shoot insects in flight. I will not claim that is my specialty, but I was proud to get this one. I saw the bees coming in on the crocuses. I think it was at the same time that I shot the previous example. And I said, okay, if I am patient enough and I set my focus on the crocus, I know that there's gonna be a bee coming in and I'm gonna get it. And I ended up with a few that were in focus, but this was the one that I really liked the most. Just a little bit of motion blur on the wings, the pollen on the face coming in. Of course, this is a single frame shot, no stacking in flight. I've seen it done a couple of times, but I think there's some sort of magic going on. But this is a single shot. Wolf spider. This is actually an expecting mother. If you look way back in the background, you can see that kind of white orb. So wolf spiders carry their unborn babies in an egg sac behind them. So I found this, I think my wife found this actually, in the backyard. She called me out and said, you know, go do what you gotta do. And there's a wolf spider, but that's a 30-frame stack. So that's a pretty deep stack for me, the way that I shoot. But she was pretty cooperative. I started out with single shots, then some deeper bracketed series, and said, okay, I think I'm gonna really go for it here, and was fortunate to get this. This is a furrow bee. So this is shot straight down a piece of bristle grass. So that's the tall grass with like the kind of fluffy seeds at the top. And I'm shooting directly down. And this is not in flight. A lot of people thought this shot was in flight. It's just really tiny and suspended on the bristles. But it gives this really dramatic sense, almost like there's like a firework going off behind the bee. And then that dramatic black background, which I talked about earlier. Here's a stink bug. If you're from the Northeast, you probably know these guys, kind of infamous. Reasonably harmless, but pretty annoying. They get in your house, come in the windows. They're a great subject if you're a beginning macro shooter because they don't move a lot. They're pretty tolerant. You can get close to them. You can kind of poke and prod them. They can fly, but they'll probably hang out. So really great practice. And this was a stack as well. This was done in camera. So I set my camera to automatically bracket and automatically stack, and this was the resulting JPEG that came out of camera. Another favorite subject, praying mantis. I could watch praying mantises for hours. You know, they're like aliens in our bushes. They're incredible. They're also a great macro subject because their face is really flat. So they're giving you a flat plane. So if you can get your lens parallel to their face, then you get everything in focus. I did stack, I think, 2 frames here, but that was just to get that kind of crest of the head in focus. But you can really achieve quite a bit with a single frame image on a mantis, even though they're a large subject because their face is so flat. So speaking of getting things in focus, incredibly difficult scene. So people are always surprised, like, what do you come across in the field there? This happens a lot. This is going on all around us. And it's really difficult to get 2 subjects in focus at the same time. So my tip for that is to shoot them from profile. These are obviously shot from more of a frontal, a little bit 3/4 view. But I was able to come up a little bit and shoot slightly down to get both the male and female lady beetle in the same focal plane. And this is done with a single shot. So no stacking required. And it's really difficult because they're moving a lot. And then my last sample image before I get into tips Robber fly, another favorite. Robber flies are fascinating, kind of just voracious feeders and hunters. And the color of that green bottle fly, in contrast with the white background and kind of the muted colors of the robber fly, in combination with all the detail from the fly's body and then the robber fly's eyes being so large and the bristles in its face. But when subjects are feeding, really great because they tend to not move all that much. So when you want cooperation and you want to shoot multiple frames for a stacked series, feeding insect is kind of a captive audience. They just want to eat their meal and go about their business. You go in, you go slowly, and you can walk away with shots like this. All right, on to the tips. This is the home stretch, just a few minutes left. Tip number 1. You've heard it in other presentations today. You probably heard it in presentations yesterday. Be patient. If you're shooting live subjects, even if you're working with inanimate macro subjects, you really have to be perfect, and you are not going to be perfect without patience, right? Be obsessive about your focus. Be calm when you're approaching your subject. Go very slowly, slow down. You're going to find more subjects. You're going to get more shots that you're happy with. On that same topic, approach slowly. When you go in, you find a subject, you're like, oh, there's that robber fly eating that I heard about. I want to get a photo like Chris showed me at OPTIC. Well, don't rush in. They can still fly. They can still run away, right? Go very slowly. Take a shot, inch closer. Take another shot, inch closer. Sometimes it's a shot on the way in that's better than you had in your mind for that high magnification shot. Get low. Getting down to a vantage point that's unfamiliar to people is a way to create interest in your photos. We're not used to seeing subjects from their level. Most people aren't crawling around on the ground with a magnifying glass every day, right? So maybe I am, but most people aren't. So when you show them a subject in a new way, that's more interesting. And conversely, if you just shoot from straight down, right, like looking down, that's how we're used to seeing bugs. We see them from our level, 5, 6 feet off the ground, we look down, they're crawling around. That's not as interesting. So think about interesting ways, and getting low is one way to do that. Soften your light. Talked about that a couple of times already. Diffusing your light. This again kind of employs getting low, that face-to-face view, nice soft light. Ladybugs, lady beetles, very shiny, very difficult to manage the light, but here you see no real hot spots, pretty even, and it gives you a pleasing result. So this is the surprising one for a lot of people. Talk about macro, we're talking about magnification, we're talking about getting close. Pull back, okay? Pull back for a couple of reasons. One, you're not going to scare your subject. Two, sometimes it can be really frustrating to go in so close and miss shots. You're scaring them, you're getting shots that are out of focus. Back up, relax. It helps you kind of recenter yourself, and sometimes you end up with shots that you're really happy with. When you do go in close, aim for the eyes, especially if it's an insect, has really interesting compound eyes. Dragonflies have 30,000 facets in their eyes. We want to see those, right? That's the detail that we're going for. But don't just aim for the eyes. Aim for the front plane of the eyes. Because if you miss that front plane, those segments that are closest to your lens, your shot is really ruined, okay? So it's similar to a portrait where if the eyes are out of focus, the portrait's ruined. Well, the front plane of the eyes in an insect needs to be in focus or that shot can be ruined. 7 out of 10, mind the background. The background is part of your composition, okay? Unless you're super, super tight and that whole entire frame is filled with an insect or a spider's face, pay attention to the background. Here, I shot this fly from a couple different angles. It was reasonably cooperative. I saw that leaf in the background kind of mirroring that shape in the foreground. I get these diagonal lines going back and forth. I said, oh, I can just move just a little bit, and I'm going to have a better shot. Utilize focusing tools. The two most popular that I recommend, and do use both, are focus peaking and focus magnification. So I mentioned focus magnification earlier. I use it constantly. That pushes in my view so I can really see what's in focus. And then focus peaking, if you're unfamiliar, that highlights in a color, oftentimes it's default of red in most cameras. It highlights the edges of your subject that are in focus, so you get visual feedback that guarantees what you think is in focus actually is in focus. Shoot in small bursts. So I told you that I use a 5 frames per second burst rate. Very rarely am I clicking the shutter one time, right? I'm clicking and holding. I'm slightly moving in and out, acquiring focus. My subjects are moving, so even though I'm trying to get my shot on that first click, I'll let a few extra fly and hope that if I missed it on the first one, maybe I got on that second or third one. You know, we're using digital cameras, we have big memory cards, those shots are free, use them to your advantage. And then last but not least, if you like macro, buy a good macro lens, right? Tip your toes into the water, you know, use a Raynox, use extension tubes, use a lens that's maybe not quite as capable, but nothing is a substitute for a good macro lens that's capable of close focus and high magnification. It really pays off. And that's it.
So, Chris, I'm going to ask you to do a Q&A if you have questions for Chris. We have the speaker table right outside.
I'll be there.
We're running super low. Also, you're at the OM table, too.
Yep, I'll be here all afternoon.
You know, maybe just visit him at the OM table.
All right, I'll go right
or
there.
You can go check out the equipment.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Right on.
Thank
you
you
so much, Chris. One more time for Chris. OM system, right on. I sent a picture of that wolf spider to my wife, Chris. Pretty crazy. Okay. All right. We're just going to queue up the next speaker, and I really love the next speaker. He's been a friend. I've known him for quite some time, and I'm really thrilled to have him speaking on the main stage at OPTIC. He's been doing portfolio reviews for us for years, but I really found the time for him this year, and I'm very excited to showcase his work because it's pretty amazing. His name is Steven Mallon, and it's doesn't quite fit the normal OPTIC mold. He is an industrial landscape photographer, and you're going to see some amazing work from him. He's a full-on professional. He makes his living fully through photography and multimedia. And if we just hold on for one quick second, I'm trying to talk and shift some presentations over. Okay, hold on. And Steven, are you here? You got your microphone on? He's getting mic'd, okay. All right, so he's a local New Yorker, even though actually I think he recently just moved up to a little bit upstate, like a lot of people have. And okay, hold on. There in a second, hold on. They don't make these Macs easy, do they? Okay, hold on, there we go. Okay. That down there, and then we get Steve going, and okay, hold on, and that went. Hold on a second, and Steve, okay, all right. Machines of interest, okay. And we are running a little bit over time. We're probably going to have Camille Seaman start around 1:15. Let's keep single file, and we're going to keep single file. Hold on, Steve. We got that amazing video in here, and you'll just be able to click on that. Don't you love when you open up Keynote and it starts on like the last slide?
I do.
Why does it do that?
Just to make you happy.
I think it's the same reason that when I bring more camera equipment on board a plane, my departure gate is always really far down the concourse. And when I travel with just a carry-on bag,
It's right
It's
there.
like gate number 2. Okay. All right. So, Steve, come on up.
All right.
Let's get to meet our friends.
Hello, friends.
Okay. And hold on a second. We're just going to put this into. Oh, thank you for sending me the. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one more second, just so you have the advancer. Let me just get this. You know what? Do you want to use the clicker, or do you want to?
I can run it off the keyboard.
Okay.
I'll be fine.
Beautiful. Thank you. Okay. I got dueling hard drives on here now. Okay. So you're advancing. Mine is. You have a confidence monitor down there. That's your current slide. That's your next slide.
Okay, great.
And let's hear it for Stephen Mallon.
All right. Thank you, guys. Audio good? All right. Hello, my name is Stephen Mallon. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I am an RIT grad. I was in school in 92 to 96. I got to Brooklyn in 96. Was assisting for about 4 years. I worked for everyone and anyone that I could come across because I wanted to get an understanding about the business, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I started off wanting to be a fashion photographer. I thought that that was the area I was going to be able to be creative, and realized that I was actually not in fashion. And so that kind of moved on into travel and landscape, but one of the things I was really constantly attracted to was industrial landscape. So as we're going from town to town and traveling and everything, I'm going into locations that I can get into just kind of on my own, finding these different moments. And I get picked up by Image Bank, which then became Getty, and so they're starting to license my photographs for me. And so I'm just traveling, finding these human elements that I'm able then to license through my relationship with Image Bank, which is now Getty. So finding these photographs, this was a turbine being installed in a farm in Austria. As we're doing this, I'm constantly getting attracted to textural maps and recycling, because I kept on ending up in paper mills, the scrap yards. This was out on Fire Island, I believe, probably 2004. This is 4x5, shooting straight down onto the bales of compressed aluminum. And as I'm doing this work, I'm working on getting exhibitions. I always liked my prints big. Wanted them up on the wall and everything. So we're doing micro shows. My first show in New York was in like 97, 98 in my friend's like basement apartment in Soho underneath like the, what was it, Thai restaurant? Kelly and Ping. We were like basically the basement of Kelly and Ping. And that was like their first pop-up show that we did. So I ended up at a portfolio review that PDN was co-hosting. They had run like a very similar 2-day event and everything. And so I met a book agent there, and she was like, "This is great work." And I was like, "That's awesome. I would love to make a book." But I didn't feel like I had a cohesive body of work yet, because I was just kind of like running around finding these different locations, and didn't really feel that, yeah, Stephen Mallon's coffee table book was there yet. And so we started brainstorming with my now wife, and we realized that because of the past work and everything, one thing that I was ending up at was at these recycling locations. And the US kind of image and industry and everything was like not in great shape, just based on like the political environment we were in. And so I decided that I wanted to focus on the recycling industry. So I hired a writer, got a proposal together, and started sending this out to different companies, just saying, "Hey, I'm working on this project about the recycling industry in America. I'd love to get in and photograph the process and the materials that you have. It's not a commercial project. It's all self-funded." And so I was able to get different people to say yes. This was an electronics recycling company in Minnesota. This was a reclaimed tire place, and they're blasting mats. So they take these old truck tires, stitch them together, and then they would put them over areas that they're gonna dynamite or drive heavy equipment over. And again, I just love the texture of these things. So this was a paper mill that let me in Minnesota. It was running like 97% post-consumer waste. And yeah, I just love the Russian industrial footprint of these machines. These are bales of reclaimed saran wrap. If you ever see the pallets at like Target or Kmart or here and everything that's wrapped in that plastic. So that plastic itself is very recyclable. And apparently like each bale was worth about $6,000. And that was the price quote that they gave to me when I shot this 10 years ago. So imagine how much these bales are now. So all that saran wrap, keep it, it's money. So as I'm doing this, I am still looking for commissioned work. I'm still hoping also for an assignment career at the same time. I'm looking for portrait assignments, I'm looking for magazines, I'm looking for, potential advertising work. And I was showing this landscape work along with this body of lifestyle portraiture work that I've been shooting. And one of the conversations I had with an art buyer is she was looking at this and saying, these are great, but until you actually have a photograph of a guy with a wrench in hand at these industrial locations, I am never gonna be able to bring this back to one of our clients. And I was really resistant to the idea at first because I really felt that the landscape work was what was going up on the wall and the people was what was going to get me paid. But I realized that if this art buyer at this major advertising agency is telling me that this is something that they need to do, this is the Zen diagram, this is the moment where I actually need to change a little bit of my focus and my thinking to give something that they are asking for. So in that process, decided to go hire some actors and set up industrial shoots to make it look like we were actually working. And used Craigslist, because this is pre-Facebook casting, and found this. But one of the great things about it is while I was out scouting for these locations to shoot these workers, I found this. So the MTA had a artificial reef program where they sank over 2,000 subway cars in the Atlantic over the span of 10 plus years. And I had just read about the story about the last redbird going into the Atlantic, and I was just like, this would have been perfect. And so when I found this barge sitting there, I was like, excuse me, what is that? I was like, oh, that's the MTA's artificial reef project. So I was like, really? And it's like, yeah. It's like, when do you do it? I was, oh, we go out every single month. I'm like, really? I've got a recycling project. And he's like, oh, that's nice. I'm a security guard. And it's like, okay, that's fine. Who do I talk to? And he fortunately got me in touch with the general manager that was running the program, and I explained the recycling book, and he was like, that sounds great. Let me get you in touch with the MTA, who's the client. And fortunately, the gentleman who was running the program, this guy named Mike Zacchia, was totally open for me to come in and photograph the project. And I'll get to those images in a second, but so as this is going on, I'm developing my relationship with Weeks Marine. And so they called me because there was a ferry that had sunk off of the coast of Weehawken at the pier. And because it sunk on site there, I don't remember exactly what happened, but they had to go in and actually break up the ferry on site. So they went in with this giant crane, dropped this guillotine blade into the water, and beat the crap out of the boat in the water. And then once there was enough debris, they would go in with the bucket and pick up the debris to get it out of the water, because they had to get it out of there somewhere. So this was kind of just building up the trust and building up the relationship weeks. And then one night, my contact there, Jason, says, hey, I don't know if you're interested, but tomorrow we're picking up this. So the Intrepid had been pulled out of its parking space on the West Side Highway for a number of years while it was getting retrofitted. And the Concorde was sitting out on an airstrip at a closed airport off of Flatbush. And I'm dropping their name right now. If anyone knows it. Floyd Benefield, thank you. That was it. So they went out and picked it up from there, brought it out back to their yard in New Jersey, and then they remembered, oh, maybe we should bring a photographer for this. And so I was able to go with them and ride back out to the Intrepid with the Concorde. So I have ridden with the Concorde. I never rode on the Concorde, but I rode very, very close to it. So January 15th, 2009. It is my wife's birthday. We're sitting in a bar, and some crazy geese had a problem with an aircraft and decided to say, hey, we don't really feel like you should take off. Sully crash lands in the Hudson River. Everybody survives. We're watching this. The news is coming back that everyone has survived the emergency landing, the ditching in the Hudson River. And I still think it was a voice in my head. My wife was saying, no, it was my voice. But one of those voices said, I wonder how they're going to get the aircraft out of the water. And I realized, I know a guy. Weeks Marine has the largest rotating crane on the eastern seaboard. It was the same crane that they had just used on putting the Concorde back a couple of months before. So I called my contact there, and he was like, hey, we don't know if we have the project yet, but I'm going to be in a meeting with the Coast Guard and the FBI tomorrow morning, and I'm not going to be able to pick up my phone. Call Tom Weeks. He always answers his phone, and just remind him who you are. And so at 10:13 in the morning, because he said he was going to know at 10:10 if they had the job. And I called him 3 minutes after that. And I was like, hey, Steve, the photographer, we met on the Concord job. I was like, oh yeah, what's going on? He's like, oh, I was wondering if you got that job. I was like, what project? And I was like, the plane in the Hudson River. I was like, oh yeah, do you want to work? So I fortunately had all of my equipment ready and prepped and everything. I was in Union Square at my office and got down there, got my brand new GPS out, pushed in the address and everything. I was getting over it, got into New Jersey, and man, I got lost. Note to self, double check that the address of companies, if they have 2 offices, make sure you put the address of the office that you're going to, not their corporate office in a different part of New Jersey. I don't know if you know the 14 ABCDEFGX97 truck thing, but it is a really, really fun thing to get lost in when you're under pressure. So they're calling me saying, we have a crane and a tugboat waiting for you, where are you? And I was like, I think I'm close, and yeah. Anyways, made it out there. This was one of the photographs that I made when we were arriving. It's titled Whale. I've always loved this image. I just feel that, the ladder is there, like there's the blowhole, you've got this damaged animal, and it's like, no, it's okay, you're gonna fly again. A bunch of ice came down into the Hudson River right after this. It was fortunate that it wasn't there. The plane probably would have skidded across the ice if it was in the Hudson when it hit. Who knows? But this was one of the photographs of the divers going in. They're checking for structural integrity, and then they went in and put these slings underneath the aircraft to pick it up and get it out of the water. This is the image of the wing. It's a very complex title. It's called Wing. The Coast Guard tied it off to the pier. The rope broke. The aircraft then sank afterwards. So I just slowly photographed the aircraft as it went out. But I've always loved this image, the color, the coldness of it. It was like one of the coldest weekends in New York in 30 years. I think that we've since broken that record 5 times, but there she is coming out of the water. There's the water. Title, she's looking at you. So they get it up onto a barge, they're in New Jersey, they're working on it, and I see that people are going in and out of the aircraft. And I'm chatting with the NTSB guy that's there and everything. He's like, would it be okay for me to go in and photograph? And he said, yeah, sure, and everything. And I almost double checked him, because I was like, are you sure? But and went in, and I was able to get into the cockpit, and I was the first photographer to actually photograph inside of the aircraft before anything got released. Due to some of those bridges in New Jersey, the clearance was a little bit too low, and they mismeasured it at one point. So the trip out of the yard in Bayonne to this other location went from a 45-minute to an 8-hour drive, where we had to go up to Teterboro to get to a bridge that the aircraft was going to be able to fit under due to the height of the trails and everything. But part of that journey took us through Jersey City. And so this photograph passing the gas station is titled 30,000 Gallons. And there was a moment where I was shooting, and I fortunately got one of the state troopers just to drive my truck, and I would just shoot out of my skylight, the sunroof. And there was a moment what's going on? I was like, oh, there's an aircraft coming down the river. And she's like, oh, what are you talking about? And she would look down, she's like, oh my God. Oh, I remember that. So I picked up a gallery representation through this project at a new gallery. I'd already been signed with another gallery, but I ended up getting picked up by another one, which I'll be talking about in my next second stage talk at 3 o'clock a little bit. But they took the work down to Miami to the art fairs. They were in one of the satellite fairs from Basel, and they sold half a dozen prints of mine. And half of them were from the photographs of the artificial reef project. And so they asked me, can you go back and flesh this out a little bit more? Because I only had 4 images at that point. And they're like, if you can turn this into an actual full show, and not just have a couple of these one-offs of the recycling project, we think this might be another solo show for you. So went back into the yard, kept photographing, and fleshed out this project. So these are the New York City subway cars. I don't know if you guys remember the cars that had the plexiglass front, and so they ripped that off because that stuff wouldn't actually break down in the water. So they take out the motors, the Freon, as much of the cabling as they can, and they chopped off the plastic in the front. This is titled Settling. It's also we've got a nickname of Ghost Train, because we just see the spray in the back. It's the train's chugging along in the water. It's I think I can. this is the day that everybody on the tugboat lost their breakfast. And I'm talking about people who have been at sea for like 20-something years. It was rough. They almost called off the lift, but it finally calmed down. But it was a good time. This is pool. This is our political system. So that reef, fortunately, also got a lot of attention and then led me to another reef project. The MTA contact said that they were going to be sinking a destroyer at the same reef in a couple of weeks. He got me in touch with a salvage company that was doing the work. They wanted the MTA as a contractor, so they thought that if they bring me in as a photographer, it'll be kind of like an evil trade. Like they'll get a client out of me getting access. And I'm like, sure, that'll happen. So anyways, they got me in and everything. So I was able to go out on this ship just before they sank it. And so part of the process is that with the Coast Guard is that you have to have it seaworthy until it gets out onto location. So they actually had welders on the ship once they got into that spot, and then the welders started cutting out more holes in the side of the ship for wreck diving. And so part of the challenge about this photograph was timing the ship bouncing back and forth in the ocean with the sparks and getting that little bit of light on the goggles. And, you know, it's toxic. There was a couple of moments where I really had to stop shooting and get out of the room because it was nastier. But it's also fun. So I'm still obsessed by my textural maps. This was in the pilot house where they've removed all of the controls. I have no idea what those markings are. If anyone's in the Navy can ever translate them, please email me because they mean something to somebody. This was the dry dock in Philadelphia. This was kind of a pickup because the destroyer was actually just next door to this, but I had loved the location. I loved the look of this so much. And I asked the people that owned the dock if it was okay to photograph it as well. And they're like, yeah, sure, don't care. And I've just always wondered whose office that is where the ladder is at the bottom. And there she goes. So as this is going on, I'm seeing in my commercial life, people are starting to ask about video. And I was really resistant to the idea of shooting video. I just didn't like the idea of it. But the 5D Mark II was really kind of starting to push that was going to be a potential thing for me to be able to deliver to clients. Because similar to how when digital came around, like if they asked you, do you shoot digital? Because we were all shooting film at the beginning of my career. If you said no, they were like, oh, that's okay. And now I think if you're on an assignment, if you try to like shoot a job with film without talking to people in advance, you know, they would be just looking at the back of your camera, like, well, where's the preview? Where's my JPEG? So Weeks, fortunately, contacted me again, and in a couple of weeks, they're like, we're gonna be bringing down a barge. And I was like, I think this is a perfect time for me to test out my time-lapse capabilities. So I contacted Weeks, and this is part of another project where they were doing a chimney. And I shot this film as well, but it wasn't great. I didn't really like the ending of it because I got out to the power plant, we got the chimney delivered, but I didn't go back and shoot the actual assembly of it. So this time, this one actually worked. I hope the audio is up and running. Can you kick up audio? Oh, David. That's someone else's audio. You've got no audio from it? There it is. It was 7 cameras at tops. I was on the barge when I was going past, and then I had camera crews. I had my other interns and assistants staged at different locations to catch it while we were passing. So it's 30,000 frames cut down to the 3 or 4 minutes. So, David? There it goes. No, you go away. So, just a little side note about the film. I got that got picked up by half a dozen film festivals and a bunch of press. Like the Wall Street Journal picked it up, and a number of other people highlighted on photo blogs and stuff. And the phone rang at one point, and I was like, "Hi, it's Robin. I'm the director of communications for the New York City DOT, and I just saw your Willis have a new bridge, Wall Street Journal or somewhere, and everything." It's like, just 2 things. That's my bridge. And why does your film look better than the one that I paid for? So, Robin is now one of my longest-term clients. So, along this way, fortunately, the work is starting to get some attention, and both the filmmaking and photography. And so I got a call from the New York Times, and it was one of the editors at the magazine, and it was like, "Hi, we just saw your film. I don't know if you heard of her, Kathy Ryan." And I was like, "Yeah, I know who she is. She wants to meet." And so she brought me in for a meeting, we started talking, and I started producing a couple of projects for them. We shot a couple of films. It went all right. There was a couple of glitches here and there, working stuff out. And after the second film, my editor said to me very kindly, "We owe you one." And I was like, "Really?" And it was because the one thing that I wanted was to be in the actual book. I wanted to be in the magazine, not just the web. Because even though the web has got reach, and I like being a filmmaker, I am still a photographer at heart. And so I wanted to find a project that was actually going to run in print. And one of the catches with the New York Times and some of these publications and everything is that there's got to be a hook. You know, it's got to be the first, the oldest, the newest, the last, the only. There's got to be, there's got to be a the. It can't be an And so I started searching around for like, what else do I want to possibly do? And it's like, biggest. And so we started looking at the container ships. We didn't find a container ship that was going to work because there was a TV show going on one of the big container ships anyways. But we found the next biggest ship, which was the Prelude. And technically it's not a ship because it doesn't have the ability to drive itself, but it is the largest floating structure ever built to date. It is 1,600 feet in length. So if you imagine the World Trade Center as a vessel sitting on its stern, that is the size of this thing. So through about 6 months of emails and discussions with Shell and the shipyard, I was able to get out there and photograph the construction of this. So the title of this piece is Some Assembly Required. I always just think this is just either a very, very crazy Lego or IKEA furniture design. It's the inside of one of the cooling towers. It's the outside of the hall. So just if you can see the people, it gives you a little bit of a sense of the scale. So this is a 6,000-ton capability crane. As I was telling you about the crane on the eastern seaboard that Weeks has a 250-ton lift capability. This is 6,000 tons. The structure that they have there is about a 12-story building that they picked up. And when they were designing the Prelude, they realized that they didn't have a big enough crane to pick these things up, so they built a bigger crane. Like, these are the people I like working with. Let's just build a bigger crane. So there's the photograph of Prelude. And I still have a love-hate relationship with this because when I shot this, I zoomed in and was checking to make sure that I was in focus and everything. And I was absolutely in love with the picture. The thing that I've always regretted, and this is, I think it was Vincent Lefort at one point in one of his lectures talked about the monkey moment where you're sitting there pounding yourself on the chest because you finally made this great picture, but you're actually missing the one that you need to be doing. What I didn't realize until I got back into the edit is that I never actually shot the zoom in version. I was so happy about how the frame looked when I zoomed in. I didn't think about the fact that I actually didn't go in and shoot on the 7200 and just capture what was happening with the module being brought into the backside of the Prelude. Because I think that that's really where the picture is. So that's a confession. So with these projects and everything and some relationships I was able to build, I was able to go down to National Geographic and present this work. Similar presentation like this, but much smaller room. And it was a bunch of different photo editors that were in the room. And fortunately, one of them remembered that one of the writers had traveled on the SS United States when they were a child. And so the SS United States is dry docked in Pennsylvania, in Philly, and they're fighting to keep it out of the scrapyards. And so we contacted the foundation that has it and was like, hey, I've got a writer who's at National Geographic. Can we possibly come in and photograph the ship, the vessel? And they were like, absolutely. So I was able to get in and shoot the SS United States for National Geographic. It holds the speed record for crossing the Atlantic. It was partially funded through the US government as a undercover troop carrier in case we were gonna go back into a ground war, pre-aircraft travel. And yeah. And then I'm gonna get to my last project. So I was really fortunate with a number of these assignments and projects getting me on the other side of the fence to shoot. But I found that that was starting to become a bottleneck because if I didn't have that hook, if I didn't have that story that was gonna get me into photograph these locations, I wasn't gonna be able to work on a project. And so what I ended up needing and wanting to do is finding something where I didn't need to be asking anyone for permission or forgiveness. I was kind of past the hopefully they won't catch me stage in my career and wanted to find something that I could shoot without any restrictions. And so I kind of got back to one of my early passions, which was the rail industry. We had just moved out of New York and everything, and we moved to Beacon, New York. And in Newburgh, there's an active freight line along the Hudson River. And there was a parking lot sitting right on the river there. And I was like, oh, I can actually go and shoot these trains without anyone giving me any problem. So I've been now traveling for about 4 years looking for different locations. This is Bear Mountain, this is still New York. So these are all active freight trains. So they are passing up to 20, 25 miles an hour. And I just shoot with a high-speed shutter on my tripod and freeze the cars. And I kind of refer to it as, it's like a fishing trip, except that you're standing on a bridge trying to catch the fish that's in a blue barrel on the back of a flatbed truck that is passing you at 20 miles an hour. This is one of the ones from Newburgh. This is one of the early, this is a car carrier, but I've just always loved the geometry and aspects of it. I believe these are gas main pipes. This is another center beam car. I shot this in Minnesota when I was seeing my parents. And one of the things that I found out about this afterwards, I was meeting with a collector, and he was pointing out that these apartment buildings in the back are modular buildings. So the walls and everything are now arriving on train cars and then being picked up by crane and then assembled on the site. And so that building that was directly behind it was potentially delivered by the same car that was there. This is my water tower homage. Love the Germans. This is at a residency in Nevada. I've also stayed pretty pure about these photographs. They are cropped. This is one of the rules of photography that I'm breaking, is I am cropping my frame. So, you know, down, I shoot this on, you know, an SLR or medium format frame and then cut it down to a 3:1 ratio to really, you know, focus on the texture and the design of the cars. But I am not retouching out like power lines. Like if I can't get rid of them in the cropping, they stay. I thought this was pretty funny graffiti. Boxcar in Baltimore. This is an old caboose that of mine outside of Salt Lake, still operational. And that is the end of my slideshow. Just a minute or 90 seconds over. We don't see David, so I can answer some questions if you got any. You scratching your head or you got a question? Scratching? All right. All right, I will be speaking again at 3 o'clock about working with galleries and some other potential outlets on getting your work shown out. So thank you very much for listening. I got no questions.
You guys have no questions? That's amazing work, right? I've been waiting to show this for a long time. Awesome. Thank you so much. Great. Okay. All right. So I'll tell you what. I have to do about 45 seconds of computer fumbling. You sure no one has a question for, you asked how many cameras he used? And where he bought those cameras, and did he sync any of them, or did any?
It's all shot at, all the cameras were, except for one, we're shooting at one frame every 5 seconds. So it's all shooting stills. It's still bodies, and then we sped it up in post. So it's processed through Lightroom. You export the JPEGs, create a QuickTime film in Photoshop, and then we handed those off to my editor. And so she then cut it based on the audio and the rough timeline. There's some things that are not actually sequentially displayed, just because we like the visuals. Like one of the bridges you go under and then you go past the city and it's actually the other way around. But, yeah.
You know, while I'm doing this, you know what was genius? When you got in the cockpit and did that close-up of the instrument panel, that was really smart. Just saying. No one's saying anything like what, agreeing with me, but that's getting in there. You know, you're looking at the big picture, a plane, you know, the lands in the huts and the whole thing, but you got in there and got a little detail, which is like, that's photography.
Thanks.
In my humble opinion.
Getting near to the Concorde was it for me, right? Because I started traveling at an early age, and you know I was always on Pan Am. So I always thought that I would always get on the Concorde, and then they took it out of
Yep.
service.
Yeah.
So seeing that was really amazing. So
Thank you.
and getting that close.
Can you get in it at the Intrepid? Do you know?
I don't think you could get inside it.
Yeah. There's one in England. There's a transit museum at outskirts of London where you can get in because it was the test Concorde, so it's got like the scientific stuff inside instead of the seats. So if you ever want to just feel it for a little bit. And get out to the airport at the TWA at JFK. You already been there, right?
I love aircraft. So.
I hear you.
As a kid, they would put the cap that you actually get to go into it was called a cockpit then. Now it's called a flight deck. But you get to go in there, take the kids, they put the hats on there, they put the hats in there, and I get my little wings.
Yep.
The whole package. I used to love that. So seeing TWA was just very nostalgic.
Nice.
Okay, we are good, that's yours. So this is advanced. Also, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient. Okay, so you want to join Stephen Mallon. He's got a 3 o'clock presentation on approaching galleries. I asked him specifically to do that presentation because I think that's a beautiful thing for all of us to know how to do. Okay, I'm very proud and happy to announce our official 2022 second day keynote speaker, Camille Seaman. Camille Seaman works for Lindblad Expeditions, National Geographic Magazine. She is an amazing photographer, and she travels and specializes in the polar regions. And if you guys like the opening picture of depth of field, of OPTIC with these amazing works, this is all Camille's work, and it's quite stunning, and she has an amazing story to share with you. So without further ado, I apologize for running a little bit late, but Camille Seaman.
Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? I usually don't like to stand behind podiums. But, maybe that's why I'm supposed to stand behind the podium.
Let's get that a little bit. Let me bring you a little lower here. Hold on. Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear? No. Oh, okay. How about now? Does that sound better? And if I stand here, is it okay? That's okay? Everything's okay. Sound guy? Louder? Sound guy saying louder. Okay. So yes, my name is Camille Seaman, and I always like to start by telling you a little bit about myself and where I'm from. I'm actually born on Long Island. Any Long Islanders? Anybody? A few. And you can see in the area circled in red, that is where my tribe is located. Shinnecock, anybody out there? Yeah, go to the powwow on Labor Day. So I was born in 1969, and I was named for Hurricane Camille, which landed just after I was born. And you can see I still look the same. I just need a ball. And I was really very lucky. I didn't realize how lucky I was to have grandparents that really thought it was important for me to understand what it meant to be a good human being. And for them, that meant knowing that we were all interconnected and interrelated, not just with each other as humans, but with everything on this planet. We have a relationship. And so from a very early age, my grandfather would teach me lots of lessons. And the way he would do this was always very interactive. He would take me into the woods around our house, and he would have me introduce myself to the trees, each tree. And he would say, this tree is your relative in the same way that I am your relative, and you must respect it. And sometimes, as children do, he would catch me pulling the leaves off of a branch, and he'd say, you think you can do what you want to that tree without consequence? You think that you're separate from that tree? He said, if you think you're separate from that tree, see how long you can hold your breath. And then he would make me hold my breath. One of the other things my grandfather would do is he would make me sit outside for 1 hour every day, from the age of about 5 until he died when I was 13, every day. Whether it was snowing, raining, hot or cold, I was made to be still. And this picture is one of my favorite spots. It was a large boulder left by the last ice age, and I would sit on this rock, and then after an hour, my grandfather would call me in, and he would say, what did you see? And if I was feeling stubborn or belligerent, I would say, Grandpa, I didn't see anything. And he would say, go back outside. But what I didn't realize is he gave me the most fantastic gift of being still, observing, and as a photographer, those are 2 key ingredients. So fast forward a little bit, I had some unusual quirks. My aunt would come to visit us at our house, and she would find me in my bedroom closet drawing on the wall. And she would say, why are you drawing on the wall? So then she would find me drawing underneath the dining table. And finally, she just said to my mother, why don't you give that girl some paper? And so they gave me paper, and I discovered one of my first superpowers, which was drawing. And a few years later, that same aunt came back to visit, and she said, wow, you're really good. You should go to the Fame High School of Music and the Arts. And so I auditioned and got in. There's a little bit of foreshadowing in this photo. You can see me with a camera. So from 1984 to 87, I was a student here, in Manhattan, at 65th and Amsterdam, in the brand new, at the time, building of LaGuardia High School in the Music and the Arts. And that school was fantastic because as a visual arts student, we were required to go to the museums every week. And so I had the best training of my eye looking at these incredible pieces of art. But with every rainbow, there is some rain. And things were not good at home. My mother was so upset that I had pulled her back into the city. And so at the age of 15, I left home. And when I left home, the school recognized that I was at risk of falling through the cracks, and so they gave me a nichromat film camera. And they took away the manual. They said, you have to figure out how to use this camera. But they taught me how to bulk load black and white film and use a wet darkroom. And they said, go out and photograph your experience. And so I did. This is one of the self-portraits of me and my friend Abby in the Bronx. But sleeping on friends' couches, what I realized was this camera was giving, it saved my life. It gave me something positive and creative to do in a time when I felt very angry and disconnected. And I share this story because you might know someone in your life who is a bit lost. And giving them, whether it's a piece of paper to draw on, or a camera to play with, or a musical instrument, that thing might be the thing that saves their life. So think about that. One of the ways that I supported myself as a homeless teenager in New York was I worked as a New York City bike messenger. And I remember delivering packages to the World Trade Center all the time. My yearbook quote, I think, is relevant also. It was, wow, look at that turtle go. I had no idea how accurate that was to be the descriptor of my life. So I graduated high school, and I still didn't think of myself as a photographer. And part of that is, and it's part of why I'm standing on this stage today, and I thank David for having me here, because representation matters. Nobody came to my school that looked like me and said, Camille, you can become a photographer. You should do this. Nobody said, you can do this. And so I didn't think I could. It's important to have people that look like us tell us or show us that it can be done. And so after university, I discovered that I really loved doing my tribal beadwork. And I thought that that's why I was put on this planet. I loved working, making these beautiful items with traditional brain-tanned leather and vintage glass beads. And I thought, this is why I am on this earth. I worked doing it 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, just to keep fulfilling the orders. So I was quite successful at it. Galleries were selling it all over the United States. But one day I woke up and my hand felt like it was on fire. And I went to the doctor and they said, you have de Quervain's tendinitis and you have 3 options. You can do cortisone shots, you can rest it, or you can have surgery. And I was like, well, let's try rest first. So while I was resting it, my boyfriend at the time had to go to Los Angeles on a business trip. By then, I have to tell you, I'm living in Berkeley, California. So I'm now on the West Coast. And he said, you have nothing to do, why don't you come with me? And so we're sitting in Oakland Airport, waiting for this 1-hour flight to Los Angeles when they announced that they've oversold the flight, and if anyone can wait just 1 hour, they will give a free round-trip ticket to anyone who gives up their seat. And I said, well, I don't really need to go to LA. I can wait. It's a free ticket. And if anyone had come up to me in that moment and said, if you give up your seat, you will end up at the ends of the earth, I would never have believed them. So I gave up my seat, and I waited 1 hour for the next flight. It just so happened that it was Alaska Airlines. And I have to tell you, never in my entire life did I ever have any curiosity, interest, or desire to go to the polar regions. I hated the cold. Part of the reason I moved to California was to avoid the brutal winters that you have here in New York. And so here was this free ticket, and I decided to take it because it was an opportunity for me to do what I consider a reverse commute. I wanted to see what it felt like for my people if we had indeed traveled across this ice bridge from Siberia to North America. I wanted to feel what that felt like. No, I did not actually think I would get to Russia, but I wanted the sensation of walking on the frozen ice. So I packed a bag, did some research, and ended up there in early March. And what I didn't know was that Alaska Airlines is notorious for losing luggage. So all of my warm clothes were in that bag. And it was minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. So I stepped off the plane wearing basically what you kind of see now. I had a bag that had my film camera in it, and when I discovered that my luggage wasn't coming, the local Inupiat people took pity on me and said, "Don't worry, sister, we got you." And so they outfitted me completely in sealskin, parka, hat, gloves, everything I needed, and they said, "When your stuff comes, we'll get it to you." So, one morning, it was time. I stepped foot off of the land and onto the frozen sea ice, and I started walking. And every 10 feet or so, there was a small twig in the ice, and I thought, great, there's even a path. This is totally safe. And every 10 minutes or so, someone on a snowmobile would come by and they'd say, "Are you okay?" And I say, "Yeah, I'm just going for a walk." And they said, "Okay." So I was like, this is great. There's traffic, I'm totally safe. And so for a while there was traffic, people always stopping, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm just going for a walk." "Okay." And after an hour, their twigs stopped, the traffic stopped, but I kept walking away from town in the direction of Russia. And I walked, and after some time, 2 snowmobiles pulled up on either side of me, a Russian woman and an Inupiat man, and they asked me a different question. They said, "Where are you going?" And I said, in my naivete, my stupidity, I said, "I'm trying to get to where the ice ends and the sea begins." And in my mind, I really thought that it was like this stage where it was just a table and then water. And they said, "Well, that's 22 miles away." And I said, "Well, I can't walk that far." And I literally just had what I was wearing. I had no water, no shelter, no food. But they said, "We're going that way, we can give you a ride." And in that moment, I heard my grandfather's words, "If a door opens, even if it's not one you've walked through before or planned on, walk through it. There is great teaching there for you." And so I said, "Well, I've never been on a snowmobile before." And I hopped on with the guy, and off we went. And we're zoom, 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 zoom over the ice, and I'm like, "Woo, this is amazing!" And suddenly I was like, "Wow, we're going really fast." And I looked, and I saw we're doing like 60 miles an hour over the ice. And I started doing the math, like I've been on this thing 10 minutes times 60 miles. Whoa, stop, I have to walk this back. So I tapped the guy, and he let me off, and it was one of the few times I took the camera out, and I watched them disappear into the whiteness. They just disappeared, and I thought, wow, that's really cool. And then I turned around to look for the town, and it was gone. And I thought, uh-oh. And so I knew that there were polar bears out there. And I knew that I was standing on frozen sea ice that could literally open up and I would disappear. I knew that there could be a whiteout and I would never find my way back. And so I decided in that moment to turn around and start following those snowmobile tracks back before they were blown away. And as I walked back, I understood for the first time all of my grandfather's teachings of making me to understand that I was standing on my rock in space, that I am an earthling. I am made of the material of this planet, and I hopefully will return to the material of this planet. I understood that I meant nothing in the scale of space and time standing there on the ice, but the fact that I could even have these thoughts was a miracle. I made it back, obviously. And what I found out was I was actually 3 weeks pregnant with my daughter as I was having this adventure. So my awakening as an earthling was also my awakening as a mother. I told this story to my then mother-in-law, and she said, "Oh, we have to go to this place called Svalbard." And that set in motion a series of events. I don't like talking over my photos very much, so I'm just going to show you what happened when basically I said, yes, I want to become a photographer. I said yes because of September 11th. I said yes because so many of the pictures I had of me as a teenager and my friends had those buildings. And I was holding my daughter when the second plane hit. And I understood she would never know those buildings in the way that I had, except for in a photograph or film. And I thought, what can I do to show that there is something beautiful about my life and this planet? This is a culmination, there is sound if you can play it, of over 10 years to that point of working in both the Arctic and Antarctic. It's about 3 minutes long, and then I'll talk some more. jump forward a bit, because if I told you about all 20 years working in both poles, we'd be here a while. And all of that time has been amazing, and I like to call myself bipolar. I wanted to talk about the ship I just came off of. I literally almost directly flew from the polar regions here, and that's why I'm a little bit tired. But this is the brand new ship that Lindblad has built with National Geographic. And as a photographer, it's the first ship I've been really excited about to be on. In fact, I keep saying this ship has ruined me. It has this beautiful, what's called X-bow. You can see this very strange shape of the nose. It has, I don't know if the laser pointer, yeah, okay. So it has this wing on either side that you can stand and photograph from. All of these are open. You can stand here and photograph. You can stand here and photograph. You can stand here and photograph. And of course, if you have any of these rooms, you very quickly can go out of your room. Even at the aft of the ship, there's great places to photograph from. And so rather than me tell you about the ship, I just wanted to share a little bit of my most recent trip, or one of them.
Welcome to the National Geographic Resolution in Svalbard. April is late winter, early spring in Svalbard. It's a beautiful sight. Everything's covered with snow. Give us an opportunity to really see what the pack ice is and what the environment of the Arctic is like. During the trip, we will approach some of the fjords that still have fast ice, which is the favorite habitat for seals. And because the seals are there, it's also important habitat for polar bears. Bundle up a bit, come out on deck, and bring your cameras. And just ahead of the ship, a couple miles, is Lily Hook Glacier.
I've been coming to the polar region since 1999, and my very first time here in Svalbard was back in 2003. I remember it like it was yesterday. And even though it's, oh my God, almost 20 years ago, it is still a place that inspires awe and wonder. So the alignment of National Geographic and Lindblad to expose people to the geography of our planet, to better inform them, educate them, to see the beauty and the value of maintaining and protecting these places is really what both Lindblad and National Geographic are about.
There's a big cluster of ice right there. He's right in front of one of those clusters, right in front of me, straight ahead of me.
I could have your attention. There has been a polar bear spotted. It's some distance directly ahead of the ship on the flat ice in the distance. If you come out on deck, again, do try to be very quiet.
There's a mother bear and two baby bears, and they're kind of going, sniffing around like a patch of snow.
Yeah. It's so tiny. Or so far away. There's the bear. It's a pixel bear.
We've just made our way into Van Kulen Fjord, a southern arm of Belsen, on a beautiful afternoon with broken cloudy skies, light coming and going, and we found a young polar bear. We saw her from some distance off, and we've been slowly approaching the bear, silently as we can. Everybody's being quiet on the deck. The ship is making its way through the ice with great care so as not to disturb the bear. And as we got closer, we were able to see that this young bear has a kill. It's eating a seal as we watch. Wonderful thing to see. In fact, we think that probably this bear killed the seal very soon after we first saw it. So we've been able to see it having a great meal. It may be enough food for it to last a week. wonderful big mammal out here in this icy, icy world and splashed with red from its prey. Pretty great.
By far, that was probably the bloodiest bear I'd ever seen. So going early in April on the ship, that was an experiment. We weren't sure, but it was also a test of the ship's abilities of breaking ice, of handling very cold. At some points, it was minus 20 degrees Celsius. So quite cold, and the wind chill even colder. As a photographer, I fell in love with the ice. In both polar regions, people go for the polar bears and leave for the ice. And in Antarctica, they go for the penguins and they leave for the ice. Being there at such a cold time and being able to witness these phenomena, this is something I had never seen in person called sea smoke, where the water temperature, even though it's freezing, was so much warmer than the air temperature, which was way below freezing, that it was creating this smoke. It was incredible. For me, it's always about the light, and the polar regions have the most unique and very special light. We arrived in April just days after the sun had basically made its way up and would not set again for 3 months. So we had some warmer light if you were willing to stay up till 2, 3, or 4 in the morning. But again, the light, just spectacular scenery. And you know, this is our planet. This is not a science fiction film. I will take questions after. And you know, witnessing the reindeer in this environment with snow on Svalbard, that was new for me. I hadn't been there that early on a ship. And there's my bloody bear. Because of the X-bow, the ship has true icebreaker status. And that means we can go where other ships cannot go. And again, as a photographer, that's worth its weight in gold. That means I will have opportunities that no one else will. We had one encounter where I had never seen this before either, 2 polar bears mating. And this male bear, I had always heard that the male is twice the size of the female, but I had never seen a male that close to a female to see that size difference. So this is the male chasing the female after the incident. And they came literally right up to the ship. He was so big, he kept falling through the thin ice. And because she was half his size, she had no problem walking on it. But it was remarkable to see this. Watch how he uses his leg to try and pull himself out, and how he tries to keep his weight distributed as low as possible on the ice. I mean, this obviously was not his first time doing this. But it was such an incredible experience. You could hear him calling after her. But look at that, that's incredible. And look at the ice flexing under him like a waterbed. It's these kinds of moments that make these trips so special. And that was one of my favorite images that I made of him when he had fallen in. So I want to show you this picture, which is of a trapper's hut. And that structure, that is, because they were trapping for fox furs, they would keep the furs and things up there so that the polar bears couldn't get to it. Just 6 weeks later, this was that same spot. And this is a trip I just came back a couple days from. In just 6 weeks, because it's 24-hour daylight, it all melted, and there was a heat wave. When I was there just a week before, it had been almost 70 degrees. So then, instead of ice, it's water. And we had this incredible encounter with a mother and 2 cubs. And we also had this encounter. It was actually two bears feeding off of this dead whale. And the whale was so deteriorated, we couldn't figure out what kind of whale it was. But in this image, you can see just how quickly the landscape changes from snow and ice to dark browns and these beautiful abstract patterns. But with that melting, we are able to go more often on land and have opportunities like this to photograph walrus as they haul out. So I'm going to speed up a little because I don't want to take too much longer. The Antarctic, excuse me, can I get some water? The Antarctic is, if you've not been to either polar region, you should really go to the Arctic first. The Arctic is a place that animals have been hunted for thousands of years. And so when you find them, it is a real privilege and honor to see them because they can be elusive. But when you go to Antarctica, we basically can guarantee you, today on this beach, we're going to see 10,000 Adelie penguins. And on this beach tomorrow, we'll see 200,000 chinstrap penguins, and so on. So the life is incredible. But again, having this ship and its capabilities enabled us to go into the Weddell Sea on the solstice of December 21st, 2021.
Good morning. We are sailing in the Weddell Sea. It's the 22nd of December, one day after the summer solstice here in the Southern Hemisphere. And we have glorious light, tabular icebergs. The sun is on its way up, and the color in the sky is red and orange and absolutely lit up. So here in Antarctica at the Antarctic Circle, which is 66 degrees, 33 minutes, the sun literally never goes down. We're just shy of that. We're about 2 degrees shy of that. And we do have a sunset, but only barely. It never really got dark enough to see the stars. So it's absolutely beautiful here.
It's a little bit nippy, but it's hit midnight, and this is the best sunset / sunrise, I think, of anyone's lives here. We were meant to go to bed a while ago because we've had a long day, and we're not going to bed. We are not going to bed tonight.
It's really special to be in these places where there is this sunset that merges into sunrise colors. What time was that? That was December 21st. That was just after midnight, but we stayed up, most of us, till 3 or 4 in the morning, and the colors just kept coming. The image that they used for the event here was from that evening or morning. But I wanted to show you here on the bow, there's this platform. One of the things I love about the design of the ship is a small detail, but it's so functional. That little shelf means that you can have your cameras there, you can have a hot drink there, you have a place to put your gloves or binoculars. It's fantastic. And for those of us who are slightly more height elevation challenged, this little platform also helps. So I love the thoughtfulness of the ship's design, and you know, every now and then I just get a feeling and I go, this is the night, the clouds are right, everything just feels right, and I end up staying up till 3 or 4 to make images like this. Antarctica really will blow you away. It is like being on another planet. And you have to pinch yourself sometimes to realize this is our planet. This is our heritage, it is our legacy, and you know, something this remarkable is worth preserving for future generations. And the reason I am standing on this stage here today is to invite you to become ambassadors for our planet and make images that help to tell the story of these places that cannot speak. Because, again, we have that ice-breaking capability, we were able to go into the Weddell Sea and see emperor penguins beside Adelie penguins. I think the Adelie was feeling a little like short. So he stood up on a little ice hill to try and be taller than the emperor. And as I said, people go there for the penguins, but they leave for the ice. For me, always, maybe it goes back to that time of being in school here in Manhattan and going to the museums and looking at paintings. I'm painting light with my camera there. And so the last chapter of this, because if you are fortunate enough, you should do the great trifecta, which is Antarctica, South Georgia, and the Falkland Islands. If you can do all three of those, yeah, you can die happy. This is a place where there are not just hundreds of thousands, but millions of king penguins, and the sound can be deafening. South Georgia is famous for being the place where Shackleton went for help. And this is actually, you can see just over in the far corner, is his graveyard. This was the day after his 100-year burial anniversary at Grytviken. So there's history. There's lots of friends to be made. Some of them really smell bad. And some of them will bite you. So you must respect them. But always there are these beautiful moments, these incredible creatures, your relatives, your relations. They operate on the planet without any interference from you, and yet you have a relationship. This particular trip past February in South Georgia and the Falklands, I was so amazed to see so many albatross. And albatross are spectacular creatures. It's very difficult to give a sense of their scale. This is a black-browed albatross. It has about a 6-foot wingspan. And this is a wandering albatross. It has about a 12-foot wingspan. And, you know, for it to fly over my head, for me to get this image, was, you know, your heart flutters. You feel like you're being blessed. And I spoke about millions of penguins. I do not exaggerate. The sound, the cacophony is really just something, again, that you just sit there and can listen to this trumpeting. I don't know how they do it, but they find each other here. And so with that, I leave you and invite you to find yourself there. Thank you.
Q&A, let's take some questions.
Sure.
Okay.
Somebody has questions. Somebody over here had a question. She did, yeah.
Okay, we got a microphone for you. I think. Nope, we don't have a microphone for you. And what's your question?
Hi, my name is Eva. I'm from Iceland.
Hello, Eva. Good dog, good dog.
Everything you said, except for the animals, we don't have the animals. It's like through watercolors or the ices. The only thing is missing maybe is the northern lights.
Yes. So she's saying she's from Iceland, which actually I love Iceland. I really do. I love Icelandic sheep. I love Icelandic horses. I love the Icelandic landscape. It's another actually very accessible place for you to get to from here.
That was I was going to get into, you know, it's a little bit closer.
A little bit closer. Like if you want to take baby steps into the polar regions, Iceland is a good baby step. And only one part of Iceland is actually inside the Arctic Circle, and that's the island of Grimsey. So it's a nice place to just tip into it. There's also great puffins there. So thank you. Yeah, Iceland's amazing. Any other questions back there?
How do you protect your gear from elements?
How do I protect my gear from the elements?
Yeah, like this, you know, that's a very nasty, salty environment, right?
It's a very nasty, salty environment indeed. And I try, I'm going to keep it real. I lost a camera to the sea in Antarctica. It had been raining so much I didn't realize that my camera strap was coming loosely undone. And as I stepped out of the Zodiac to go onto the shore, it went bloop into the water. It was a Canon 5D with a 35mm 1.4 lens, so it was a a loss. But what was amazing was that I was able to retrieve the camera. It was finished, but the card was still fine and the images were on it. From that day forward, sometimes you have to learn the hard way. From that day forward, I always have my cameras in a thin dry bag, and then that goes in a bigger dry bag. And I do not take those out of the bag unless we're moving very still in the zodiac, very calmly, or when I'm on shore. In that bag, I also have a super absorbent towel so that I'm constantly trying to keep my gear clean. I have not found that any rain cover for my lenses has been adequate. I also have an attached lens cloth so that I can keep wiping water off my lens. What you'll find in both the polar regions, Arctic and Antarctic, is that with climate change there is much more moisture, much more precipitation, and so you're more likely to encounter rainy conditions, which can be very frustrating. But yeah, that's how I protect my gear. Waterproof, waterproof.
In reference to what you're saying, when do you find it the best time to go?
She's asking, when is the best time to go? Well, first you have to decide which one are you going to, the Arctic or the Antarctic. Because if you want to go to the Arctic and move around on a ship, you're going to have to go when there's water, not ice. So anywhere from April till September. If you want the northern lights, then of course you need to go when it's dark. So that can be anywhere from October to February. If you want to go to Antarctica and see, pristine white and clean penguins, then you want to go in early December, November. If you want to see chicks and eggs, then you have to go middle December to early January. If you want to see everything really rough and raw and messy, then you want to go and have chicks pecking at your legs, then you want to go in February to March. So it really depends on what you want to see. Any other questions? Oh, I'll do him and then I'll come to you. Hi. Green jacket.
What are your options for going there?
What are your options for going there?
Who goes there? Just National Geographic or?
So Lindblad, who has a table upstairs, they go there. If you want to go on a ship like that. There are many companies that do it, but as I said, the ships the capacity of this ship is amazing. I also like the fact that with these ships, the maximum number of passengers is around 100, as opposed to other companies that have 200 to 500, which again means the less people you have on the boat, the more time you have on shore, the more access you have. So that's one way to get there. You can do it a more intrepid way. You could just find your way there and figure it out. There are always ways to get there, but it's how do you want to get there? Do you want to get there comfortably, or do you want to just get there? We can talk more about that if you like later. There was somebody else back there. Yeah?
Yeah, when you go into the cold, you have to have extra batteries.
I'm sorry?
Extra batteries in the cameras.
She's saying if you go into the cold, you need to have extra batteries. That's true, but unfortunately, again, with climate change, I haven't found that that has been even an issue. When I first started going to Antarctica, we would encounter temperatures of minus 30 or so. I have not experienced that since. In fact, it's the reverse. It's now 60 degrees, which is not normal. One of the things, and I do find that the lithium batteries do hold a charge fine. The drone footage that you saw, I was a little nervous, like how the batteries would do in the cold. They were fine. So it can be an issue, but if you keep them close to your body and just have a spare with you, that really solves it. There was somebody further back. Oh, there you are. Hi.
It was similar to just basically, have you done these, like
I can't hear you.
Sorry, have you done these before going solo versus going on an expedition, and what do you find is the biggest difference?
What is the difference between going solo versus an expedition? If you do it solo, I can almost guarantee you it will cost more to have that kind of similar access. We really can get you places that you cannot get on your own. Unless you're going to rent a helicopter or you run into somebody who happens to have a spare icebreaker sitting around and invites you on, which, I mean, it could happen. But I think a great entry into these places are these expedition vessels, because it is organized, it is safe, and trust me, like, for example, polar bear safety is a real thing, and we have many people with us who are trained with a rifle, and you know, like, it's life or death there. Like, you really have to be careful. You are not allowed even out of a certain perimeter of the town without being licensed with a rifle. So Svalbard's serious. If you went, for example, to the Canadian Arctic, you could probably do it to some degree, but again, like, how far you could get and how much you could see, I don't know. I find in all of my years doing this that I have great access. I'm able to make incredible images and be comfortable. I purposely did not show a picture of my cabin because it was so amazing. It's such an amazing cabin. I had full floor to ceiling glass, sliding door with a balcony. It was ultra modern, ultra comfortable, and I just don't know that you would get that for any price lower than this and get you to all of these places. Like I said, you are more than willing to do it and try it, but I can guarantee you you'll get a very narrow window into those places as opposed to such an incredible experience. Pink shirt.
Just to lend an unsolicited compliment to Lindblad. I've sailed with Lindblad. And yes, I've sailed with Lindblad, and one of the things that I loved was the number of and the breadth of scientists on board, and the guides, and the amount of information that one learns just sailing.
These are not cruises.
Yeah.
This is an
It's
expedition. And you are educated, you are standing, it's one of the best ways to learn is you are standing side by side with someone who is passionate about their field. So you're standing side by side with glaciologists, marine biologists, ornithologists. And so honestly, I wasn't that excited about penguins or birds until I started hanging out with these ornithologists and like, did you know that this penguin is going to return to almost within 1 meter of where it was born? And I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. So it's contagious, their enthusiasm. And I think that has great value. You are learning so much, maybe even more than your head can handle sometimes. I often wonder, like, do you need a vacation after you come off of one of these? Yeah. I wanted to just also bring it round and say, you know, as a person of color, a woman, I would like to see more people like me up there. So I'm inviting you to explore your world. All of you. I mean, it is such a magnificent planet we have. And as Jacques Cousteau said, you will not save something you do not know, and you will not know something you do not love. So we must fall in love with these places by knowing them. So please, learn about your environment. I think there was, somebody else had a question?
We got to go on. There you go. Thank you so much for
Thank
sharing
you.
your story. So we have Shiv Verma coming up next, and Shiv is from Panasonic. I want to thank Panasonic for last night. It was a ton of fun. And hold on one second. Also, I want to say that On our schedule, it says photo by Jess Best. It's not Jess's photo. Jess is a great photographer, but that's actually Esteban Toro's photo. So that was brought to our attention. Sorry about that. We're gonna switch that out. Okay, and let's get Shiv up. My mic might be off, but I project. Okay, and you know, I adored that story that Camille told about being out on the frozen sea, Alaska, going out and going so far. I really wanted to ask her if she could see Russia, but it wasn't appropriate. It was too spiritual of a moment. Okay, Shiv, come on up. All right, welcome to OPTIC. Thank you for coming. Panasonic, and you can advance that way and go up to go backwards.
All right.
And you got a laser pointer in there. But don't ever push that button down on the bottom. That's the trapdoor activator.
Okay, so I'll just go right through?
Right down and
okay,
yeah,
not bad.
To the basement of the New Yorker.
Yeah, for those of you who were at the edge yesterday, I kind of feel like that's what's going to happen to me. So, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, B&H, and thank you, Panasonic, for having me here and sponsoring me for this event. I'm not here to show you pretty pictures, so if you are looking for pretty pictures, you'll have to go somewhere else. I'm here to tell you about time-lapse, to show you how very quickly you can assemble time-lapse. And David is a very kind person. He sort of said that you've got to do this like in half an hour. My program is about a whole day long. And this is the first time I've been asked to time-lapse my presentation. So it's going to be interesting. Let's see how fast we can go through it. But pretty much time-lapse really deals with a whole series of events that happen, that you capture and that you put together, and at some point you assemble it and it becomes a video. Quick overview, a brief synopsis of what we use, and I think that's really critical. Because if you are not familiar with your equipment and if you don't know how to clean your equipment, you're going to suffer profusely. The whole point of doing this is to understand compression of time. So you need to understand things like duration, interval, how long between shots, dealing with intervalometers, how to program them, and then more importantly, what exactly is it that you're going to capture and how do you capture it? And then finally, we deal with things that are problematic, how to resolve those, and most importantly, if and once you gain the experience, you will deal with the Holy Grail, and it's got nothing to do with religion. Okay. So with that said, I'm going to show you a couple of videos as we go along. And there are things that you will notice and you will realize what is good, what's bad, what's ugly. But more importantly, it's really what we're dealing with is capturing individual images of something that transpires or something that moves that you eventually take a series of shots of, predetermined to some extent, and then you put those together into what I call a time-lapse video. And time-lapse videos really require not just an understanding of time and duration, but also the process of capturing it, doing the right thing. You know, we as photographers talk about things like framing. Well, I think with time-lapse framing it becomes even more critical, as you will see. The other thing is, don't bother doing time-lapse if you don't have patience. Don't bother doing time-lapse if you are not committed. You know, we talk about, you know, being really committed, and the fact is when you have breakfast, you are dealing with, you know, either an involvement or a commitment. So chickens get involved, pigs get committed. But think about that, right? You have to be committed. So here's an example of what can happen with time-lapse. And I want you to notice what's going on and what you believe and think has gone right or wrong. So can anybody notice the one big problem? Yes? Pardon? Yes, there's something on there. So there's a dust spot. So if you don't have a clean sensor, think about it. A 10-second time lapse is on average 300 individual images that you're going to have to clone or clean. It's better to clean the sensor before you start a time lapse. The second thing is, time lapse takes hours, days, sometimes even months. So you have to have a preconceived understanding of what the weather is going to do. If it's going to start raining and you are not protecting your camera or gear, you're going to have a serious set of issues that you're going to have to take care of in the end. So that is what I call the ugly part. The good part is that you can, if you have taken enough of a sequence, you can take portions of it and utilize it to build your sequence from. You may have cuts, but that's okay. You can blend those in. You can sequence them into other programs or other, time-lapse that you have made in the past or going to make in the future. So there are ways to solve for it. All right, given that, what are we going to be capturing? Okay, so we have things like short duration subject matter, and I always tell my students when I'm teaching that one of the best ways to do it is to use something that you have at home. And I think we all, hopefully, have vanilla ice cream in our refrigerators, in our freezers. So if you take a scoop of vanilla ice cream and you put some food color on it and let it melt at normal room temperature, we know that one scoop of ice cream typically takes 1 hour to melt. So we can calculate that a 1 hour duration will give us a reasonable time lapse of melting ice cream. Good way to practice. Similarly, you can do things like, short duration subjects of clouds. You can do long duration subjects of flowers, of, building your home or, traveling. So, there are opportunities, unlimited, as to what you can use to create various time lapses. As far as equipment is concerned, most cameras will do. Now, as far as my line of products is concerned, I use Panasonic cameras, and they fortunately have built-in intervalometers, which saves me the need to have another product and another cable to hook everything up. But you can use any camera you want that has remote capabilities of being able to trigger the camera with a product like an intervalometer, or you can use a video camera which will sequentially take images or can tune to take it. You can use point-and-shoot cameras. Anything will really do as long as it is capable of frame-by-frame capture. Now, you can use other devices to help you, but in the most part, a good DSLR or a good mirrorless camera is more than sufficient to do very good time lapses. Where you need quality, just like with all photography, is you need a good lens. And with time lapse, the preference is to use a lens that is absolutely and totally manual, where you manually focus and you can manually set the aperture, and I'll show you the reason why we need that. It is critical that we avoid any kind of flicker, and you'll be surprised as to how our cameras generate an incredible amount of flicker, and it is most noticeable only when you're doing time-lapse. It's not when you're doing photography, it's not when you're doing video, it is only when you're doing time-lapse. The other thing is you need a neutral density filter, preferably a variable neutral density filter. Think about one thing. The majority of time-lapse is captured at a shutter speed of 1/60th of a second. So if you're doing time-lapse during the day in bright daylight, how are you going to get 1/60th of a second? If your ISO is 100, your shutter speed is going to be, if you remember the old Sunny 16 rule, it's aperture of 16, shutter speed of 1/160th, and an ISO of 1/100. Well, if that's what a sunny day is going to give you, and you need a 60th of a second, then you're going to have to put some sort of neutral density filter on. Now, fixed neutral density filters will help, but they will not allow you to fine-tune to get to that exacting number of 1/60th of a second. So be aware of that, and that's how we accomplish good time-lapse. Why 1/60th of a second? It's double the frame rate. If you remember video, video is half on, half off. So we use the same concepts to create our time lapses, which is half on, half off. So you're using a 180-degree concept where you allow for some duration of image and some duration of no image, but a slight amount of blur to allow for continuity of visual perception, which is extremely important to give you that smooth sequence that is what video becomes as far as the individual time-lapse images are as they are created into video. A good tripod. You're going to be sticking your camera onto a tripod or a device for hours. And any slight movement or loss of registration is going to cause you more issues than you would like to have. So use a good tripod. Use things like a platypod, as we see outside if you go out to the vendor area. These are products that will help you get a stable platform to do your time-lapse with. If you are a photographer who is familiar with stabilizing your tripod by hanging your camera bag from the center hook, please stop. That camera bag is going to become a sail. It's going to move your tripod. It's going to vibrate it. It's going to give you a host of problems that you will use your time trying to resolve and never be able to solve for it. So just don't do it, okay? A good ball, pan tilt head, of course, is always a good thing. Lock it down tight. The whole idea is stability and long duration stability. It's not a 1/100th of a second photograph. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photographs taken over a long period of time. My recommendation is to use your center hook, buy some paracord from a hobby store or from like a Joann Fabrics or something like that. Go to Home Depot or pet store and buy what's known as a ground anchor. It's a thing that you can screw into the ground. And tie the paracord to your center hook, then onto the handle of your ground anchor, and screw it into the ground so you stabilize your tripod. After all, it's going to be there for a few hours, and you don't want anything to move. All right, the next thing is, as far as your intervalometer is concerned. As I mentioned, Panasonic cameras and now a few other manufacturers have also started creating cameras that have built-in intervalometers. These will help you program the sequence for the camera then to be able to automate the process. If you don't have that, you can take an external intervalometer, connect it via remote cable or wirelessly, program it to perform the sequence, and then let it happen. Make sure that if you're going to do extremely long duration time lapses, that you have some way of feeding power to both your intervalometer as well as your camera. And that is something that I leave entirely up to you as to what camera you have and what kind of auxiliary power system you can use. If you're doing indoor time lapses, you can use AC adapters. If you're doing outdoors, then some sort of battery power is going to be needed based upon how long your duration is going to be. Remember one thing, a single battery in most digital cameras will give you between 400 and 450 images. Your time-lapse sequence is on average a minimum of 450 images. So you are at the threshold of when your battery is going to die. Okay, be aware of that. Okay, the next thing is light. The best light is light that doesn't change or doesn't vary. So if you are doing any kind of time lapse where a lot of light variation is going to happen, you're going to run into other problems that you're going to have to use post-processing for. So in the most part, try and do initially, as you are learning the process, use daylight or use artificial light indoors to do a time lapse with. Once you get familiar with it, then you can get to doing things like day-to-night time-lapse photography, night-to-day time-lapse photography, and you can follow the principles of what's known as bramping, and we'll talk about that in a short bit. A bramping device does nothing more than automatically adjust for exposure variations, and it does it in a smooth and gradual way so you don't get jerky transitions between light change. All right, so, sorry about that. Let's just go back here. If you want to, you can take this down, but at this point, I'd just like to suggest that at my very last slide, I will give you my email address. If you're interested in a synopsis of this presentation and a series of notes on how to, please email me. I will send you a fairly detailed set of notes. But these are the kinds of durations and timings that you are going to need based upon what it is that you are photographing to create your time lapse with. So if you're doing something that is, quick, then shorter intervals are needed. If you're doing something that is progressively slow in transitioning from one state to the other, you need longer durations. Keep that in mind. And then finally, of course, you have to do a little bit of math. And the simple thing, the way to understand this, is that 30 images is ideal. 30 images per second. So for 1 second of time lapse, you're going to need 30 images. So for 10 seconds of time lapse, you're going to need 300 images. You want to be on the safe side. Your sequence should be about 450 images. If you just remember that 300 number, you will survive. Anything less than that, you'll get shorter duration time lapses. Anything longer than that, the human patience will run out and nobody will want to watch your stuff. Okay? We have limited patience, 10 seconds at best. After that, we want to see something else. That's why movies, when they are made, you do a cut from one scene to another, from one sequence to another, because we just don't have the patience to watch anything too long. So that's exactly what's going to happen to you. So if you are considering doing long time lapses, don't worry about how long it takes you to do it. Worry about how long it's going to be what you produce in the end. And if there is something that is very important, maybe 15 seconds is okay. But that's the compression of time that you are doing. That's what time lapse is. Days into seconds, hours into seconds. But it usually always ends up with that 10 to 15 second time frame, okay? As far as framing is concerned, you run into various issues like what you are about to see. And this is when the term frame it so that you shoot loose. Shooting loose is very important, particularly for things that grow, because this was a 2-day effort that ended up with me throwing away all 450 images. And that's no fun at all, okay? And if you have one of the older cameras, by the way, your shutter's running out now, right? Because you'll do it twice, you've already got 1,000 images counted on your shutter. As far as flicker is concerned, don't get too confused with it, because things will look like flicker that are not, and things that are not, you think are not flicker are in fact flicker. Flicker is variation in exposure. It is not what it looks like. So if you think there is flicker, make sure that you read your exposure values to see that the exposure is not grossly varying, okay? Here's an example that I want to show you of what happens with flicker. Two identical camera setups, two identical exposures, two different lenses. A manual lens, 50 millimeter Zeiss versus a 50 millimeter automatically adjusting lens. Every time our lens's aperture opens to read the exposure, it then closes based upon what it is that you've set it to. If you set it to f8, it'll close to f7.9, it'll make close to f8.1, and so on and so forth. And each of those variations is a change in exposure. A manual lens will not open and close the aperture. So one of the best apertures to use for time-lapse is wide open, because it'll stay right there, or to use a manual lens. The next thing you want to be aware of, and if you look at this graph, which is showing you the change, and you'll ask me, why is there still a change if you're using a manual lens? Well, our shutter does the same thing. Our shutter is not accurate either, shot after shot. And those are 450 images that you can see the variation, and fairly considerable. So, aperture causes flicker, shutter causes flicker, white balance causes flicker. Make sure that your white balance is set to either a Kelvin setting or a preset that is not going to vary. Please do not use auto white balance. And finally, your ambient light. Any kind of an incandescent feature in your home or auditorium or stage where you're doing time-lapse will cause flicker. Be aware of that. Finally, if you're thinking about using a manual aperture lens, you can get them fairly cheap. If you want to use an existing lens that is not manual, there's a little trick. You can disconnect the lens by twisting it off. Make sure you twist it back on again. You depress the little lever that you have to allow you to see depth of field. Once you press that, you turn the lens. Don't do it if you want to at your own risk. Okay, but the most important thing is when you are using any of these things and you still see that there is flicker, there is software available. It's called LR Time-Lapse that is used to assemble your time-lapse sequences that will in fact allow you to get rid of flicker because it alters the exposure based upon the two frames on either side of the frame that demonstrates a problem. So it'll revalue the exposure settings and modify it accordingly. That's the product that I use. It is available from my website. It's not something that is discounted or that I get something out of. It's just that I know the individual who created it, and it is phenomenal, and it is used universally as the tool to create time-lapse. Finally, Holy Grail. It's really a transition that is from daylight to darkness, and your ability to change or modify your camera settings to accommodate that, to be able to create a very smooth transition from daylight to darkness or vice versa. And once you get really familiar with the process, you can even do some even stranger things like this. So that was White Sands. It was moonset and sunrise concurrently, and the ability to do that without extraneous flicker and things is something that Holy Grail allows you to achieve. And then you can do some what I call animation using dollies, tracks, 2 and 3 axis animation. As you get used to it, start spending a few $1,000s every time you want to buy a new piece of gear. And of course, as photographers, we love gas. And here's something that you can acquire with it. This is a quick sequence of doing motion animated time lapses. For those of you, as you get more experienced, and if you're familiar with doing videography, you can actually take sequences of this type and get rid of the higher rate of change that is in the ocean by replacing it with 10 seconds of video that you can overlay over the ocean to smooth things out. So there are a lot of other little tricks that you can do with time-lapse, and hopefully you can maximize what you have gleaned today and that experience to create what you want to. And this is just one final sequence. And this is the way you can start putting some titles into your time-lapse sequences, do some builds, and then finish it off with some nice music, and give the person who created the music the right kind of credits that they deserve. So don't thieve anything if you can help it. Just a couple of notes if you would like to. My website is www.shivverma.com. Notes are available if you email me, and that's the pricing of the licenses. My book, Time-Lapse Imagery, is available on the Apple bookstore. It's a little outdated. I need to update it, but at least it gives you an opportunity to start playing with time-lapse as another outlet to your photography. So with that, thank you very much, and hopefully you will all try this at some date in the near future.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Great. We're running a little bit behind, so we're going to shift the Q&A. You can visit Shiv right at the Panasonic booth. That's right outside, straight out the door practically. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Amazing.
Thank
One
you.
more time for Shiv. That's cool stuff. I kind of want to try some time-lapse. I'm a little intimidated, but there were some good tips there. Okay. All right, moving right along. So we have Heather Larkin coming up from Sigma Photo, and I personally really love Sigma lenses. When I started, I spent all my money on a camera body and didn't have any budget for lenses, and I got hooked up with some amazing Sigma lenses, and they really carried me through a lot of professional work for quite some time. So we are going to start, and okay, let's give a warm welcome for Heather Larkin. Heather, come on up, straight from Atlanta. And you're, let's see, are you on?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think she did it.
You're on.
Yay.
Okay, here's your phone. All set.
Thank you.
Okay,
Got
thank
my-
you so much.
my clicky. My clicky thing. Wrong button. Hi, I'm Heather Larkin. I live in Atlanta, and I do macro photos. So what I'm going to teach you is we're going to talk about how to choose a macro lens that's best for you. So we're going to actually talk a little bit about that. I have been a photographer for, this is 17 years, but it's 18 now. And you can find my regular job at Videography. I do portraits of little girls. But in my off time, I do macro photos of bugs or dewdrops or whatever. So we're going to talk about macro photography lenses today. So macro is the art of making the small bigger. It's taking little things and making big pictures out of them. By definition, a macro photograph is one where the subject is recorded on the negative or image sensor at a 1:1 ratio, which means life size. Every macro lens will give you 1:1 ratio, which is life size or better. If it's a 1:3, that is 1/3 of life size. Life size is reproduced on the film or image sensor at that size. This doesn't necessarily mean that every single image that you take is macro if you're using a macro lens. That also doesn't mean that you need to get right up on your subject every single image that you take, or as far back away as you possibly can every single image that you take. So what I use in my particular world is the Sigma 50mm 2.8 macro. It's discontinued. I bought that lens 20 years ago when I first started, and it served me so well that I actually switched camera bodies and repurchased it. I switched camera bodies again and bought it a third time. and switched camera bodies again and bought it a 4th time. The 4th time was for Sony, and I could not make the Sony work with that lens because the adapters were not quite working as well as they possibly could. So to circumvent that, I ended up buying the 70mm Art 2.8 because I thought, okay, it's as close as I can get right now to the 50 that I loved 4 times over. That said, I also use the 105 macro from Sigma. I like it a lot. It is very forgiving. It is very easy to use, and I don't have to be right up on my subjects, which is really important for macro. If you're chasing around bugs, ants, whatever, if you're chasing lizards, you scare them away if you're right on top of them. So that means that if you want to use something further away, you can use the Sigma 150. Now this is also discontinued. I bought mine on eBay. It do what it do. The adapter doesn't quite, it's not as fast as it could be. And so if you're really serious about macro, the other 2 lenses are a little bit better. I also use the 150 to 600 DGD in sports, which is not a macro lens, but it works well in a pinch. It will do. The wonderful thing about that lens is that because it is a telephoto, you can shoot at 150 on macro, but you can also zoom it out and get, hummingbirds in the trees over there, the same lens. It's also a great flower picture lens, which means that you can take it to 600, take a picture of a tulip, get it all separated from its background. It's a great dual purpose lens. So, when choosing a macro lens, what you're looking at is depth of field. Now you can see with this snail, the depth of field on a macro lens is skinny winny, and the snail's eyes are in focus. The rest of its shell is not. Now, this doesn't pester me. It may pester you. That's okay. If you want the entirety of your subject in focus, you need more depth of field. So what does that mean? So depth of field is contingent on how close you are to your subject, physically. The closer you get to your subject, the smaller of an area, front to back, as in close to you and further away, is what's in focus. So if you get closer physically, that means you have less of depth of field that's in focus. So you can see this frog, I was really close to his face, so that means his face is in focus, his butt is not, his arm is not. That is the way macro lenses work. So because a macro lens can get really, really close, that means this depth of field rather, is really, really tiny. And I'm talking millimeters here, really tiny. Adding extension tubes or close-up filters make this area even smaller. So if you've got a macro lens with an extension tube on the back of it and a close-up filter on the front of it, I'm talking like you might as well be like right on top of it, and it's tiny, and you're gonna struggle if you don't have, a tripod or something like that. So, a little bit of a graphic here. The closer you get to your subject, the smaller the depth of field is. Now, what does that mean for macro lenses? You can get the same picture close up or further away depending on the focal length of your lens. So you can see this ladybug, it's the same shot. It's the same picture. The only thing that's different between these two lenses is literally how close to the subject that lens is physically. So a 60mm lens will allow you to get closer, or conversely, will force you to get closer to your subject. Now, some of these things, this is an advantage. Some of the things that you're photographing, this is not an advantage. If you're taking pictures of jewelry or things that will not run away, that 60mm is fabulous. If you're taking pictures of lizards or dragonflies, They're gone by the time you get close enough. And that's not fabulous. So, depth of field means with these really tiny, tiny depth of field, your own breathing can throw it out of focus. I don't use a tripod because I hate them. They scare the bugs and they take too long to set up and I can't get the heads right and I just lose my mind and whatever it was that I'm shooting is already gone anyway and I just want to throw it out the window. So I don't use a tripod, I just hold my breath and overshoot. That's me, that's how I roll. If I was in the studio, it would be a different story. That's just the way I shoot. How you shoot and what you shoot may be completely different and a tripod may work well for you. So, however, a tripod is really nice for things that are not going to run away. So if you're shooting ice outside in the morning when it's really dark and before the sun is up because you need to make sure that ice is not melting, that's great. That's perfect. The frost is not going to run away. Adding a flash adds light, which means that you can use a higher aperture to give you more in-focus area. Again, back to front, more in focus area, so you can turn your aperture up and have more that you see. So you can see this image, this is one of my frost pictures before tripod, and you can see that this image is actually not that well focused because I wiggled. So I use this because I want you to see what not to do. All right, so my settings, in general, aperture depends on what you want to be in focus. Shutter speed depends on how much light you have. And added light via flash will give you a higher shutter speed and consequently a higher aperture that you can use. I personally cannot shoot less than 1.250 because I wiggle. Honestly, I need to change that to 1.320 because I just wiggle too much. Can't do it. Okay, so let's look at what aperture does to your photo. You can see over here on the left, I've got f4.5. Over here on the right, it's f11. So I personally prefer the 4.5 version because the f11 version is too busy. There's too much to look at in this shot. I don't necessarily need all of the rest of that story back there. However, the other one, conversely here, f9 is my favorite version from this pair because I want to see that story. I want to see that whole flower. I want to know what's going on back there. All of the fairy lights in the background aren't there in the other one. And I like those. So depending on the story that you want to tell, influences your lens choice. So this leads to lens choices. Again, here's what I use. We're going to roll right back to that, and I'm going to show you some examples of each of them. So this is the 50 millimeter discontinued macro, and you can see that all of these, they're macro images. This is the 70 millimeter macro. And honestly, they look just like those. I would not be like, okay, well, this is obviously a 70 and this is obviously a 50 because they look really similar. That's the whole point of macro. Supposed to. It's 1-to-1 ratio. You're supposed to be looking at life size or better. This is the 105 millimeter and the 150. And that telephoto that kind of does macro really well. So what the difference is in all of these lenses is how close you are physically to your subject. So I set up this little thing in my kitchen. My subject is actually this ring right here. And you can see how tiny it is. I have very little fingers. This is very, very tiny ring. You're welcome to stop by the Sigma booth and see the ring in person if you want to. I have it on my finger now. So the same distance away experiment. I set up the 150 macro because it is the furthest away and took a picture of the same exact subject at the same distance away from the camera. I did not change the camera. So now what this means is that the 150 is close. The 105 is actually further back from its working distance. The 70 is even further back from its working distance, and the 50 is really far away. So what does that give us? Oh my gosh, this. So the 150 is 1-to-1 ratio. The 105, because I am backed too far away, it's further away from the subject. The 70, the same thing. The 50, the same thing. Now, this is a stupid experiment because nobody uses a macro lens like this. If you're going to shoot a macro lens, you're going to be using it usually as close as you possibly can, not hanging out here in the back like the 50mm lens. Like, nobody uses a macro image like that. So, what happens when we go to working distance? So this is how close your camera lens has to be from the subject in order to get 1-to-1 life-size ratio. You can see that the 150 is a good 6 or 8 inches from the front of the lens. 105 is a little bit closer. The 70 is pretty darn close, and the 50 is pretty much right on top of it. Now, we can expect that if we're shooting a macro lens at 1-to-1 ratio, that if we're within 1-to-1 ratio distance, all of the resulting pictures will be identical. Is that right? That is right. So this is literally every single macro lens right at working distance. So again, the only difference between the macro lens is how close you have to get to your subject. If you're shooting things that do not run away, you can use a 50. It's great. If you're shooting things that do run away, that 50 is going to terrify that lizard, and the lizard is going to be gone, and you're going to be without a lizard picture. So here are a couple of images with the lenses that I use to shoot them. The 50mm is lovely. Actually, I'm going to back it up, and I'm going to say a caveat here. The 50mm has a problem, and that is, you can actually see it in this image, you are in your own light. You are literally so close to your subject that you can sometimes cast a shadow and you can see it right there going sideways. So that is a caveat to that lens. You have to light it from the side. So my preference for lenses is not the 50. So this is the second camera body that I bought this lens for, the Nikon D700. And I was probably about 2 inches from this monarch caterpillar, and it's not running away very fast, so it's fine. I didn't have to worry about that. They also can't see really well, so they don't care. Like, you know, you're in my face with this thing, whatever. Also, vines, not running away. At least maybe not very fast. So the 50mm worked really well for this because it was an immobile subject. Now, when I do love this lens, I still own this lens actually, and when I now use it, I struggle a lot because you literally have to be like, you've got the camera and you're like, really, it's like this close. And so your head is terrifying. The camera lens looks like a big old giant eyeball hanging out. So if you're taking pictures of postage stamps, great, they're not afraid of you. If you're taking pictures of bugs or dragonflies or lizards that are going to run away, yes, absolutely, they will be terrified. The 70mm allows you to get a little bit further away and put some distance between you and your subject. This also means that you can use an extension tube or a close-up filter a little easier because you're not going to have to be literally on top of your subject. So this is the beard of a bearded iris in the fog. So we had a whole bunch of dew and fog that morning. And so I was able to get really, really super close to this because the flowers are also not running away. This is also the 70. This is dewdrops in fennel. The dewdrops are not being scared of you. It doesn't matter how far away you are. You can have yourself and like sit down and hang out, and that's exactly what I did. However, this is the 105. Now, this bee was asleep in this flower. He was cold. He was not running away. However, he did see me, and I did freak him out because I was close with the 70. So I switched to the 105 and stepped back because the 70 was scaring him. He wasn't warm enough to fly yet. He was still kind of freaked out, and he would raise his leg and be like, nah, no pictures, please. And so all of the 70 millimeter macro images that I got with this guy, he's like, give me a high five. Hey, hey. And I was like, I really don't need 20 bazillion pictures of this bee. And he's like, hey. So I switched to the 105, backed up a little bit, and it didn't scare him as much, so I was able to get him with his feet down. Now, I don't know if any of you have played with these guys, these long-legged flies. The minute your shadow, like if you cast a shadow on them, they're gone, completely gone. If they think that you are a predator, they're toast. They're very flighty, they're very skittish, and these are a challenge. They're very difficult. So the 70 millimeter scares them away, the 105 does not, because I don't have to be right on top of them. 150 means that I can get really, really close to these dewdrops. Obviously, I don't have to worry about scaring them away. However, the disadvantage of a closer lens for dewdrops is that you might hit the grass with the front of the lens, or if you have the lens hood on, you'll do it, and knock all the dewdrops off of the thing and ruin your shot. 150, 105, you don't have that problem because you can back up. This is a magnolia jumping spider. They have amazing eyesight, and they can see you coming. Now, green on green on green on green, they're hard to find. Not only like to see them to begin with, but if you scare them and they run away, you'll never see it again. They're impossible to keep track of. So the 150 works really well because you don't have to be right on top of her. You don't have to scare her away, and you can back up. So that's the end of my show. Does anybody have any questions real fast before I run away? Ah! Time to dive off the stage. Anybody good? Yes, sir. What kind of f-stops was I using? That's a good question. So normally I shoot at around 4.5 to 5.6 because I personally prefer a lot of blur in the background, and front to back focus doesn't really pester me that much. Yes, sir?
What is the concern if you're using a 150 lens? Aren't you concerned with the shape of the lens too?
Oh, that's a good question. All right, so the question was, if I'm using a 150 lens, aren't I concerned with the shake? The answer is yes, because I wiggle a lot. So I'm over here, and I'm crouched down to get this spider, and she's under a leaf, and I'm like, and it's hard. It's really hard. I hold my breath. I firm up my thighs, and I shoot a bunch, and then I go back and try it again. If you have time to set up a tripod, that would be an advantage, But for these girls, they don't like a whole lot going on, so I would just pick a shutter speed that works for keeping that minimized. Anybody else got any questions? Yes, sir.
Flash?
Do I use flash? The answer is yes, I do. Not all the time. This little girl was not. And I hate carrying it with me because I have a spider holster, so it rubs my thigh and makes a whole bunch of noise and drives me crazy. But I do have one, and it does help.
It's kind of the same question. Use a ring flash?
Do I use a ring flash? No, I don't. I actually have, it's in my hot shoe, and it points down. It has a diffuser that points down, because if you use a hot shoe without a diffuser, the flash will actually go over your subject and not down at. So the diffuser that I use is built to pull it down. No? I thought I saw a raised hand. Anybody else? I think I'm out of time. Yep. Thank you so much. Thanks. Questions, you're welcome to come with me, come ask me at the Sigma booth. I'm there all day.
Okay, one more time. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special guest for you now. This is a banner event. This is his first in-person appearance since yesterday, which was his first appearance in person since 2019. Mr. Scott Kelby. Scott, we're going to plug in your computer? Okay, come on up. So, ladies and gentlemen, Scott Kelby, Kelby One Media. Okay. Hey guys, we're going to be switching a computer. I've got one right. To come out to our events and virtually, and it's been a pleasure working with them virtually. Also, an interesting thing about Scott on those virtual events, you had the most viewers whenever you went live. So I guess he's got a fan base. And you're good?
All right, am I good to go?
And your audio is...
There we go.
All right, one more time. Scott Kelby, ladies and gentlemen, in person and live.
Hey, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I guess I have a mic on. I don't have to talk into this stick here. Anyway, real quickly, thank you. Thank you for coming. Hey, real quickly, just how many people are here? Okay. Who's not here? Oh, thanks. All right, well, thanks for not being here. Hey, so I want to talk to you real briefly. I've got so much to cover in this that I don't know how I'm going to possibly do this in time, but I'm going to give it a shot. One thing I would ask, if you have any questions, I would love to answer them, but can I answer them one-on-one afterwards, or I'll never get through what I have planned for you today, but I'll be around afterwards, and I'd love to answer your questions. I want to tell you who this class is for. So I know that there's two kinds of travel photographers. One type of travel photographer is the type that I wish I was, which is the photographer that can pick a country and just go to it and stay there as many nights as they need and just do whatever they need to do to get the shot. I wish I was that photographer. What I am is, I'm a photographer on vacation with my family. And so what I want to do is, I want to enjoy the vacation. I want to have a great time where I'm going, but I still want to come home with some good photos. So that's the photographer I'm really talking to today, which is, we're trying to make great travel photos wherever we go. And we're under the constraints of, we still have to enjoy the vacation, and we can't ignore our family for the most part. And so that's what that's who my audience is when I'm making this presentation, is the rest of us. Those of us who want great travel photos and great memories from their trip. Now, what I'm going to do is I've broken this down into basically 10 different segments. And these segments are the things that I think make a great travel photo, all right? So these are things, now there are more than 10 things, but I thought if somebody asked me, if I was at a bar and they said, what are the 10 things that you think would really make a difference? It's these 10. At the very end of the class, if I do time this correctly, and I'm hoping that I have, I'm also going to give you 7 things to add to your shot list, things to write down when you're traveling and add these to your list, and I'll explain that when we get there. But first, let's get going. The first one is the whole concept of timelessness. So I'm with my wife, and I think it was in Crete, and we're on vacation, and we're walking around this little tiny harbor, and there's all these boats, right? All these boats, and I'm like, and I'm walking with my camera, and she's with me, and I'm like, no. And finally my wife goes, well, what's wrong with this boat? And I'm like, well, there's nothing wrong with it. But it has a big Evinrude motor hanging off the back, something like this. There's no romance. There's no timelessness. And I said, and that's the thing. I said, you know, if I have a big sign there for AT&T, it's not romantic. If there's a big engine hanging off the back, I want to, and I think I put this first for a reason, because I think when you travel to some amazing places, the ability to take timeless photos that you don't know if they were taken this year or 25 years ago or 30 years ago make a huge difference. So instead of looking for a boat like this, I'm looking for a boat like this. I want that timelessness kind of feeling for it, or something simple. Now, sometimes that requires me taking stuff out. Like in this case, it required me removing graffiti and power lines, because the power lines kill the shot. Now, you notice I left the Coca-Cola logo on there, and that is because, and they've done research on this, the Coca-Cola logo has been around since prehistoric times. So you don't really know when it was taken. All right, so, but take a look. I did a couple of behind-the-scenes shots. Look at how different it looks when you're not taking into account the timelessness. You got cars, you got people wearing modern clothes, you have modern signage, you got a Mercedes behind it. It doesn't go romance. It doesn't have the timelessness. So that's why I think this is such an important thing. In this case, this is Rome, and I had to take out the many satellite dishes. So I just take the little clone stamp tool or the healing brush and I get rid of those. So if it's something that just kind of mars it, I think it has such romance and timelessness. If you can keep the modern things out of it, it really does have an impact on the viewer. And same thing here, just trying to make sure you don't see signs and you see certain things that would tip you off that these were taken in modern times. This was just 2 weeks ago in Prague. They have all these different trams in Prague. They're all very modern. And so I sat there and waited until the old one finally came by. It was about 20 minutes because I found that when you're actually waiting for the old tram, they take that tram out of service. Because they're like, I can tell the photographer's trying to nail this shot. Let's send every new one from 2022 that we can send. But eventually I was able to get it. But, and for example, when it comes to people, you can do the same thing, but if you pull back a little further, it kills the thing if you see she's looking at her phone. All right, so that's number one, was I try to create a sense of timelessness because I think it brings the romance of travel. Number two is, of course, and this is going to be the most obvious of them all, is I think one of the things that makes a great travel photo is great light. And so that has me getting up very early in the morning, and I do this before my family gets up. Interestingly enough, they're not interested in getting up at 4:40 in the morning and getting up, which is great. But you know what else I found? Nobody else is either. So I get there, and there's literally, on the Charles Bridge, they're like, which you call it the Eiffel Tower of Prague, there's nobody there. No other photographers. It's completely empty. I go to the Eiffel Tower in Paris with my group of travel photographers. We're the only ones there. Now, we're the only ones there. We're there before dawn. We're there a half an hour before dawn, all set up, ready to shoot. Once the light comes up, at maybe 15 minutes after dawn, 20 minutes, the light's terrible, right? And that's when all the tourist photographers come. You're leaving, and they're just getting there. They've already missed the light. So it is important, if you can get up early, it makes all the difference in the world. So that's, and now, of course, sunset is good too, either sunrise or sunset. So if you're going to be doing most of your serious travel photography, either indoors or at dawn or at dusk, what do you do during the day? You can post-process your images, catch up on sleep. I like to do a little light shoplifting. Anything during the day to kind of take up the time to where when you're in the right place at the right time when the color looks great. And again, the tour bus always leaves at such a weird time. It always leaves at like 8:30 and you've already missed. That's okay. Don't let it be a negative because you say, I'm gonna go get the great shots when the streets are empty and the light is great. And this one, I had to hike up in complete darkness with a headlamp on, 720 steps going up. I'm only going to do that one time in my life. It took me 4.5 days to climb up those stairs, but I made it. All right, so that's why. So the second thing is, I really do think great light is one of the top things, and obviously you know that. But getting there early, you're all by yourself, there's nobody there. Also, not only are the streets empty, you have the great light, and you also will oftentimes get like a little bit of dew on the cobblestones in the street and stuff, and that makes it nice as well. And this is just after you see the sun's coming up here. This is right before you call it a day. But you know what's nice? You know what the best thing about shooting at dawn is? Right when you're done, if you listen carefully, you can hear the call of the wild pancake. Because you go straight to breakfast, it's just perfect. All right, so that's shooting in great light. Number 3 is can also be interesting light. Because obviously great light's gonna happen, a couple times a day, but sometimes you can just find really interesting light. This is taken from a parking garage in Chicago, just aiming straight down on the L below it. And sometimes you see an interesting sliver of light or a beam of light or just kind of, moody light. So these are now, this was interesting. This is the northern, dark hedges in northern Ireland. The problem is it was used in Game of Thrones. And so now it is full of Instagrammers. And so you have to wait for them to leave. And that takes a bit because they're big on it. All right, and there we have Hong Kong. But interesting light, I think. Now this is interesting light too. It's indoors, it's at a gift shop. My wife is shopping and I'm like, look at the beautiful light coming in on these round things. I don't even know what they are. These are just bowls in a workshop. But the light was so nice, I'm like, I'm gonna shoot the stupid bowls. This was in a man's apartment. And the light falling on his stuff was so great. And this all reminded me of a quote that a buddy of mine once told me. He said, look, if you see interesting light, go see if you can find something to shoot in. If you see, wow, there's a beam of light, stop and say, what can I possibly shoot in here that will look good? So, and this is, look at this. It's just some scissors or a tong. It's tongs, I guess. It's a pair of tongs sitting, but if the light's cool, you can make a cool shot. This is just after midnight. In Norway, where the light it's like sunset all day, like for hours. You know how we have 15 minutes or 20 minutes, great light normally? In Norway, you can just drive around from location to location. Everywhere you do, it's like a dusk shoot. But interesting light, just wherever you can find it. So that's number 2 of the 10 things that I think help to make a great travel photo. Number 3, or this will actually be number 4. Number 4 is, I think, a great travel photo tells a story, right? It captures the viewer's imagination and curiosity. I always say it's great if you can look at an image and you go, wow, what else is going on? Or what's the story there? Or why is this person doing there? How did they get there? If there's any kind of question when you look at the photo, I think it tells a story. If you look at it and go, oh, it's a stream, that's not a story, right? So I'm looking for images that capture the viewer's imagination and make you wonder, well, how did they get there? And when was this taken? Why are they all together? Et cetera, things like that. So if you can tell a story, this is an amazing bookstore in Venice. And unfortunately, the word's out on this bookstore because when I went there, a group of Chinese tourists came in. And what they would do is, there's 40 of them lined up. Each of them would sit in, there's a chair, there's the bench. They would sit in the chair. The tour guide would hand them the book. They would open the book, and he would say the first word, and they would look out like they're being thoughtful. And they would take the first shot. They'd look at the book, take the second shot, get up, the next person would come up. They had 40 of the exact same photos, each person looking up, looking at the book. Now, unfortunately, I'm standing there with my camera and I'm with a buddy of mine going, only 32 more to go. So when places get popular thanks to Instagram, they get very, very, very popular. So this was in the Forbidden City. I shouldn't have been there, obviously. Nobody get nothing? Okay. This is a sad story. So I'm on a tour group, and you can imagine in China, it's very, very crowded in the Forbidden City. And I see this man and his family, and they're all gathered around him. And I'm like, oh man, I wish I could just get him. But of course, it's so crowded, and there's people everywhere. So I tell my wife, honey, I'm gonna wait a minute. And she goes, well, the tour's moving. I'm like, okay, well, I'll catch up. So I lean against that red door, and I'm just watching it, I'm just waiting. And I'm like, I just need just one clear shot. And I'm waiting, and my wife calls me and says, honey, we're going to the bus. And I'm like, I'll be there in a minute. And I'm waiting, and she calls and says, honey, everyone's on the bus except for you. And I'm like, okay, I'm coming. So here's the thing I realized when you wait out situations like this. I don't need it to be empty for 5 minutes or 2 minutes. I need it to be empty for 1/125th of a second. And at some point, one of the little girls runs up, says something, and the whole family steps to the left. I got the shot, and I run to the bus. Can I tell you, the loneliest walk is being that person they've all been waiting for, and you go on the bus and they're like, shame, shame. Oh, it was horrible. All right, so that's what I'm looking for. If I can find anything that tells the story that adds some romance or something, I'm trying to get it. And so that's number 4, or when I'm trying to think, what are 10 things that I think help make a great story? Like every time I look at this picture, I'm going, what is that guy on the right doing? Why is he there? Because I was thinking that while I'm taking the shot. Because you can't walk down this hallway. He can't sell you anything. It's blocked off. It's completely blocked off. All you can do is look. And so I'm thinking, what is he doing? Why is he there? So yeah, maybe he didn't look very secure though. There were security guards all over the place there. All right, so that is that one. All right, number 5. And this is something that I put in like my mental shot list. I think another thing that can make great travel photos, some of my favorite travel photos from other photographers are ones where the subject is color. In other words, it's not really anything particularly interesting on its own, like it's just some plates. But because the plates are so colorful and they're on a wall, it actually makes it interesting. Now this was in Havana, and I rented this car. And you can rent these cars for so inexpensively. They're everywhere, and they're just like taxi drivers. Now, for many years, just until the last few years, tourists were not allowed to ride in those cars, and you couldn't actually get one of those taxis. But now you can, and you just walk outside of your hotel, and you say, how much for a driver in 2 hours? And they say $50, and you say, how about 10? And they say, let's go. So I would tell the driver, can you just park right here in front of this building? He's like, you just want me to park and get out? Yeah, just park right here. You know, stupid American. You get out, let me take the shot, and we get back in. But it was kind of about the car, but it's really about the color. Same thing with these buildings in Malmo, Sweden. And so this one was, remember I told you I was with my wife in Crete and we're shooting the little boats? I'm done shooting the boats and my wife says, honey, turn around. And literally behind me is a little closed bar and this is here. And she says to me, it's like they knew a photographer was gonna come by. And I'm like, yes. So in this place, I only went there because of the color. I had seen it on Instagram. It was in the top 10 Instagrammable places in Hong Kong. So, and now this next place is very interesting. It's the island of Burano. It is just off Venice. And of course, no one was going to go to the island of Burano because there's Venice. Why would you go to this other place that's not Venice if you're in Venice? So they went and they repainted every building in the entire town to be super, super colorful, like mega crazy colorful. And then they did stuff like this. They're like, put a bike there and paint it blue. I kid you not, the whole place is set up like a set. So you can just walk around and pick crazy stuff. So that was kind of an easy one and an obvious one. This, I just love the way the blue and the warm, the cool colors of the blue and the warm colors of the neon sign. And you can tell, like, what's your subject there? You shot a tassel? Nope, I'm shooting the color. Here's another one in Burano. It's like, they know you're coming. And so it's really not about the object. Another one from Burano is I'm really there to shoot the color. All right, and there's Santorini. And these are a couple from like Santa Fe, New Mexico. Just grab a couple other ones. All right, what's another, if I had to say, what are the top 10 things that I would say would make a great photo? And this is a big one. This is huge. Simplicity. Simplicity. When I look at what my favorite photos are, and it was another photographer that talked to me about this one time, and it was kind of an awakening for me, because I spent a lot of my time looking through my viewfinder and going, this doesn't look very good. What can I add to it? When the real secret was, I'm looking through my viewfinder, it doesn't look good. What can I take away? How can I simplify the scene? How can I show less? And so I went to 500px. I don't know if you're familiar with this website. It's a website of serious photographers all around the world, and they post their photos, and it's great. I mean, their stuff is phenomenal. So you can just go in there and search for, whatever city you want to go to, and I do a lot of my research here. But the research I want to show you is I took some screen captures, because I went in there and I typed in Venice, because I was going to Venice. And these are the first ones that show up. And if you look at them, they all actually have that simplicity in common. They're not full of tourists. They're not super busy shots, right? It's like they're all simple and they're all very clean. And the shots that I like the best, look at the one on the top left corner, right? It looks like it's probably taken in Burano and they mismarked it as Venice. But all the shots are so simple and so clean, and there's so little going on, and that's what makes it great. They have clean backgrounds, they're simply put together, and I just think that's huge. I'll just show you a few more examples of these are some of the first results, and they all come up and they have this beautiful look. So that's what I'm trying to do. When I'm there, I'm trying to think to myself, how can I exclude stuff that doesn't really help tell the story? How can I make things just as simple and as clean as is possible? And so this particular shot here, which is taken in Iceland, if I were to turn my camera just a little bit this way, there's a billboard. There's two big billboards. And if I go this way, you can see a gas station, some buildings, and some modern buildings, and all this junk. So I'm sitting there, and I'm standing beside a billboard. Like if I showed you, I wish I had the shot of where I took it, because it's the most unappealing place. And you're looking and you see all this stuff, but we do not have to show all that stuff in the frame. We're not obligated to do it. That's part of the great job of photographers. We look at the scene and decide what we want to show. So I took this big, kind of busy scene, and I only want to show this. And now it looks very, calm, but if you go to Iceland and you go to this church, you're going to go, well, I don't remember seeing a gas station right next door to the Exxon. But you're only going to show in the frame what you want to show in the frame. This one was taken in Dubai. This is what they say is the world's only 7-star hotel, which I disagree. I think it's the New Yorker is the world's only 7-star. But however, that's for you folks at home. Okay, so I wanted to take this shot, and when I went to take it, it's a very expensive hotel to stay in, and I was there. Adobe had sent me over there to do a speaking gig. And so I was staying at Adobe put me up at the Swiss Hotel, which is very nice hotel. But I was with my brother and one of my best friends, and I said, guys, I'm going to do the stupidest thing I've ever done. I want to stay one night in that hotel, because there's one side of it where the public can go, and it's not very good. The light isn't good, and the angle isn't good. And then there's a private beach, and the only way to get on that private beach is to stay at the hotel. And I said, I'm going to do it for one night. It's crazy, it's stupid, but you only live once. I'm going to do this one time. So instead of buying a lens, I'm going to stay at this stupid hotel for one night. The hotel was fabulous. The room was 2 stories. I had a butler. It was crazy. But so then, at sunset that night, I go down to the beach, and I'm like, look, I'm a guest on the beach. There's nobody there, because nobody else is stupid enough to spend that kind of money. So I'm all by myself. I take out my tripod. I pull out the first leg. It's as if security came out of everywhere. They're rappelling down from helicopters. They're coming across the beach on 4 wheels. They were all over me. I mean, they must have heard the sound of a tripod. They came out for everywhere. Now, I will say this. In my entire life, I have never, ever experienced kinder, more gentle security guards. Because the first thing the guard comes up and he says, I'm so sorry to bother you. Are you a hotel guest here? I said, yes. And I pulled out my card and they said, no, that's the New Yorker. Oh, sorry. Here we go. Burj Al Arab. And he's like, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, but we can't allow you to shoot with a tripod on the beach. I feel terrible. I feel so badly, but it's our policy and there's no way I can. I'm like, hey, no problem. I learned this. Do not argue with police in foreign countries. Absolutely, no problem. No, not a thing. So I pack up and I stand there, shoot a few handheld shots, and it's at sunset, so they're all a little out of focus. They're all none of them are dead on sharp. And I go back and I'm with my brother and my buddy. I'm like, man, I kind of the whole thing of staying here was not just to stay in the hotel, but to get the shot. And I'm going home without it. And he goes, why don't you go talk to the head of security? I said, okay. So I did. I made an appointment. I met the head of security, second nicest guy in all of the United Arab Emirates. Super nice, super friendly. And I said, I want to shoot with the tripod on your beach. I'm sorry, I can't let you do that. And I said, why? And he said, we're very concerned about how our hotel is portrayed photographically around the world, so we don't allow tripods. And I said, so you're okay if I hand hold it? And he says, absolutely. But you won't let me hold the tripod? No. And I said, you realize that all the tripod does is hold my camera steadier than I can hold it with my hands. And I said, I want to shoot the hotel at sunset, and if I hold it with my hands, it's going to be a little blurry. And he says, yes, I'm so sorry. And I said, so you're okay with me returning to America with shots of your hotel that don't look that good? Dead silence. And you could tell he's thinking, and he goes, how many shots do you need? I said, 6. He said, okay. Reaches in his pocket, he pulls out my card. He goes, here's my card. He pulls out his card. He goes, here's my card. If anybody says anything to you, you said, tell them that I said it was okay. So I go out there again at sunset. I'm taking out my legs. Pow, pow, pow. I'm holding it up in the air. I'm waving it. There's not a security guard around for 500 miles. There's nobody there. So I get up and I take the shot, and I'm careful. I don't want to abuse it, so I took 7, but I didn't want to abuse it. I waited and waited till the light got good and all. I got a few more shots a little later on, but it is amazing how tripods have become such a I was in Prague for 9 days with 12 photographers in a group. There was not a single indoor location that would allow us not only to use tripods. Most of them would not let us come in with the tripod. Like, we actually had to leave a place because they wouldn't let us even walk in holding a tripod. But back to our story, simplicity, London. I will tell you, there were 3 other people in this photo, and I removed them in Photoshop because I can. But the main thing is I'm like, man, if it was just her, and wait, it can be just her. So I did remove, I think 2 or 3 other people that were walking in here. And I did not give her the red umbrella. I wish I had thought to do that. That would have been really smart, but it was just, I was caught in the rain and on the steps. So here we have Venice. This was probably saw this on my social. Tokyo. All right, number 7 of the 10. How are we doing on time? Good, surprisingly. We may get to all of this. 7 things that I think make a great travel photo is interesting composition, right? Because everyone's going to stand directly in front of the Eiffel Tower and shoot the classic shot. And by the way, you should shoot the classic shot. You know why? This is a weird psychological thing. So if you go to France, right? If you go to Paris. Now, I want you guys to just in your mind picture Paris real quick, right? My guess is you picture the Eiffel Tower, right? Most people will. I've found that when you go back and you show people your pictures from Paris, if you don't show them the Eiffel Tower quickly, they start to get anxious. They want to see the Eiffel Tower. If you go to London, you better open with Big Ben. That better be shot number 1. Because what will happen is they're looking at these cool artistic photos that you've done and all this kind of stuff, and they finally go, did you get any shots of Big Ben? Yes, I'm coming to them, and they're like, yeah, okay, good. And they can't wait to see it. Because once they see it, they take a breath. They're like, Big Ben. And then they're fine, and then they're happy. So I go and shoot the dumb classic. I'm standing in front of this, right? But this is for everybody else. Start with the picture of the Eiffel Tower, and then move on, and then they can enjoy your other stuff. But from that point on, now I'm trying to make an interesting composition. I'm trying to do something interesting. So this man had these walnuts. And I could shoot him with his smiling face holding the walnuts, right? That's kind of the standing in front of the Eiffel Tower shot. But I'm trying to find a more interesting composition. So when you think of these things, keep that in your mind. I can go ahead and shoot the classic shot, and I will. This was interesting. This is in Venice, obviously. I was sick as a dog. I got sick, and I was in my bed for like 3 days, and I missed all of Venice, and my wife and kids are going out. And then my son got it from me, and he and I are laying in bed. We're both like, ugh. My wife comes and goes, honey, did you ever look out the window? No. You should look out the window. And I look out the window, and I go, oh, get me my camera. And you know what was bad? My camera, I bought it there in Italy because our flight was delayed, and so we landed here in New York. And I'm like, hey, we have the night in New York, let's go. And we checked into the W Hotel where I left all my camera gear in the closet. Every bit of it. And the reason I left it was my brother and I were both traveling with the exact same camera bag. I didn't want anybody to steal my stuff, so I hid it behind the ironing board. Well, when I was in the restroom getting ready, we come out, and there's the cart all packed, and there's my camera bag. But it was my brother's, and I didn't know it. So I got to the airport, and I opened it up, and I'm like, this isn't my gear. And my brother's like, oh, that's mine. So I flew to Italy with nothing. So I took my little tiny camera, and my wife's holding my arm, and I'm leaning out the window with the cheapest lens I could buy, I think a 18-200, and just click, click, click. But again, it's just an interesting composition. When I looked out the window, I knew this is not your average shot. This is in China, and luckily I had a fixer. So a fixer is a person that you hire in the city to basically get you into places and do things and go places you're not supposed to go. I remember I hired a fixer in Rome, and she said, I want to tell you about this. I know that you want to go to the Vatican and you want to go to all these places, but there's this wonderful church that has a white ceiling. It's incredible, but it's always closed, but I can get you in. I'm like, really? And we show up, we're walking through this little square, and we come up to these doors, and it looks like a little church, and there's the priest, and he unlocks the door and says, have a good time. That's a fixer. I was in San Francisco, and there's this great view of the Golden Gate Bridge, and we're driving up, and my fixer pulls off the road, and we stop at a locked gate. My fixer gets out with the key, unlocks the gate. Fixers are awesome. Our fixer hired 3 women in traditional outfits to just walk up and down the rice fields. It's like, fixers are amazing. All right, this is how do you find fixers? Online. You literally go on, I go to Twitter, and I say, hey, Twitterverse, who's got a fixer in blank? And then if not, I go to other travel photographers, and I say, hey, I'm going to this place, do you know a fixer? Somebody always knows somebody. But a fixer is different than a photo guide. A photo guide is someone's going to take you to all the places you're going to go to anyway. Did my mic just go out? Okay, there it is. All right, so a fixer is going to take you all the places you're going anyway. I mean, a photo guide will. A fixer has got the in. Are you bringing me a new mic? You're not happy with my mic. You want me to speak into this podium? Okay, here we go. This back? Here you go.
Thank you. And you can speak in here.
Okay, I'm going to be speaking in here. Pay no attention to the person behind the screen. All right, so this is the Vatican gift shop. As you're leaving, you realize they must charge a lot for the gifts. Am I good? Thank you, that was very quick. Okay, all right, another one from Havana. And this is just, different perspectives. Think about this. Most of us take every photo that we're going to take on vacation standing up just like this. Right? We're looking straight into it. Right? If you get down on one knee or climb up on some stairs or shoot from the second floor, everything's looking different. You're already not taking, because your average person is going to stand, and when you go down low or go up high, it changes everything, and instantly you get a different perspective. Or you get lucky. I'm standing on the street in Stockholm, Sweden. There was a little stand that sold the greatest French fries in the world. Went to go get the fries, and I'm coming back, and it is graduation day in Stockholm, and a 1949 Buick Roadmaster drives up beside me. Now, I've got my and my brother's fries. And I look, and I'm like, son of a gun. I reach down, my camera's at my side, I pick it up, and I put it to my eye, and I start to look back, and the fries are falling. It's pandemonium. I get the one shot, and then the car drives away. And if you look, I don't know if you can see. Look in the hubcap, you can see me. Do you see the yellow things? Those are the fries. So you can see me in the hubcap. Anyway, so I did this photo. I had no idea. And it got seen by the editor of Nikon World magazine, and they did a 6-page spread of my photos. And it was called Roadmaster. That was the name of the article. And this was a 2-page spread to start it off. But anyway, interesting composition, I think, is something that this is in front of the Vatican. This is one of the side things. But interesting composition makes a big difference. Number 8. Are we doing on time? We're still. Can this be right? Is it only 3:30? Oh, good. I can slow down. That doesn't really need to. Okay. All right. So effective post-processing. This is like your secret weapon, right? If you're pretty good at Lightroom or Photoshop, it's going to make all the difference in the world. Because one of the questions I'm asked the most about post-processing in general is, why do my photos look so flat? So I'm shooting and I'm looking on the back of my camera and it looks awesome. And then I open these same photos on my computer and they don't look nearly as awesome. Why do they look bad now? They look good in my camera and they look bad now. And the reason is because we shoot in RAW. Actually, when you shoot in JPEG, and not a lot of folks know this, JPEGs look way better coming straight out of the camera. Because when you shoot in JPEG, here's what happens. It does a bunch of stuff to your photo inside the camera. It adds contrast, it adds sharpening, noise reduction, it boosts the colors, it adds more blacks, it adds brightness. It makes a processed picture. That's why it's called a processed JPEG. It processes the photo, it makes it look better, all right? When you switch your camera from JPEG to RAW, what does it do? It turns off every one of those. It turns off the contrast, the sharpening, the noise reduction, the boosted color, the added blacks, the brightness. It turns it all off and gives you just the raw, flat-looking image. And now it's up to us to go into Lightroom, Camera Raw, whatever you use for your RAW processor, and make it look good. That's our job, because now the camera's not choosing how colorful or how saturated or how sharp, we're choosing it. And this is what I want to show you, why getting decent. You don't have to be a super expert, you got to get good at Lightroom, especially Lightroom, because photos don't come out of the camera looking like this. They look like this, right? They don't come out, because here's part of the problem. Your sensor, our eyes can see the whole scene. Like when I'm standing there, I'm not looking at this scene going, this looks terrible. But I put my camera up to my eye, and now I realize that my sensor is only going to capture this much of what the human eye captures, which is this much. The human eye captures tons, it's only going to capture this much. Well, if it's only going to capture this much, I'm going to lose the sky, because I'm going to make the foreground look good, so my sky is going to be really light. Then if it's backlit, I'm not going to know it. It looks fine to my eye, and you will catch it on a mirrorless, but on a DSLR you won't, because when you hold your optical viewfinder up, it shows you just what your eye shows you. So you don't know that you're blowing the shot. Your eye does all these great things that it does not do, right? You have to do all this stuff in post-processing. So here's the before image, right? And then there's the after. Photos don't look like this coming out of the camera. You know what they look like? I'll show you. Like that, right? They don't look like this. They look like this. They don't look like this. They look like this. So is my camera broken? Yeah, probably. I should have it cleaned. No, that's how they look. Your camera can only capture a certain amount. Now, you can really sometimes nail the exposure on a really nice day and everything's perfect. You can get a really nice starting place. But it's important for you to know that they don't look like this with that nice, soft, cool reflection, that they look like this with no reflection. Well, son of a gun, where do you get a reflection like this? You would have been in my class yesterday, you'd know. All right. Doesn't look like this. That's the after photo. And there's the before photo. All right? Now, what's number 9? Number 9 is interesting places. And I was one of the guest speakers at a workshop, and Joe McNally was one of the other speakers. I don't know if you got to catch Joe's classes here, but Joe's a freaking magical unicorn. Anyway, so Joe was talking, and I'm sitting in the back of the room, and I'm taking notes, because it's Joe, and I'm writing down. And he said something that stuck with me always. It was something an editor, and I think it was his editor was at Life magazine at the time. And his editor told him one day, he said, Joe, if you want to take more interesting pictures, stand in front of more interesting things. And that hit me like a ton of bricks. And I was like, gosh, you know, it's right. I live in Tampa, Florida, home of the beautiful landscape and travel photo. It's not. You know, nobody shows, here's a picture I took in Tampa of anything if it's not football or hockey. So you have to go to some of these great places. So if you want to take more interesting photos, go to more interesting places. So that was something that really struck a chord with me, and it changed how, because I was kind of just, I'm going to shoot pictures wherever I'm going, and it changed my mind to where, all right, when I take my next trip, where can I go where I'm going to get great pictures? So it really does change your vacation planning and your trips and what you shoot when you get there. Right? So that was a big thing for me, just thinking about this whole idea of if you want to take more interesting pictures, stand in front of more interesting things. And you know what's interesting? This is, of course, the pyramids of Giza. And I didn't realize this because I'd never been there. You have the pyramids, and then right below it is the Sphinx. I didn't realize they were like right there. And literally right below it, 100 yards below the Sphinx is, I'm not making this up, a Pizza Hut. Right there. It's heartbreaking. There's a Pizza Hut right there, and you're thinking, man, if that Sphinx gets hungry, there's a Pizza Hut right there. No, but it was like I went to the Great Wall, and I'm going up there, and as I'm getting ready to go up, there is a Subway sandwich shop right there at the Great Wall, and I'm thinking, $5 footlong. No, that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking, this is so sad. This one right here in town, right over by Grand Central Terminal. So this one was the top of the hotel I was staying at in Dubai on a different trip to Dubai. So I just asked the concierge if I could go to the rooftop bar. I read that they had a rooftop bar in the hotel that they put me in, and they had a rooftop bar. So I said, is it okay if I can just go up there and take a picture? And this is what I've learned over time, and this is a really great travel tip. Don't go to the manager of a hotel and ask for things, because the manager doesn't care. The manager just doesn't want you to get in trouble or them to get in trouble. So their answer is, yeah, it's closed, I'm sorry, I can't let you up there. But the concierge works for tips. So if you go to the concierge, they will get you things and arrange things for you can't even imagine. I went to the concierge. Now, I had been tipping the concierge for all kinds of little things in Prague just a couple of weeks ago. So I went to her this time, and we were like, so there's this library in Prague, and you can only see it from the end, and they have a rope and stanchion. You can just take one picture, so everyone that goes to this library can only get the one picture. Can you get us a private tour? And she's like, oh, it's not possible. It's not. Let me call. Private tour, an hour in the place to go anywhere we want, all by ourselves. Concierges have incredible power because they're motivated. They want to help you out. They want you to be a happy guest. This was taken in Tampa, surprisingly. So I went the day before with my wife, and she surprised me with this trip. And we went the day before, and there were thousands and thousands and thousands of people everywhere. So I said, honey, you sleep in the morning, I'm going to go, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to be the first one in line at the Taj Mahal. When I got there, I was the 8th one in line. And who was there? American photographer, American, Canadian, American, British, Canadian, me. And so we all get there. Now, I had been there the day before on a scouting trip with my wife, and I knew that the fountains in the front were empty. They only had like an inch of water in them for whatever reason. So it wasn't a good shot. So when I came in, they all lined up in a row in front of the bad-looking fountains. I went to the side. That's actually the side of the Taj Mahal. It looks the same on all four sides. And this is taken from a mosque on the side. So I come in, and I go, and I'm heading up there, and I'm the only one. I'm like, I can't believe this. I'm going to the Taj Mahal by myself. And I get up there to the top, there's nobody there. I'm like freaking out. And I get up there, and I'm shooting, and I'm shooting, and I'm just having a ball, and I hear two women crying. And I look over, and they're in the mosque, the steps of the mosque crying. And I'm like, oh no. So I don't know what's going on, but I figure I should go see if something's wrong. So I leave. I'll show you. Can you see my cursor here? Oh, I can't see my cursor, but I'm up there where it is, and I come down, I go all the way around the side. I didn't want to come right across the middle because it's like big American and freak them out. I snuck around the side, and I get right up to him, and I'm like from here to this gentleman to them, and I realize that first, it's not two women crying. It's two women laughing hysterically. They are Japanese tourists dressed as Indian women. They're in complete costume, taking selfies of themselves, and literally falling over with laughter. They would do all these poses and all this crazy stuff, and they would fall over. And I'm like, I can't believe I just gave, I was the only photographer, I want to kill them. But I don't. I was like, it was just, oh, come. So I go over here, and I'm outside, so I set up my tripod, I splayed the legs out, and I'm shooting, and they'd look over at me, and they'd giggle, and then they'd see me look over, and they'd go. So finally, one of the women gets up, and she walks out there, you can see her out there in the picture, and she begins to pray, and I'm like, oh, this is it, and I take the shot, and I get back in Lightroom, and I look, and I go, and I zoom in, and she's not praying. She's taking a selfie. That's why I'm only going to show it at this size. All right, there's the Library of Congress, just interesting places. This is Mont Saint-Michel, and I talked about this in my class yesterday. An amazing place, 4 hours from Paris, and my friend who lives in Paris had never been there in his whole life. I'm like, you're 4 hours from us. Anyway, it poured rain the entire time. He picked my wife, his wife and himself picked my wife and up at the airport. We drove for 4 hours in absolutely driving rain. I got a hotel room there for the night, and I realized I'm never going to get a picture of this place. It's never going to happen. I mean pouring down torrential rain. We pull up in the parking lot, and now it's just sprinkling. And I step out, and we both have our umbrellas out, and my friend looks and says, "There looks like a little bit of light coming, like a little bit of blue sky up there." I'm like, no. And our wives are like, no. And we said, because it's like a half-hour walk. It used to be a road you could drive, and now you have to walk it. And they're like, no. I'm like, come on. And they're like, okay, we walked it. By the time we got to the half hour, that's the sky. You know what the name for that is? I know you're thinking it's luck. That's getting even. That's getting even for all the times that you did get up at dawn and you did all the right things and you're in the right place and it's a thunderstorm or it's cloudy or the thing that you went to capture is surrounded in scaffolding. Like the day I went to the Colosseum in Rome, which was totally being renovated for like a year and a half. I also got special permission to shoot the New York Public Library. And I talked to the PR people and the whole 9 yards. I was so excited because the main reading room in the New York Public Library, I don't know if you've been there, spectacular. So I go there and we're shooting all over the place and I said, okay, so can we go to the main reading room? And she's like, oh, that's being renovated. It won't be ready for another year. And I'm like, well. So that's why when you get something like this, it's not getting lucky, it's finally getting even. This is during that private tour. So the public are on the other side of there, and we're laughing and pointing at them. You guys can't come in here. We have a private tour. We weren't really doing that. And okay, but the number one thing, if I said, what makes a really successful travel photo? If you had to put all of those things into one, what would it be? It would be when you show someone the photo, it makes them want to go there. I think that's the thing. If it makes them want to go, like, oh gosh, where is that? I want to go there. If you see that kind of photo and it makes them want to know where it is, tell me about this, how did you get there? I think that is the mark of a great travel photo. If you see the photo and it makes you want to go there. So this is a restaurant. It's Mama's Fish House in Maui. And they set this boat out there, say, if you're a photographer, sit inside the boat and shoot that away. So I think that is, at the end of the day, it. Now, it looks like we will have time for me to actually get to 7 things that I want you to add to your shot list. This is interesting. This is in the Queen's house, but it's not Buckingham Palace. The Queen doesn't live there. It's just called the Queen's house. I don't know why. But this is just shooting straight up, right up the spiral staircase. And this is, I had one day in Santorini, you know, and I'm on, that's my cruise ship down there that my wife and I are on, and my mother-in-law, my father-in-law. And I didn't realize this. I always thought, you know, it's the island of Santorini. I didn't realize you had to take a cable car to get up to the top, or you can ride a donkey. So I rode the donkey. No. Because I'm afraid someone would take a picture of me on the donkey, and that's all I would need. So if you see a shot that makes people want to go there, I really think that is the success of this. And by the way, so to get these shots, you know we can't use a tripod inside anywhere in the world apparently. So what I do is I use a platypod. I don't know if you saw, they have a booth upstairs. It's a little metal plate that literally I can fit in my jacket pocket. I put a ball head on it and I set it up on something. For this shot I set it up, there was a railing. You weren't allowed to go any further, but that railing is made for me. So I put my platypod on there. Everybody else is hand holding it like 6400 ISO. I'm doing like bracketed shots at 100 ISO. And nobody ever stops you. I've never, ever had a security guard or anyone else tell me I couldn't use it. I put them on the floor. You know rope and stanchion where they have the 2 poles and the little rope in between? I rest it right on top of the rope. Those work great. And when the security guard's not looking, I move the rope over. So I center it, because the rope and stanchion is always to the left. I slide it over, take my shot, slide it back. But that has been my biggest secret weapon. I shot all over Prague with it. No one ever had. In fact, the only time in my entire life, I've been using them for like 3-4 years now, the only time they've ever been stopped was we were shooting in Lisbon in this beautiful, not Lisbon, in Austria, shooting in this beautiful library. And I'm shooting and shooting. I would lean down and hit the shutter button, right? It would wait 2 seconds and do a self-timer. And my buddy says, why don't you just put your cable remote in it? Believe it or not, as soon as I put the cable remote, the security guard said, you can't do that. Only time I've ever been stopped with it. So that's my secret weapon when you're shooting in these places, is to just use that. So, and actually I carry it. I wear a shoulder strap that goes across my body, and I have my camera and the ball head and the platypod right all there. So I can just pick it up and shoot, but if I want to actually set it on something, I just unscrew the bottom and pop it on. And this is, that's somewhere. So that's it. If you see a place that makes you want to, it makes me want to stay there. I saw this is one of the top 10 Instagrammable places in London. I'm like, I want to stay there. All right, so here's what we're going to wrap up with. So I did some research. And what I did was I bought every travel magazine, digital or print, that I could get my hands on. And because travel magazines do a wonderful job of making you want to go there, right? That's the whole article that makes you, ooh, I want to go to Santorini, I want to go to these places. So I thought, I'm going to take a regular old school piece of paper and pencil, and I'm going to write down what they're all doing. And I came up with a shot list of things that are outside the normal stuff. I mean, they're not abnormal at all. They are normal stuff, but I wanted to know, what are the main things you see in a page spread? So let's just pick a town of Paris. What are the main things that you see, all right? Oh, by the way, see that picture there on the cover of the magazine? That's this picture here that we saw just a few moments ago. Same picture, just cropped tall. Okay, so I'm going to give you 7 things that I want you to just add to your shoot list, all right? First one, and people overlook this a lot, is shoot the food. Now, you might think to do this, but this is important. The key, the secret to this is lighting, and the secret is to ask either to sit directly by a window when the maitre d' is seating you, or sit outside under an umbrella. One of those two, and you will be able to take fantastic shots. Now, here's the secret. So you're sitting in great light, either by a window or outside. You're going to take your long lens. You're going to stand up. You're going to zoom all the way in. So you're like at 200 millimeter. You're not going to show the whole plate of food. You don't need to see the whole plate, just 2/3 of it or 1/3 of it. And use the lowest number f-stop you got. So if you can do f5.6, f4, f2.8, whatever you have, use that. And so here's what it looks like in practice. This is me, and my poor wife. When the food comes, she's like, I know, don't eat it, don't touch it, I know. All right, so look, I'm standing up, and the last thing is to tilt your camera. So I took a food workshop here in New York from Lou Mann, a brilliant food photographer, and he said a lot of times we shoot food at an angle because it's still life. And it adds a little energy when you shoot. So I usually will, so here's my thing, I'm sitting there, the soup comes, I stand up, I take a step back, I zoom in, lowest f-stop, tilt it, and shoot. It takes 2 seconds. So here's what it looks like. Here it is in Paris, zooming in, and you don't have to show the whole thing. If you want to show the whole thing, I like to show the waiter sometimes bringing the food, and oftentimes I will tell the waiter, hey, is it okay when you bring my food that I take a picture of you putting it down on the table? And they're always like, oh yeah, fine, they don't care. Burger in London, burger. Beers. So I always take pictures, and I'm always trying, these are all by the window. You can see I'm sitting by window light. When you do it indoors, you're going to get multiple shadows and multiple light and funky colors and everything bad. So I also often shoot the menus, and sometimes if it's snowing, I shoot that. What the heck? I have a blank slide, sorry. So I shoot the food, all right? So I don't know what happened to that screen there, something went bad. All right, number 2, this is 7 things, right? And we have 10 minutes, we can do this, I know we can. All right. Take photographs of the locals. I talk to so many people who will come back and they'll show me their trips. And what are their trips? Monuments and buildings. Like, so there was no people, it was abandoned. You went there, they had evacuated the city. Is that what it is? You know, there's a festival somewhere else and everyone left. It is important because, I mean, think about it. And this is interesting. One of the reasons to shoot the food is, it's one of the number one reasons we say we love to travel, is for the food. We like to taste the food of other cultures. Also, the people are what make the culture, right? It's not just the architecture. The architecture is important, and I want to photograph that, but it's the locals. So I love getting pictures, even if they're candid, of happy nuns. If you see colorful walls, you figure it's the island of Burano, right, in Paris. And it's interesting, if you take a photograph of anyone under 30, it is guaranteed they are on their phone. It is impossible to get, in fact, if you want to win a contest, get a picture of someone under 30 not on their phone. It's a lock. This is in the Louvre. Guy's just playing a cello right there. It's like, come on, you're making it too easy. This is a self-portrait, of course. That extra laugh did not have to happen there. All right, so I think it's really important to grab these shots. We're walking down a street, my first trip to Prague, and I hear giggles coming from the second floor. I don't ever photograph children without asking for permission in advance from the parents, but she was up 2 stories, and I figured, well, this is pretty safe. And she's waving to us, and we're like, just cutest little girl in the world. And so that's where I got that shot. These 2 young ladies, they were on top of a building, and I don't speak Indian, so I looked at them and I went, and they were like, yeah. And they loved it. They were like, they were so tickled. He was not as tickled. I did ask him, because my thing is I'll go to somebody and I hold up my camera, I hold it up and I smile like, hi, and then I'm gonna take your picture, and if they don't say no, I take the picture, and then I slowly turn and I walk over and I show them the back of the picture. And then they're like, and then sometimes if they're like, hey, then I go, a couple more, and they're like, yeah. But just take a few. I have a buddy of mine that would do this, and it would work great, but then he would stick on them too long, and you could see it in their face. They're like, okay, this is over, but he wouldn't stop. And I'd have to go, Mike, let's go, let's move. So I think it's really important to come back with more than just, these young boys this was in India, my wife was shopping, and I was right next to her, and they're waiting for their bus. And I looked at them and I said, can I take a picture? And they're all just standing there. And they literally jumped into this pose, like, shh, boom. And I took the picture. Now, normally, I will turn and show it to them. I took the picture, and the second the shutter snapped, they bolted directly to me, got behind my camera to see it. They all laughed and then reposed. And they did it again and again and again. If their bus hadn't come, I would still be there shooting those guys. So that's why I think it's really important to capture pictures of the locals. Number 3, all right, I saw this a lot. I wrote this down specifically in my notes, how many times we got cityscapes from high vantage points. How do you get these cityscapes? Sometimes, like this is on top of the Tour Montparnasse, which is the tallest building in France, and believe it or not, they have plexiglass all the way around the top so you don't throw stuff over, but you know what they do have? A cutout hole for photographers, just big enough for a 70 to 200 or whatever you want to go through. It's rare, and they let you set up a tripod. Very, very rare. If you do that at the top of the rock, a sniper will take you out. All right. So here's on top of the world's tallest building. Just a few weeks ago, up on top of a hill. This is on top of what used to be the post office. This is at a rooftop bar. Rooftop bars are a great source for high places. Also, concierges. I went to the concierge this one time and I said, hey, is there any way I can get on the roof? And they're like, oh, no, it's not safe. But this concierge working for tips says, we have a high roller moving out today. How about if I get you on their balcony? I'm like, let's go. So the concierges are highly motivated. This is from the top of Notre Dame, 240 steps. Don't do it. Top of the old clock tower, elevator, do it. All right, number 4, take shots of bakeries, cafes, and markets. Why? Because a lot of people think of the romance. Oh, we had this great little bakery, we had this great little cafe. So I'm always snapping shots, and they're not hero shots, right? It's just, here was the coffee shop and here's the bakery. So they're not going to be the main shots that you shoot, but they always help add to the story. Now this one's interesting. So I asked the waitress before she came, I asked the server, I said, you know, can I take a picture of you when she brings it? She says, absolutely. So she came and she brought out the food, and it was that's my brother sitting next to me. You can see his shirt over there. And here's what was weird. After the trip, when I look in these pictures, I realized somebody took a bite out of his food. And he ate it. And he didn't know. Because I sent it to him later. I'm like, dude, you got some funky food. All right, number 5. They had so many pictures of cathedrals, palaces, museums, and theaters, and when you go on the tour, you're going to see them all. They're going to take you to every one of them. So this is where I take my platypod and use it. This beautiful old European building is in Washington, D.C. That's the lobby of the Library of Congress. This was just last week. This is the Spanish synagogue in Prague. This was the Hall of Mirrors, and I showed yesterday in my post-processing class. So if you weren't in my post-processing class, of course, this whole thing is streamed afterwards, right? So you can go watch it where I show how I got everybody out of this hallway. Because it was full of people, and I hate those people. Here is the Opera House. This is one of my other tricks. This is a really, really good one. The trick is to be the last person on the tour. Just wait and wait, and when everyone's leaving, okay, we're going to the next room, and everyone's walking, you just wait. You just wait, and you take the picture, and they come back for you. They know how many people are on the tour, and they come back, and they're like, excuse me, we've left. Oh, just 1 second. No, come on. Okay, just 1 second. Just be the last one. Here was the library where they busted me, using the cable release, right? So, cathedrals, libraries, this is in Washington, D.C. Seattle, Washington, other Washington. This is in London, in the Children's Hospital. I'm using a super wide angle lens. There's only 4 pews in this whole thing. The entire thing isn't from here to that column, but the super wide angle gives it that big look. So cathedrals, all those things, add them to your list. This is the Opera House in Venice. Add all those things to your list. And this amazing Ukrainian church, of course, is in Chicago. And that's one of our private tour places. And this one's in, yes, Minneapolis, of course. Okay, shoot the details. We only have 2 left. Shoot the details. So I know that we want the big killer shots. We want those big ones that make everybody go crazy and stuff. But when you get back, you have a whole story to tell. And the story isn't just here's the bridge and here's the Eiffel Tower and here's those. So you need these other things. And so these detail shots, I think they're so interesting. They add to your story, but they're not necessarily going to be a full page in your photo book or like these little things here, right? And what I mean by details is, so you're standing here, and this looks like a touristy shot, right? You're standing in here's a little temple, and you took the shot. So that's the tourist shot, but the photographer shot's over here. So where's that? It's right there. Right over there, they're just hanging there. So nothing wrong with getting the shot to remember where you were, but if you want the photographer and you want that other one. You don't have to shoot the whole cathedral, the whole building. You can shoot parts of it. We fill in the blanks in our mind. This is the Blue Mosque. It's huge, but there's also power lines, and there's billboards, and there's tourists, and there's everything else, and you can still get the idea of what it looks like. These little accompanying shots make a big difference when you're telling your story. Look at these 3. None of those 3 shots are good. You're not going to frame any of these and put them on your wall. But when you put them together in a group, they gain strength from telling the story. All right, the last one is, of course, shoot the architecture. Wherever you go, the architecture is very, here, I'll put that up for everyone taking a picture there, sorry. The architecture is important. It is a part of the character and the culture of the place. This is the Trevi Fountain, but I zoomed way in so you don't see the fountain. Did I get the regular shot? Yes, I did. But I think sometimes it's really important to show the architecture, especially old world architecture and modern architecture, I think is very interesting as well. This is in Valencia, Spain. Everything there is old but this. And Cairo, Roma. And this is, okay, you see this picture? Look at the beautiful stained glass ceiling, right? Now look straight down in the picture, and there's some palm trees down there. If you stand at those palm trees and you aim straight up at that roof, you get this shot. All right, we're completely out of time. It is exactly 4 o'clock. Yes, now, here's what, I want to leave you with one of my favorite quotes. I would love to credit to the person that said, I don't know who did it, but I think it's amazing. Travel is the only thing you buy that makes you richer. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. All right. Thanks.
You ready for a high five?
Absolutely.
Right on. Thanks, Scott.
Brett.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Great. First public speaking since yesterday. Amazing. Thank you so much, Scott. Always impressive. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, don't move. Stay where you are. We got good things coming to you. We've got a favorite new photographer of mine that I've recently discovered. He is a professor at SVA, and on top of it all, looking at his work, I'm like, the hell has a guy this young traveled this much? He's been all over the place. And one thing that stood out to me as he was showing me his work was the way that he worked with strangers. And I'm a people person. I like portrait photography and traveling. Obviously, you know, getting the great library at Budapest is awesome. But I love the people. And what struck me was the way that he was able to get these animated photographs of people. This is Esteban Torres, and he's going to show you guys how to photograph strangers. Esteban, thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Right on. All right.
Photos while I'm working on them.
Thank you. Nothing dead.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yep, I think we're good.
Let's do it. Let's go backwards.
All right, thank you. Hello, everyone. How is OPTIC so far?
Excellent.
Yeah? Having good time? Awesome. As David already mentioned I'm going to talk about a difficult topic that many of you maybe have wondered in the past, that is how to photograph strangers while you're traveling. Many of you have had this feeling that I want to photograph someone, but I'm a little bit afraid of how to get close to someone, how to ask for permission, how to break the ice, how to actually get into a conversation that will lead into a beautiful portrait, these magnificent portraits that have inspired all of us. I consider myself a little bit shy, and people who's close to me really laugh at that, because they think like, how is that you're shy if you have photographed so many people around the world? But the truth is that I feel that I have discovered best excuse to photograph and to discover many countries, and that is a camera. A camera has allowed me to access so many different people, and I'm gonna show you some of my images, some of my portraits that I have taken around the world, working with the fishermen in China, in southern China, spending some good time with them, making a good deal of, like, I'm gonna join you every day from 3 a.m. in your boat, help you to fish, as long as we can go to a very iconic place at certain time of the day, and you will allow me to take a picture. If you go to this place in China, you will find many young fishermen, fake fishermen, who are posing for photographers in order to get, like a beautiful picture. But when I discovered that, I was kind of disappointed, and I really wanted to get real, kind of authentic fisherman. And in order to do that, I had to ask. So I went to these guys and I said, like, hey, I know you're not a real fisherman. Would you mind introducing me to one? And they were like, okay, yeah, well, my granddad or my dad. And, like, I was just being connected just by asking questions, which sometimes it's hard, but it's important to do. Well, this is just one of the pictures. Another picture like this one, he's Avush. He lives in southern Ethiopia, a really beautiful boy. He has become, maybe some of you have seen pictures of him before. He's really kind of famous because he has this beautiful contrast of his blue eyes, really stunning. And I really wanted to photograph him. So I started looking for him, I found him, and then I was just about to meet him, and then I was just thinking like, okay, I'm gonna have maybe a few minutes to photograph him, when he was super nice, but I feel that the connection wasn't there. So in order to get that connection, what I needed to do was start asking questions, turn down my camera, and start talking to him. Start talking about whatever I could. And I really have, topics that always come to the top of my head that I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna talk about the weather, or I'm just gonna make a fool of myself in order to get a conversation, to get an excuse, or maybe I'm just gonna start photographing something else, and this is a good tip that I can give you. I wanted to photograph him, but I started asking him about his mother. I started asking him about his relatives, if he had any sibling, and he said like, yeah, if you want, I can take you to my house and you can meet all my family. And I was like, all right, let's do it. So I spent a whole day just going to his village and discovering his family, photographing him with his mom, with her his sister, and just taking all these pictures in order to have a minute when he was already feeling really confident, and just tell him like, Avush, do you mind if I take your portrait? And he was like, sure, what do you want me to do? And that's where he just allowed me to start playing a little bit, and we just created this portrait. So sometimes I can spend a day, sometimes it can be minutes, sometimes it can be years to get a really nice portrait or to photograph strangers. This is another maybe situation that just happens randomly when you're traveling. I was in the middle of the Holi festival, and do you know about the Holi festival? In India, is this beautiful, colorful festival that celebrates the end of the winter and the beginning of the spring. And they do it by throwing color, water, dancing, partying. It's really, really intense. So I was just in the middle of the Holi festival, and they were just, it's in the middle of the stage over there, and I had to get in the middle of a lot of men who are facing women. The men are just throwing water, buckets of water to the women, and the men are just wiping the women with their shirts. So that was very intense. So I was in the middle, yeah, as crazy as it sounds. So I was just in the middle of that when a group of young men just took a bucket of water, full of water with color, and they just thought that it was gonna be funny to throw it to my camera. This group of women just noticed it, and they just kind of hugged me and embraced me there, and while they were kind of defending me from them, I was just taking these pictures. And I never had the chance to talk to them or to share any further than this picture, but I'm really thankful with them. So sometimes it's just a moment in time. This is in South Sudan. I was photographing the cattle camps that I think they're absolutely gorgeous. They're absolutely stunning. And this is a portrait that I'm taking after my 6th day, just staying and sleeping with them, understanding their culture, understanding how they live. And that's how I actually get these portraits. This is my friend Harish, who from India. She passed away 3 years ago, and she's a transgender ballerina, the most amazing ballerina that I have photographed in my life. It's a tragic story, but I don't want to make it sad. I want to make it as a tribute. She's really gorgeous, and she allowed me to photograph her and see all her process of being a transgender ballerina in one of the most conservative states of all India, that is Rajasthan. So this is a portrait that I took of her back in 2018. Some other portraits of people that I have met on the road, and sometimes funny things happen. Before I took this portrait, I remember that I was walking in Vietnam, and I just fell off a hill with all my camera equipment, and I broke my drone. And I broke one of my lenses, and I was feeling really disappointed. I was in this village really far from a hospital, and I didn't know if I was injured. I was just walking just like this all the time. And then I just saw this beautiful guy, and he was just standing there in this position as you see him, and I just pointed my camera and took this portrait. This is in Colombia, in southern Colombia. I'm just interested in showing them as very, very big, powerful, empowered people who feel really proud of who they are and how they look like. So that's what I'm always trying to get in my photographs. I'm really interested in this peak moment, this, like really high standard image that will maybe introduce the rest of the story. But not every portrait has been a good one. And what I mean by that, and how I discover it. I started feeling attracted to photograph people in New York City, and I was really afraid to come by and just ask and say, hello, can I take your portrait? But sometimes, I know it has happened to you, you're just walking on the street, or maybe you're on the subway, and you see someone so beautiful that you just wonder, like, maybe can I just stop that person and ask for a portrait? Well, I stopped losing, I stopped having that fear. And I just started asking random people on the street, like, hey, can I have your picture taken? And they were like, yeah, sure, why not? And they will allow me to take their picture. Still, this picture is just a photograph of someone, but I don't feel it's a real portrait because the light is ugly. I'm not considering how he's posing or what's in the background. There's still so many details that are missing that I really want to get after. The same thing with this one. So I was like, okay, if I'm talking about a portrait, I just have to get really close. But that's not reality. That's just, you know, like a really close-up kind of like passport document kind of sort of someone. But I'm still not getting to that point where I'm considering everything that has to be done in order to get a portrait. And a really famous photographer that many of us are related, Louis. And I have to tell you, I feel kind of embarrassed to show you this picture because he's such a talented photographer, and I feel that this picture is so bad. Like, this portrait is so bad. And I will tell you, the reason I think it's so bad is because the background is just overexposed. So I will tell you the story of this picture. I was getting out of Photo Plus back in 2016, and I just saw him with this huge camera, and I was like, wow, this man is interesting. So I just came to him, and I said, like, hey, can I take your picture? And he said, like, yes, as long as you let me take yours. And I was like, all right, deal. And I said, like, all right, go ahead and take it. And he was like, nope, you have to shoot first. And I was like, oh, wow, a lot of pressure, what I will do. So I really didn't put the effort to think like how the background was gonna be, how he was gonna be posing. I just said like, okay, just hold your camera and I will just take the picture. And I just took this snap. But this is not a real portrait, as I will see now that I will be willing to have his picture taken. Same thing. And maybe you will feel related to this. You're on the subway, you see someone interesting, and you just hold your camera very quietly, and you're just like super shy. At the time that I took this photograph, I didn't have the silent shutter as we have now with mirrorless cameras. And I was just super shy, expecting that she will not hear me. But this is a really average portrait. There is nothing interesting here. The light is boring, she's not looking at me. I mean, it's just not what I want. And then I started like coming back from different trips and just looking at the pictures, looking at the portraits, and just feeling like, this is not exactly what I'm looking for. So I started thinking like, okay, maybe let's improve it. So what I really need as a portrait photographer is to get a better lens. So I got a 135 millimeter lens, 1.4, these prime beautiful lenses that we all dream of. And then I just realized like, yeah, I'm getting better aperture, I'm getting better. Let's say that the depth of field is looking better, but if you look at this picture, she's just like, okay, what I'm looking at, she's just holding the newspaper. It's really not interesting at all. So I really had to look carefully through my portraits in order to understand how to make something better. And that's where I come to this conclusion that it's fear of proximity. And I know many of you face it. And fear of proximity, what is exactly? Let me tell you a story. I was in the Holy Festival the first time, and my first time in the Holy Festival, and I was in a balcony, something like that balcony over there. And like the Holy Festival is thousands of people, just one after another, super close, as you can see there. And I knew that I had to be on the ground taking the pictures because all the activity, all the intense emotions were just there. I felt that the pictures were there. But I was so scared to go downstairs because I was thinking like, oh, but what's going to happen to my camera? And what if like if I get some water, and what if I get, so I was really scared of that. And I feel this picture really makes me feel how I was feeling at the time. That is like, I just want to get out of here. So I have had a really strange relationship with the Holy Festival because every time that I go, I say like, I will never come back again. And then I come back, and then I'm thinking like, when I will go next. So I went the next year, and then I just decided to be brave, and I said like, I'm gonna go downstairs, I'm gonna get in the middle of all the crowd, and I'm just gonna start taking some portraits, some close-ups to give a little bit more of the feeling of how it's like to be on the Holy Festival. That's where I took this one, that I'm literally being pushed by all the crowd. This is just the exit of the temple, and they are just pushing me, and I'm just fighting with my camera, trying to look behind. And actually what you see on the corner, on the top right corner, is just the bag that is protecting the camera. And as you can imagine, I was completely full of color, and well, that's how it goes. But this proximity, this breaking the fear and actually getting close to people has allowed me to get really interesting shots. And what I have noticed in many people who are starting into travel photography who want to do this type of shots is that they are a little bit afraid of getting close. So we usually prefer to have a telephoto lens, a 600 millimeter lens, that I would just be able to point to someone and just get that shot. But that's not gonna give you results like this, where you can feel all that emotion. You have to be involved. You have to be actually there in the action. So that's how I got this picture. Same thing with this portrait, where I was just exiting the Holy Festival in another year, and I just see this guy for a second. I saw that he was super beautiful, painted, and I just asked him, like, as you were hearing before, like, can I have your picture taken? Just like, and he was like, yeah. And I just took this photograph, and then he went inside his shop, and that's all I know about him. Or this photograph that I was just covering in Peru. I was riding on a highway, well, kind of a small road actually, and then I just saw her brother, and I thought he was absolutely beautiful, so I just decided to stop. And then I found her, and I asked them if I could take their picture, and they said like, yeah, but my dad is coming, and if he sees that we're talking to you, we will have to run. And I was like, all right, so I started trying to find the right angle, and a second before that, her dad just came by, and he started calling her name, and she was just like, and she got super scared, and I couldn't see her anymore because they just ran away. This is Maria in Vietnam. She was traveling with me as a group of photographers, and yeah, we just have her photograph taken using a window light. So if you notice, everything that is changing here, it's how I'm photographing, how the light is impacting on the photograph if you compare with the one that I took back in New York City for the first time. That's the only thing that has changed. When I teach photography, I talk a lot about the distance between the camera and the subject, and especially I do it to talk about the depth of field. But I'm not going to talk about so much about technique today. What I mean by that here, it's the distance between how close you want to be from the subject and what's going to be in the background. That really matters when you're making a portrait. So in this photograph, I'm just walking through the rice terraces in Vietnam, and I literally see him. I stop him on the road. Like I said, like, can you please stop there? And he was just like, all right. And I don't speak Vietnamese, and he didn't speak English. I just use body language. And he stops there, and actually I was really interested in photographing his sister, which was interesting because I already told you, if I want to photograph someone, I will start photographing someone else, so they will feel a little bit more of trust. And he was like, all right, I'll pose for you. And he was just standing like that. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to photograph his sister. So his sister come in front of the lens, and the bigger brother just come, and the three of them want a portrait. And I'm like, all right, this is not going to work, but I'm just going to take the picture of the three of them. I took it, and the bigger brother never moved from the way, even that I was trying to explain. So I just stayed with this picture that I really like. You have to really build the relationship with your subjects. That's how I like to call this distance between camera and the subject. It's really, if you feel that you're too far, probably the portrait is not going to be good enough. So I really encourage you to be as close as you can. As you notice, I love in my portraits that my subject is looking at the camera. It's really important that their eyes are on me. To me, it means that they are accepting that they want to be photographed, but also means that we can have a connection, and you as a viewer can see the emotions that the person is just feeling in the photograph. This is in Nepal. Again, same situation. I just see her getting out of a temple. I just stop her and I ask her if I can have her portrait taken. And another photograph in Vietnam of these two kids. I'm just walking on a village, walking with my camera. That's what I like to do when I'm traveling. I just have one camera, one lens, and I just start walking and walking and walking until I find something interesting. And that's how I have all these photographs. But what I want to really emphasize on this is get close to your subjects as much as you can. It's also really important to understand how to frame the face. If you notice something that I show you with other pictures is just the face, is just the portrait, but we can actually play a lot with the hands. And we heard this a lot from many photographers, this tip like, hey, play with the hands, maybe make some close-up, some details, but why not to mix both? If their hands are interesting and their face is really beautiful, why not to do both? I like to show a bit of context, where they live, who they are, what they do, what they like. So this is in South Sudan. I know this is really interesting because the image seems like really tough, but in reality is that they are super sweet. They just have these guns over there just to protect their cattle, but they never do anything with them. I think they probably don't even work. So yeah, I just had this portrait taken in the desert, in the middle of the desert. There are other pictures that I don't, pictures like this one, like this one, I will make them pose. Of course, they are looking at me. They agree that I'm taking this picture. Others, I will just walk around and see what I can get in the middle of everything that is happening during the day, during the daily life. And that's how I do it. Now I want to share with you a story of a portrait that I took back in 2018. And this is in Taj Mahal, India. So I was really dreaming about having this beautiful picture of the Taj Mahal with the reflection on the river. So in order to get that, I knew that I had to have a very quiet river. The water has to be really, really still, no rain, and some other conditions. So I'm just gonna kind of give you some spoiler, and I took it, but that's not the important thing. I took this photograph, but then I thought like, that's gonna be interesting, but I really want to get something else. So I started walking around the Taj Mahal, and then I just found this woman from Norway who was also traveling, and I asked her like, hey, maybe you want to come tomorrow and I will just have your picture taken with the sunrise? And she was like, well, why not? I will do it. I have some good clothing, so I will just bring it along. And then I took this photograph, which was nice, but I still didn't feel satisfied. I didn't feel that was a picture that I was looking for, so I really wanted to get something else. So I wasn't really getting what I wanted. So he was the boatman, and he's really important in the story because he told me like, if you want to get in my boat, this is a really small boat that is almost broken, and this is the most polluted river in all India. So it looked very, very dangerous. And he said like, if you want to go in my boat, there will be no rain, and you have to be very careful about the people that you're bringing in. So I was like, all right, that seems fun. But since I didn't have the picture, I really want to insist. So I always try to get more and more and more photographs, opportunities if I can, if I don't have the picture that I want. So he said like, yeah, all right, we will just do it. So I'm on my last afternoon in Taj Mahal, and I see how the sky is super cloudy and it's about to rain, and I'm just super frustrated because it's like, oh man, I'm not gonna get the picture that I was looking for. So he said like, yeah, you know, I'm going home, it's gonna rain, it's not gonna work. So he just lived nearby there, and I just kept sitting, just maybe frustrated and crying inside about how I was not gonna take it. When maybe my intuition or my experience traveling, I just saw how there were many clouds, but there was a small part of the sky that was just breaking. And I figure like, if that's gonna happen, I'm gonna have a really beautiful sunset. So I ran to the house of this man, and I started knocking on his door, and he was like, what do you want? And I was like, well, can we try again? And he was like, I already told you it's gonna rain, I'm not gonna do it. And he shut the door. And I kept looking at the weather, and I was like, I really have to insist. I already told you no, please stop insisting. And I was like, I will give you $100. And he was like, oh, all right, all right. But just under one condition. You will be the only one going in that boat. You will get no one else. And if it starts really heavy rain, we will get out. And if you fall down and your camera falls down, you will be okay with that. And I was like, sure, I'm fine with that. So we were just getting into the boat when I just started hearing on the back over there, wait, wait, wait. And I was like, what is that? And we were just getting into the boat. Wait, wait. And this woman with an amazing dress, an amazing sari, is just running towards me. And she just, I just saw her. And I was like, wow, that's really interesting. I just turned around, and the boat guy is looking at me like, that's not going to happen. And I said, you know, let's figure it after. Just please let her come with us, and then we will figure it. And he was like, all right. And I guess she was just thinking that it was like a tour or something that was going on. She didn't speak very much English. She was from China. And she just said like, can I come in? And I was like, sure, go ahead. And then we just started sailing a little bit into the water, and I got this picture. The sky just cleared up for a second, and you can have this beautiful sunset in the background. And she was wearing this beautiful dress, and that's how I got this picture. And look how interesting it is. Like I was actually looking for the first picture of the Taj Mahal that I will show you, but then I ended up getting this one. And the funny story is that I went back to this place after, trying to recreate the picture or even trying to make it better. And I realized that now the government doesn't allow anyone to go into the river. And actually, he is not living there anymore. So people is not allowed to go into the river. So basically, this picture cannot be retaken, which is became just very interesting. Look, it was just a matter of maybe 5 minutes while we got this photograph, because after we just had a very, very heavy storm, as you can see here, and we're just exiting the boat, and I got completely wet in this storm, but it was totally worth it. It was one of these moments, you know, when you hold your camera and you look at the file and you're like, oh my God, this is why I do photography. Have you had that moment? Yeah? That was that moment. I just came back to my hotel, I downloaded the picture, I made 3 backups, I sent it to I was like, this is the picture that, and it has been since then really a very iconic picture on my portfolio, and I didn't plan it. Well, I didn't plan it, I planned to be there, I planned the sunset, I figured how to be in the boat, but I never imagined that she would just show with that dress, which was really, really amazing. So, with this, I just summarize a little bit of what is important to me. I just try to make it in a kind of an order, and it's like, to me, it's important to have connection with the subject that I'm photographing. I want to feel people proud. I want them to look beautiful, to look, you know, like they're big on the camera. That's really important to me. The proximity with them, that I have this trust that they're looking at me. I would rather that they will look at the camera, eyes on the camera. The light, that is a very beautiful light, sunset light, window light, something that really makes them look like kind of fine art or, you know, something very unique. That the background is beautiful, that is very important. And the color. I love to photograph in color, so that's very important. But if you ask me what's the most important thing to me, the experience. Because the experience is telling you all these stories. The experience is telling you how I got into the Holy Festival and I was beaten by all these men and saved by these women, and how I was able to take this portrait of this Chinese girl that I never spoke to her again, unfortunately. She gave me her email and we never kept in touch. But the important thing is how to share these experiences. That's what really matters to me, to have the camera as an excuse. So it's really important that when you're taking your portraits, you wonder and you ask yourself, like, what is really important to each one of you? Why you want to have that portrait? Because what do you see in that person? And if you're completely honest, and if you tell the person that you're photographing, like, hey, I like you because I like your eyes, I like how you're looking with that dress, I like, you know, I just think that you're wonderful, and they just feel why you want them to be photographed, that will really help you to break the ice. I usually tell them what I like about them. So that's how I've been photographing people all over the world in different parts. And I'm breaking the rules here. I just told you, like, I like them to look eyes on the camera, but look at that. She's looking somewhere else. Or even this photograph that I still consider a portrait. Like, she's not even looking at the camera, but I look what's important into the scene that I'm photographing. So that's how I make it. No matter where they're looking or what they're doing, that's how I like them to be photographed. That's how I imagine that I want them to look, and especially that they look very, very powerful. But overall, and this is a portrait that really breaks all the rules that I told you. The background is not beautiful, the light is not the best one, and actually it has something that maybe I didn't include in the presentation. She's laughing, and you can see her teeth. And that's something that I really, every time, and it has happened to me many times when I'm photographing people, the first thing that they do is like smile. And you're like, all right. So I usually take their picture smiling, but then I ask him like, all right, serious. Maybe, I don't know if it's a thing with me, but I really, don't like to take portraits when they are smiling, but she's smiling, and I love this portrait because she's happy. So that's the most important thing to me, because in the end, photography to me is just an excuse, and actually it's the greatest excuse that I have ever had in my life, because without photography, I will not be here talking to you, here in New York City, sharing some stories, and that's what makes photography great for me, and that's how I approach strangers. Thank you very much. My name is Esteban Toro. Here is my social media, and thank you, David. Thank you, VNH, and that's all.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Sure.
All right.
Have it here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Esteban. Toro told you he was good, right? Yeah. Gotta believe me on these things. Speaking of good, we are going to be wrapping up the show with Zach Noyle. After Zach Noyle's presentation, we're going to announce the challenge winners. So we got that coming on afterwards. So probably around 5:15. Zach Noyle, I met him because we did one of our virtual optics, and Zach did this amazing presentation all the way from Hawaii. And Lexar said, "Hey, let's get Zach Noyle. Let's sponsor him. He can come Zoom from Hawaii." And we're like, no, let's fly him in, because everyone loves to fly from Hawaii to New York City, right? So let's give a warm welcome for Zach Noyle. And Zach Noyle is a Lexar ambassador, and he's also double duty. He's a Canon Explorer of Light as well. So he's kind of got it all going on there. He can take the pictures and he can store them onto cards really fast. Hold on, view and full screen. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, Zach Noyle.
Thank you.
Thanks, Zach.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I wrote down, is it there?
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, David and B&H, for having me. I'm excited to be here and to be in New York and joining you guys all here live. So I hope you, yes. Oh, I'm going to use this remote. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Can we change the screen, please? There we go. This is my world. I am a professional surf photographer, as David was saying, Lexar Elite Ambassador, as well as a Canon Explorer of Light. And I've been so very fortunate to shoot for Surfer Magazine as a senior staff photographer when they're around for 8 years, traveling the globe with some of the best surfers in the world. As you can see, this is how I create. I'm in the water swimming with just fins and a water housing and a camera. So it's not on a surfboard, I'm not on a boat or anything like that. I am in the water shooting these moments. And I'm gonna share a little bit of what I do, how I create it, and giving you guys a few tips, not only on business, but as well as on shooting. This is my world, and this is my office, and this kind of shows you the magnitude and the kind of like extremes that I go to in order to create my images. This gives you a little more retrospect. As you can see, this is a massive wave. This is during the eddy, which is ran only when the waves are 20 feet, which equates to about a 40 to 50 foot face wave. And I'm in the bottom corner there by the lower ski in a red vest, about to take a massive breath of air before I dive underneath this wave. And there was no time for the jet skis to grab me at this moment because I was swimming, shooting, and I had to just dive under. One of the scariest moments of my life, definitely something that I won't forget, of just being in the water and shooting these moments and being there and being calm and collected. This was in 2016. And at the time, I was using a Canon 80D. You know, you'd think, well, why the 80D in the water at the moment? I mean, I had a 1DX Mark II at the time. The 80D had the built-in Wi-Fi. I was sending photos from my camera to my phone in the water that was also in a case, and able to transmit them like seamlessly within minutes after these moments, giving us almost a real-time kind of like moments, play-by-play, from the water. And it was going to the social media of the different like sponsors of the event, giving us real-time moments. This is an image of mine that has been seen around the world, and this is a European National Geographic cover, but it's been used in many different ways. And this, to me, I call this the wave of change. And this is something so special to me, to be able to create an image of something I love so very much the ocean and it to really incite change. And I think that's why we capture these images. I mean, when you guys look through your portfolios or what you shoot, you see what you truly love, what you truly care about, and what you want to always be around, and what makes you happy to be able to create. And to me, it's the ocean. And so being able to have an image like this that incites that change and really inspires others to keep our ocean clean is truly a dream come true. This is almost 10 years old, and to this day, I still get requests and asks to use this image in various campaigns and different things. Some more images of pipeline. This is my office. This is pipeline. This is shot with a 50mm lens. What I want to tell you guys is you don't always have to shoot with the normal or the standard lens for different moments. And that's such a misconception of you having to shoot, 85 for your portraits or this or that. This is a 50mm in the water at pipeline where most people would be shooting with a fisheye. What I found was I could make the wave look a lot wider and larger of what it truly was without distorting it in that way. And people were like, why are you swimming so close with a 50? Because I can, because I want to, because I had a shot in mind. And that's the beauty of photography, is being able to concept it and craft it and then being able to create it. Another one of my images, this is shot down in Tahiti and was for Surfer Magazine, was one of their photos of the year. And it's, again, this is with a fisheye. I should be sitting much closer with the thing. It's very unorthodox to be sitting so far away. But what I found was, I saw the rainbow, I saw the moment, and by moving myself backwards, I could still shoot this with the fisheye and get the entire wave in frame in this moment. Let's get into a little bit of underwater photography, and we're also going to talk a little bit about like cinematography and shooting. And so I've been shooting a lot with the Canon R5, and it has opened the doors for me personally, and I know a lot of cameras nowadays, with the option of shooting video right at your fingertip with a flip of a switch. And to me, that has opened a whole new world for me to be able to shoot video and photos. And this one, I'm using the animal eye tracking, worked perfectly. This is with a 24mm at 1.4. A lot of my imagery, and I'll show you and point out to you, I like to shoot it wide open. I'm able to get these moments harder to focus. Yes, I mean, with the technology, it almost feels cheating sometimes with the eye focus. But I'm able to separate the background a lot more. I'm able to give this almost a portrait effect while in the water there, which is a very different and unusual image. Same turtle, 24mm, but you're seeing that separation. Shooting it at 1.4, I'm able to separate the background and give it that like 3D look. Give it just a little enhancement, but it draws the viewer's eye right to the subject. And a lot of times, I mean, I'm using a lot of like NDs and polarizers and different things in those situations where they make sense in order to be able to shoot wide open in this way. Some dolphins. This is with a 11 to 24mm. A lot of these are free diving. A lot of these, I'm swimming underwater, taking a breath as these moments kind of come up. You can go with scuba, but it comes a lot more clunky. It becomes a lot more gear, and you're not as fluid in the water sometimes to be able to capture imagery like this. Some fish. Just go, let's talk a little bit about gear here. Yes, these are my essential items, including my dog that I love. And so these are my items. Let's start with my camera. I'm using the Canon R5 as well as a R3 now in the water, and really loving those. I mean, with those eye focus and being able to shoot 4K 120, that is my go-to in the water. Lenses, it varies. These housings, which we'll get to, can accommodate a variety of different lenses. I'm using a lot of primes, 50, the 85, 24, and the 15 to 35 all RF glass, as well as you can see the 600 on there. It's an f11. And believe it or not, I mean, it's a great price, weight, and size. It's a great go-to for me to be able to travel with that and have a lighter option for a very long telephoto lens. The water housing, this is made by OPTIC. They actually have these at B&H, and we did a custom exclusive for B&H this past year with the water housing. It accommodates most every camera. They have ones for mirrorless cameras. You don't lose function. That's the beauty of it. You can't go into the water and just set your settings and then hope everything's gonna stay the same. So I'm going in there and I'm having full control. I can switch from photo to video, back again with a flip of a switch. and have all that, as well as my camera bag, which is also at B&H there that I designed with Ruka. So let's talk a little bit about my memory card. We also have one for, this is with Lexar, and they just released the fastest CF Express card available right now. It's the Diamond series. Very fast, and that's something that's so important to me, because if I am shooting in the water and I need to be able to switch from photo to video, I can't have any lag. A lot of time these video files are 3-4 gigabytes when they're 4K 120, massive files. And so it's something that I love to be able to switch from photo to video and back again instantly. I'm gonna show you guys a quick little video that I shot here just with some of my clips that I recently captured and put together a little edit. It's just a minute. Hope you guys enjoy. If we can play that, please. I think there's audio if we have, please. It gives you just a little perspective of like some video, and that's all shot with the R5. And being able to capture those type of imagery in the water, it's critical to have a fast card in those moments. Here's the housing. This is the exclusive one to B&H. It houses the R5 as well as the R6. Housing, you can see it's just latches, but here you can see all of the buttons on the back. And I'll just go back there. You can see you can turn on and off, flip the switch, anything that you need, every kind of function that you have, and the front is interchangeable with the different lenses. You get another perspective of it right there in the water. So let's talk a little bit about over-under. This is a very popular type of shooting in the water. This is a very popular, and I know Keith touched on it yesterday, showing us how he shot in his fish tank and putting it in the water. I'm gonna show you a little bit of shooting with housing and an over-under port. So water clarity is a big factor. Obviously you need to have clear water. If you go in to the Hudson and it's not very clear, you're not gonna get an over-under shot. So composition, you wanna balance the water line. A very important thing I always kind of remember in these moments, whenever you're kind of shooting, is shoot loose and edit tight. And that's such an important thing because in the moment, I mean, with massive cards, I'm shooting with 512 gigabyte Lexar cards, 256. It's like shoot a ton in that moment, and then when you're down to editing it, then that's where you kind of call and you get your imagery that you guys need, versus taking 1 or 2 shots and hoping you got it, and now the person has blinked in that moment, or it wasn't the right composition or moment that you want. So try to remember that. It's just shoot a ton in that moment, because especially in this, the water line is gonna be changing constantly. So you kind of wanna be able to have that. Focus points are very important here. I use focus points in this type of shooting for over-under. And the reason for that is I wanna have absolute control where my focus is. And it is for, you know, if there's a subject above water, it's above water, or if the subject is below in this photo behind, I know it's exactly on the subject in that way. A high aperture helps. A high aperture is gonna allow you to get more depth of field. This is gonna allow you to get more focus above. When you're shooting below, you're getting a little magnification. And when you're doing that, you're gonna be getting a blurry on the top. So giving yourself a higher aperture here is gonna give you a greater detail. So I'll show you a little bit. This is from Tahiti. And again, shooting a ton of photos. As these moments are going by, you're then gonna cherry pick and find that exact one that you like and that exact moment that works for you. Here you can see this is me shooting with it. You can see it's quite large. This was with the 1DX Mark III in the housing there. And this shows you, I'm shooting with a 11 to 24 millimeter lens. This is in the Maldives. And you see how I'm just kind of dipping the lens halfway into the water. Creates a beautiful effect. And you can go even much larger. This is the very large one that they made from OPTIC. It pushes the water a little bit further away, giving you a cleaner and finer line. And give you a few of those. So, a lot of water moving, and again, sequences. This swimmer is coming very quickly at me. I'm shooting these, I'm finding that one moment there, just kind of composing the water. I'm looking at the back of the screen. I'm able to kind of figure and compose my shot above and below the surface of the water. This is in Kona on the Big Island. And again, you can shoot it in any which way, type and form of this way from the side, and clear water helps. A little bit of sharks and water. It's not always just beautiful swimming and moments like this. This is kind of ominous in the way. And this was actually in Waikiki, and there was a big school of fish, and these sharks kept coming in. But they were so well fed, I was like, okay, it's gonna be okay to go swim with them. You know, and so I got my gear and went out there, but because it was so early morning, the shadows were very harsh, as you can see where the fish are. And so what I did for my exposure here, and as you guys do, preparation is key, right? You know, there's preparation to even get into the water, but in this moment, I knew that I needed to make sure when the shark appeared in the sun, I had my exposure correct, so I didn't underexpose it or overexpose it. So I had test shots before, okay, I'm gonna hope he's coming there, and I'm gonna stay in this area where like the light is, so I can get him just in that way, and then just getting him right on there. But I don't lose my highlights. I don't lose the detail within the shark or the subject. And this goes for any subject that you're shooting. This goes for whatever you want to shoot. Do your test shots. Again, the beauty of digital. Do some test shots, test it, and make sure that you have your right exposure for this. This goes for anything shooting high speed or action or sunsets or anything like that. You want to be able to make sure that you have the right exposure before that moment happens, because that is where preparation meets opportunity. I'm gonna show you a little bit of fish and some fun under the water of some different types of shooting. So this is with a wider lens, and this is a massive school of fish, as you had seen with the sharks. Shooting this, I shot this with a 50 millimeter, which is such a different lens to shoot in the water or underwater especially. And again, go unorthodox and finding those moments. I actually use the animal eye tracking again here on the R5 and shooting this school of fish and shooting it. And then I shot so many, they were everywhere. I was like, okay, how do I change and make this different? So I was like, what if we went to like a 1/13 of a second, holding through? I was like, okay, let's try it one more time. And I then took it to a third. These are the fish, and I thought I had dust spots on my sensor. It was a fish's eyes when I looked at it across the whole thing. I was like almost about to go Photoshop it out and clean it up on the file, and I looked and I was like, oh, that's actually fish's eyes, which is incredible. A lot of these times with these ones, I was panning with the subject. So again, like if you do a slow shutter or thing, this is at a 1/13 of a second, this is at a 1/3 of a second. Let's talk about a little bit about working with a client as you do and where you kind of go and some little tips. So concept and vision, work alongside the client to understand their vision. This is so important, you guys. This, you want to make sure this can be your vision, but it's their needs. So if you're just taking it and doing it yourself, you're not delivering what they had in their mind. Your job is to take what they need and enhance it and put your touch. That's why they came to you and hired you in these moments. Scouting, know your waters. This goes for anything you're shooting. You need to know where you're shooting or what you're shooting. If you're gonna go shoot a building down here and you wanted a certain light or something, or you just go, what if you went and it's backlit? But that's because you want to go scout. You want to know where the light is coming from. You want to know what the traffic's doing at that time, just as you do for water. Pricing. I call it a 3-tier system, and this is something my father taught me. And there's 3 tiers, so if they come and they're like, you know, what's your price? You want to have that one tier that's like, you want to have that one price in the middle where you're like, yeah, this is, you know, what I want. You want to have the lowest one where you say, not $1 under. I'm walking away if they go, I said $100, if they go 99, I'm walking away. And you want to have the one that you're running out of your bed, running down to go shoot, and you're excited to go do. Have your 3 pricing tier and try to get them into that area and work with them. Communication is key, guys. Communication can make or break it. With working with clients, working with big campaigns or anything that you do, it's about your communication. Yes, your talent is 50, 60% about it, but your communication and your networking and how you work with the client can be just as strong and just as powerful as your talent. Deliverables, make sure you know what they need. So you're not delivering too small of a file, too big of a file, or what they need, or how they need their ratio. How are you gonna be shooting it? If you shot everything dead center and they're like, oh, we need it offset to the right, or we need it offset to the left, clear these things ahead of time in order to get the best results and get them coming back to you. I'm gonna show you, this is not my images. This is what a client sent me as a brief. And so this is what I received as a mood board to show me what they needed, and then I'm gonna show you what I created from looking at these images. So these were pulled from the internet, from all over, and they're like, this is what we need. So I'm gonna just give you a small sample of what I then shot. This is what I shot. So this is all about the goggle for Aquasphere. And I knew that I needed to focus on the goggles, a special gold goggle, and have those details. I shot this with a 24 to 105 underwater. And getting my focus, I knew that I needed the subject tack sharp and in there. And this ended up being on the packaging for them globally and what they needed. I shot this 10 times, him going back and forth. I have hundreds of images like this, and I picked this one image. Again, shoot loose and edit tight. There's no reason you shouldn't be having a ton and then cherry picking your best hero shot for anything. Again, from the client, this is what we need. We want them in kind of a dark cave. It's an ominous photo. We want to kind of just highlight the goggles and make it very intense. Okay, we can do that. And this is what I came, this is the same person, but I'm showing you how I shot multiple photos. First one, bubbles in the eyes. Great, that doesn't work, doesn't highlight the mask. Second one, mask is okay, there's still one bubble, probably could be photoshopped out. Third one, that's the one. You can see that there's a slight tint, and that's the one that they want to use because they can see that there's a reflection in the goggle. Shoot loose. And here's one of another image from that moment, just kind of showing. And I'm gonna show you, and this is, so now let's get into detail shots. This is with a 50 millimeter underwater. So they needed detail shots of the knife for Aqualung, and they wanted to show it in that way. If I shot it with a wide angle, shoot everything underwater or everything with the same lens, you're gonna get the same results. But I needed those detail shots, and so being able to shoot with a different lens and a different function and away, that's how you're able to get results like this, over the shoulder with the 50 millimeter again, and being able to show detail. Let's talk a little bit about like natural light. So this is not with a flash. This is finding, again, those moments of light. We chase light. We love light. We explore light. That's what we do as photographers and creators. We want to be able to find those best moments of light. And this was a cave slightly behind her, and the light was just coming over the mountain and right onto her. And to me, that's what I love because it separates it. It gives it a little more dramatics and shows you a little bit more. So again, you can see how dark behind it is, and it's like separated. This is all natural light. So using that and being able to kind of shoot it in that way, it adds a little more drama to the photo. But let's talk about using some light. So you have Michael Phelps here on the right, a campaign I shot, and my assistant is setting up lights on the bottom of the pool. And the shot was supposed to be above the pool like this. Him above the surface is a ninja goggles, and this was something stealthy and tech. This is what they wanted as an ad campaign. This was the creative. This is what they wanted. We got it. Perfect. Done. Between takes, Michael kept slipping underwater to take a break. When he'd go, hey, I'm a photographer. I'm going to shoot everything, right? Slipped underneath, and I shot some photos. I looked at it and went, holy cow, that's really cool. Here's a lesson. Whatever you're shooting, models, anything like that, show them the photo. If you don't show them the photo, they don't know what you're seeing until later, and then it might be different. I showed Michael the photo. It changed his entire demeanor, and he wanted to just shoot those for a while, giving us these type of images on the right. And it's those type of moments. This is my favorite photos of him, and it was his favorite photos as well. But he couldn't see what I was seeing. And so that's why showing your subject what you're seeing or how the light is interacting on your subject is key and can change their demeanor, change the moment, and change what you're able to capture. Again, some moments underwater there. And thank you. That's all we have for today. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm punctual.
That pipe photography in your office. Do you have a fax in that pipe? Is that?
Yeah.
That's intense. That's
Thank
really,
you.
That's crazy stuff.
Thank you so much,
Zach.
David.
Right on. Great having you here in New York. And also, Zach's going to be on the cruise ship.
Yep.
On the Sunset Cruise.
Yep,
which is
looking
gonna be
forward
fun.
to it.
So join us for that. I've got the winners of the challenges, and let's see what we got here. Okay. All right. Everybody ready? By the way, did you guys have fun with that, with the shooting situations and setups and all that? Cool. Thanks. The team was really, they had fun with that. We had many meetings on how to assemble that and where to buy all that cool stuff. Okay, so first off, who brought the shot on film? Who brought the film, who brought a film to be scanned? Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Up there, okay. So this is the winner in the film category. This is Andy Cornicelli. Andy, are you in the house? You're right there? I can't see, I got lights in my face. All right, congratulations. You got nailed it. I'm sorry, you got the Nailed It Award, which is a $500 B&H gift card, which is pretty good. You'll be able to buy that scanner if you want. So, congratulations. I took a picture of your the back. Let me just make sure that we're all good. Hold on a sec. And we're going to send you a gift card. And maybe hold on. We're using the it's like you become your mother and father with your phone when it counts. Never won anything.
Not in the photography.
You won't be able to say that again. Right. Congratulations. I have you. Thank you so much. Come on up on top of here. Show this guy. This is Andy, the winner. Hold up your photograph. So, the $500 B&H gift card. And let this be the first of many awards in photography that you get.
The first of many.
Exactly.
I appreciate that.
Sounds good. Okay, we're going to email you
Okay.
$500 gift card. What are you going to buy for $500?
I don't know, maybe a new lens.
Maybe a new lens? All right. Cool. Cool. You know, the cool part about a B&H gift card is that you could take that $1,000 lens and it only costs $500. All right. Okay, cool. So now that was the Nailed It winner. This is the honorable mention. This is the second Nailed It category. And a great macro shot, Tong Kem. Tom, where are you? Are you here, Tom? Tom? No? Tom in the house? Oh, here he is, right on. Okay. Come on up, Tom. Are you surprised? I think you're more than surprised. Come on up for a second. Come on up. Have you ever won a photo award before? Yeah. Yes. That's an all. Here's Tom and his winning shot. Okay, Tom, let me just take a quick picture of the background and make sure I can read your email. This is, yep, that's easy. Okay, and hold on. Okay, and, oh good, I'm glad it got blurry, I didn't do it good. Hold on. Okay. Boom. Congratulations, sir. I've been about a week to give you an email. Okay, $500 gift card. Thank you so much. All right, we got a lot of winners. Now, this is shot on film, and you're winning a Prime Film XE scanner. So, the winner is Howard Millaro. Howard Millaro, are you here? Is there a Howard in the house? So the people that are here, I can email a gift card to, but the person who gets something isn't here. That's how it goes. Okay, this was shot on film. This is like a classic old school kind of photo too. I remember this stuff from back in the day. All right, we're gonna send him an email. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the New Yorker conference show, trade show portion of OPTIC. It's been a blast. It was so good to be back in the New Yorker and so good to be with all of you. We tried some new things. We kind of did some half-hour presentations instead of an hour to get you more inspiration on the stage at once. A lot of extra work to do that, but we were happy to do it. Everything has been recorded, and tomorrow morning, or the day after, on the B&H OPTIC website, bhoptic.com, there's going to be 2 windows, and it's going to be main stage, day 1, day 2, and second stage, day 1, day 2. So you'll be able to rewatch everything. So if you missed anything, no problem. For those of you out in the internet world, no problem. We're going to have all our presentations available for you guys to watch from yesterday. Right now you can watch today's replay, just scrub back. That all being said, we are jumping on a cruise. It's going to take off at 7 p.m. at Pier 81. It's the Sea Streak. I believe it's the Commodore. It's their flagship, and it's got an open bar, and we paid a little extra for top shelf. Okay. So thank you so much for coming to the trade shows and to the New Yorker today. It was really good to be back and see everyone again. So we'll see you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.